the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes now past the hour, and welcome into the kickoff hour. We thank you so much for being with us. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. That's 866-932-3244. You can call or text that number. And the texts are already rolling in because we can see them on our big screen here in the studio. We have a very special guest in the kickoff hour today, and we will introduce him in just a second. But I want to make sure that you understand, in a couple of hours from now, we will talk to our friend and meteorologist James Spann on Hurricane Milton as it barrels towards Florida as a Category 5 hurricane. They expect it to get down to a Category 3 at landfall later tonight, but we'll see how that plays out. But millions are in the path, and we'll get an update from James Spann, our trusted voice when it comes to stuff like this. Also, don't forget Bible Study Live today, noon Central with Rick. I know that's a big part of a lot of your weeks, and that will be coming up today, noon Central. Greg is off today. He needed to be off. He'll be back tomorrow. But a very special guest, one Eddie Van Adler, helping guest host the kickoff hour this morning. We welcome him in. What's up, buddy? How are you?
What's up, man?
Thank you for doing this.
Oh, no sweat, no sweat. It's there's a lot less traffic.
Yeah, there is.
You know, an hour later, there's a lot less traffic.
Yeah,
or earlier, yeah.
It was a painful request when I looked at you the other day and said, "Hey, how's your Wednesday look?"
Yeah.
How you feel about coming in and helping me host? And you jumped at it, and I appreciate that.
Sure thing, man. Do you think we need I'm just adjusting my mic.
Sure.
There. Do you think we need like a nickname for ourselves? I was thinking like the cue ball and the goofball or something.
Okay, that'd be good.
You know,
we're obviously workplace best friends.
Yeah.
So that could be. I mean, I know that's a little long as far as an intro.
I'm the cue. No, you're the cue ball. I'm the goofball.
Yeah.
Did you get it?
So you've turned into my boys.
Okay.
Yeah. Between chicken legs and ball jokes, they have nothing.
I don't think you have that skinny of I got pretty skinny legs too. I've been working on it.
Yeah, you have. What have you been doing?
Squats and such. You know?
Okay, yeah. In your underwear in the basement?
Well, I also a jock. You know, you gotta be. You don't want to be. It's dangerous not to.
Yeah.
Squats, deadlifts.
Okay.
I got one of those hex bars where you stand in the middle of it. I like that. I like that a lot.
That's good. That's better on the back.
It's really helpful. I can do much higher weight with that.
Yeah.
And man, the like maybe a month ago, my sciatica, which I usually don't have.
Oh.
I usually don't have sciatica, but that's when your legs are lighting up. You just feel nerve pain shooting down the sides of your legs, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I usually don't have it, maybe like a spell like once a year or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I had gotten off my heavy lifting. I'd gotten off some of my, relief factor, your fish oils and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I'd been sitting too much and just having to do lots of paperwork and work and things like that. And man, 2 weeks goes by, and I'm not able to work out because my sciatica is just lighting me up.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, with sciatica, I was like, "That's it. If I'm gonna be in a ton of pain, I might as well be working out." I literally went down and I did my PR squat.
No, you did.
I did.
Look at that.
With the hex bar.
Oh, look at that.
And since that day, I've been being more consistent with all my junk, all my stuff, and lifting heavy, stretching, deadlifts, squats, and I have not had any sciatica since that day.
Knock on your head.
Well, yes, absolutely. But it's just like, man.
How about stretching's kind of a big deal, isn't it?
Oh, my goodness. I stretch for 25% of my life now. I have to. It's crazy. But it was nuts, man. Like, for my pain to go away that day, like, in that moment, as I'm just like, just keep going, man. And this is not medical advice. Mm-hmm. This is what worked for me, and so I'm lifting heavy back to it, and I'm feeling good, man. So,
We're good. We're good. Well, I sent you a picture, or actually video, last night. When we ate last night, a little early, but wrapped up around 6-ish, I guess. And Terry looked over and said, "How about an evening walk?" And I'm like, "Okay, well, let's go for it." And
it's starting to cool off.
Yeah, and every now and then we'll go on what I call an extended evening walk, where we have a big hill that leads up to a top section of the subdivision, And if we're ever just going, hey, look, let's just move, let's walk for about 15 to 20 minutes, we avoid the hill. But if we're serious about it, we're like, let's go up to the top of the hill, get to breathing hard, make the long walk, then come back down. And we're walking on a stretch that's it's not developed. It was cleared a couple of years ago, and now the pines are 15, 20 feet high on both sides, and it's a stretch of maybe a quarter of a mile, and then it gets back to civilization and stuff. But it's a paved road and everything, and we're walking, and Terry said, "Is that a snake?" And I said, as we got closer, "I think it is. That is a snake." And it was a big snake, a very big snake. For me, of course, I hate snakes, so any snake to me is terrifying. Hate snakes. And as we got closer, I was like, honey, that's a copperhead. Yeah. That is a copperhead, and that is a big, old, fat copperhead.
It's not a baby.
No, it's the biggest. I will say this. Where I used to live, we had a little creek that came through it. So every now and then, if I'm cutting or weeding or something down there close to that, I might see one slither away, but it was always real tiny. I think the biggest one I ever saw was like from your wrist to your elbow, but most of them were just tiny. Like I'm talking about like a pencil, and we'd take care of them or it'd slither off. I couldn't get to it. This one was as long as this board. And that I'm looking at, and
I sent it to myself just now.
Okay,
and so that's what I was.
That's
doing.
insane. And so, of course,
Dude.
I didn't get close to it, but I did video it as we encountered it and zoomed in on it a little bit.
Yes, you did.
And just to show how big it was for a copperhead. That's the largest I've seen.
He looked like he had been eating healthy, man.
Yes.
Look at him. There he is.
Oh my goodness. Yes.
I did not expect that. I thought I was thinking rat snake or whatever,
right?
Something.
Well, at first, you always go rat snake, and then I think it's a rat snake or it's a king snake. Let's not mess with it. Yeah. Now that shot there is me zooming in on it. I am not that close to that snake.
No, yes.
But the other view from the side, it shows a little bit better how long it is. But it was a big snake.
He's a thick boy.
You mentioned it cooling off. And so what it was doing is the road was warm from the sun, as the sun was going down. And I guarantee you, because it was moving slow, it came out and slithered out because it was cooling off. Where we live, the temperatures, by all means, it's not cold, but it has cooled off. Feels great this morning. And last night, I think it came to just lay on the road a little bit. And it was in the middle of the road.
That color pattern just says, touch me if you want to feel very sad.
Yeah. How about that little thing right there? And it's not little.
No.
I don't know what. I haven't shown it to Bubba. I didn't want to ruin his morning.
All right. Everybody's always complimenting my forearms. And I think that snake is about as big around as my forearms. People talk about my forearms all the time.
I would like.
All the time people talk about my forearms.
Or you Popeye forearms?
Yeah, Popeye.
I would like for you to show another angle because those texting says that looks small.
Okay, it's not
small, y'all.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
A lot of times things don't look as big on
here
video.
we go. There we go. Pause it right there. Okay. Look at that.
There you go.
You can't tell me that's small.
Look at the curb. Look at the road.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, that's a big. You know what that is? That's had a field mice in its little belly. I'll see them every now and then running back into the pines when we come through.
Oh, you think he's been eating just field mice all day long?
Oh, he has. He has got it set up like he likes it. Just for me, that's a big fat, just copperhead.
He's not skinny like a corn snake, y'all.
No,
he's fat like a rattlesnake. So a fat and happy rattlesnake.
So we're going out now. Okay, so when we encounter this, we're leaving the house, venturing off for the walk, and we see this snake, and of course we talk about the snake for the entire walk. Yeah, and then we come back by, it's gone.
Were you gonna kill it? What were you
I don't know. I didn't have anything with me. I was, I didn't know what to do about it. I felt guilty that big a copper snake that could really hurt somebody is just slithering along. But it was gone. I probably back into the pines wherever it hangs out. And so it was gone. It was nowhere to be found. I didn't like that. I wanted to see where it was. And so we walked in the middle of the road like the snake had legs and could run and chase us.
Yeah.
It's like we were in a haunted trail, where
yes.
so a boogeyman was going to jump out and get me. And so I finally had told Terry, well, I think we're okay. We don't have to walk in the middle of the road, but I was scared it was going to, like, jump out from behind a pine and come get me.
Did you listen to Copperhead Road after that?
Yeah,
You know that song?
have.
That's
Yeah,
a great song.
We'll be right back.
Smell the whiskey burning down the Copperhead Road.
Rick and Bubba.
Show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX or rickandbubba.com for a link. Here's an amazing deal. The standard MyPillow retails for $49.98, but for a limited time, how about this? You receive one for only $14.98. Queens are $18.98 and Kings $19.98. Now, there's a limit of 10 on this offer, and the MyPillow is made with patented adjustable feel, so it adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox to enjoy savings plus orders over $75. Get free shipping. Also, find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. You've heard me talking about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like optimized gel tips for custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses made from your personal preferences, you'll find one that's right for you, and Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order, or go to rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Do you owe back taxes? Still haven't filed your tax returns? Did you forget to file an extension? The October 15th deadline is coming. Once it hits, the IRS can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. You need Tax Network USA to handle your IRS tax problems fast. They've already helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. October the 15th is days away. Schedule your free consultation. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com. Feeling secure in your own home shouldn't be a luxury, it should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing protection and peace of mind to all families. With LiveGuard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on a new system with a free indoor security camera. Find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. Greg off today. We'll be back tomorrow. Guest host, I'm honored to have Eddie Van Adler sitting in today. I forget the name you gave us, buddy. Brains and bald and brain. What did you call it?
No, the cue ball and the goofball.
Oh, okay. Got it.
What about like the too much sun and the man bun or something like that?
Oh, too much sun in the man bun.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know. I'm making it up at 5 in the
Okay.
morning. They're not very good.
I got it. Look, you roll with it.
Okay.
A lot of texts are coming in about others that are seeing an uptick of copperheads. I don't know why, but a number of you have said that. Matter of fact, I even sent a text to some of the guys on my street, some of the dads, husbands,
you?
whatever,
That's nice.
and just said, "Hey, check this out." And one of them responded and said, "I had just saw one the other night in that area, and someone dumped out corn. Don't know why." But someone, well, I do know why, because there's deer that can all the way come through there. But they dumped out corn on the grass, but in between the curb and the pines. Don't know if it was going to that or what. But this guy said, "Morning, guys, was pulling corn out of the green field, pouring it out on the green field the other day, and a copperhead about that size slithered in between my father-in-law's legs." Good night.
Oh, no. Nothing
way.
worse than a snake between your legs.
Right. I got it. And so we have that. Another guy says saw a copperhead just the other day laying on the road as well. So I don't know what's going on. And look, I know everybody's like, turn in your man car speed. When it comes to snakes, I'm a little silly about them. I don't like them. I mean, I can handle just about anything else. And I didn't run away and scream, but I was not getting near it. I know that.
No.
Especially when I realized it was
no.
a copperhead.
Now, what would it take for you to kill it? Like, would you kill it with a pocket knife?
A pocket knife.
That's what I'm starting with. That's what I'm starting with.
The only way I attempt to take out that snake if a family member, my wife, was in a handle, and then I'm going in.
Yeah.
That's it.
But what if you had a shotgun?
A shotgun, I probably would have shot it, but then the police probably would have come and got me because there was a gas station right around the corner.
Yeah.
And there would have been a loud shot, and
You got a
everybody would have
shotgun.
panicked.
All right. Let's get all that out of the way. It's just you and a snake, and we're just talking.
Are we on the farm, on the dirt road?
Yeah.
Okay,
What level of weaponry are you going to require in order to take that snake on?
Okay.
So pocket knife is no?
No, I'm not. No,
No.
That means my hands are on it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
yeah.
a small pocket knife.
Yeah.
You
All right.
know?
So what about like a Rambo knife? You know Rambo's knife?
Oh, Rambo knife. I don't think I'm going in. You talking about the one you took hunting that
Yeah,
time?
I
You
have
wanted
it
to jump
over
on the
here,
back
actually.
of. You wanted to jump on the back of a deer and ride it and take it out.
Yeah.
Remember that?
I almost did it. Y'all stopped me though. I would have done it.
It was very uncomfortable. We were the guests of someone.
Yeah,
Adler.
They didn't know I was joking.
No, they didn't.
All right. So now machete. Next level up. Machete.
No, I think the closest I'm getting to it is shovel.
Okay, a shovel.
I need something long.
All right. That's fair. And
I'm
that's
not-
probably wise.
Yeah, nothing where I get too close because I don't like it. They don't like nothing about it.
If I had a machete that was as long as the snake,
Mm-hmm.
that would be my rule. But then you're getting into that's more like a sword.
Yeah.
All right, so sword. I'm
Right.
gonna go sword.
Yeah.
You're shovel. I'm sword. You know, some guys can work with the sword. You know.
All right, so a couple of years ago, I'm down at Lenore Farms, and we're having a day where we're laying the seed out for the green fields. We're planting, and then we're filling up some feeders and that kind of stuff. And we're going down the dirt road, going to the back of the property, and all of a sudden, it literally looked like someone had put out a hose, across the dirt road, and it was the biggest rattlesnake ever. And we were in his truck, and we're like, here we go. And he just gunned it, and just bam, hit that snake. And I mean, guys, hey, it was I didn't count the rattles because I didn't want to get that close to it. Yeah. It was hard. It was so big that when we went over, it's like we hit a speed bump.
You know, I'm from Texas. I should know that. I forgot. Is the number of rattles how old it is by year, or is that why you count the rattles?
I don't know. I don't know if it's like a tree, Adler. I don't know if that's by years. But I just know that it was large and it was thick and it was, a big old salty one, man. And since then, I hadn't really seen a snake just laying in the road. So anyway, I hate to what?
You can count the rattles on the snake to figure out a rough estimate of its age. I forgot about this. I'm from Texas. I should know this. On an average, you could estimate the snake added 2 or 3 rattles for each year of its life. So it's a rough estimate. Okay. So, all right, that hurt. That hurt.
And I'm sure that just the topic of snakes is freaking some of you out. So we'll move on. But I just thought it was interesting that I'm just on a walk with my wife last night. We weren't hiking through the woods, just walking down the road in a subdivision. And lo and behold, there he is laying out in the road warming up.
For those just joining us, I'll show that video again. There it is. Just one last time. And it's big, so y'all can stop saying Speedy's losing his man card and all that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It probably doesn't indicate how big it is. I think if let's put it this way: if you were to have laid down beside it, it'd be up to your chin.
Yeah, I would say. At least my chin for sure. Like maybe a normal man's sternum.
Okay.
And then my chin.
Yeah. Yeah. That doesn't indicate how thick it was. But those that I sent it to said, "Oh wow, that's a big one.
That's a thick boy.
That's a thick boy right there." So I say.
Off of snakes and onto dogs.
Okay.
I'm done with my dogs. Franklin is.
You're done.
I'm done with them.
I kind of am too, and I don't know what to do with them.
I'm not in a good spot because they're both getting old. They're both getting real gray in the face, and so you need to be nice to them because they're on the way out.
Right. They've run
and
hard.
I tell myself all that. I'm talking to myself right now. Frank is in Franklin, for people who don't know, he's a weird dog. He has the legs of a basset hound, short, and he's got the ears of a basset hound.
Right.
Everything else on him is a German Shepherd. So he has a German Shepherd body with these tiny little basset hound legs. Nobody knows where he came from and where it happened. We should call him Frankenstein because that's what he looks like. And he is getting into this new thing where he pees in the basement after he eats. So I feed him, and then he sneaks to this one spot by the stairs at the bottom of the stairs. So if you're barefoot, you're going to step on concrete and pee. It's part of his food ritual now. And so now I have to feed him, and I have to sit on the stairs because I'll forget.
Yeah,
I'll
you'll
walk
step
away
in
for
it.
2 seconds.
Sure you will.
You walk away for 2 seconds. Oh, you're like, oh, that's where the paper towels are. Oh, I'm glad I have these paper towels because now I have to clean up pee because I looked away for 2 seconds.
Have you asked him about why he's doing this?
Oh, we've spoken about it.
What does he say?
At length, intensely. We've spoken about it.
Give me the look. Back up. Is he? Because I know he's looking up.
Oh my
Tiny.
goodness. And I'm actually I'm getting Ruby to help me feed the dogs at night. So that's part of our little before we go to bed ritual.
All right.
And she has been there twice when it's happened, and I've really had to keep my cool and watch what I say.
Right.
I actually said I'm not a fan of the dogs anymore on accident, and Ruby goes, "Well, we should just sell him. We should just sell him."
And that's a smart girl.
Yeah, I was like, that's a great idea. But the reason I mentioned that is because Rick's dog Buddy is doing great.
All right, hang on. We got to discuss this more. We got to go to break. Hang on. Don't go anywhere, buddy.
Rick and Bubba.
We all have 2 ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood, fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in Better Health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGBOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. If your spine needs a little extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models for you to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe collection and then Helix Elite collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you get a 100-night trial, so see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order, or visit rickandbubba.com for the link. You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out, because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. buyraycon.com/bigbox, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Here's an amazing deal. The standard MyPillow retails for $49.98, but for a limited time, how about this? You receive one for only $14.98. Queens are $18.98 and Kings $19.98. Now, there's a limit of 10 on this offer, and the MyPillow is made with patented adjustable feel, so it adjusts your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox to enjoy savings plus orders over $75. Get free shipping. Also, find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Do you owe back taxes? Still haven't filed your tax return? Did you forget to file an extension? The October 15th deadline is coming. Once it hits, the IRS can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. You need Tax Network USA now to handle your tax IRS problems. I mean fast. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to talk to, which ones to avoid. Tax Network USA already helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. Now, they also need you to move fast because October 15th is days away. Tax Network USA is the team we recommend to solve your IRS issues so you can get your life back. Don't wait. Schedule your free confidential consultation now. Call 1-800-780-8888, 800-780-8888, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com for the link.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
We have 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. Greg off today, back tomorrow. Don't forget Bible study live today, noon Central. We'll also talk in about an hour and a half to James Spann about Hurricane Milton. Get the latest on that. Landfall expected to be later tonight, but we'll get an update on him. I think it's still a Cat 5. They're looking for it to make landfall at a Category 3, but we'll see. Get the latest from him and where they feel like it will make landfall. This portion of the show is brought to you by amac.us/BigVox. That's BIGVOX. As we move towards the big election, a couple of weeks away now, it is hard to believe we're only a few weeks away from the election. We've been talking about it for a while now, but it's more important than ever right now to be informed, stay involved, stay connected, join the community that you share values with and support them. Well, AMAC stands for the values of its members and fights every day to protect individual rights. And you'll enjoy, as a member of amac.us/BigVox, you'll enjoy over 100 different discounts from companies that also share your values. And including an array that will save you big time, too, when you travel. Plus, you'll receive a subscription to the bi-monthly AMAC magazine. In 3 weeks, we'll head to the polls. That is so crazy to say that, and it is now or never. I know if you love our country like we do, the economy, global conflicts, border security, parental rights, national debt, and more, it feels overwhelming, and you want to find somebody that supports those same values. Well, AMAC stands for the Association of Mature American Citizens, and if you join, you're joining over 2.1 million patriots who are committed to saving the country we love, and it only costs $1. That's right. Think about it. In today's inflationary times, just $1 makes you be a part of a powerful movement and saves you big time, too, on a lot of products. So go to amac.us/BigVox and join today for just $1. Plus, you get the magazine we talked about. Make a stand for something better, and as together we stand, we'll help protect America's future, too. amac.us/BigVox, BIGVOX. Join today for only $1. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and we're hearing from a lot of you that are joining, and those emails are coming in. We see them. And I know the reviews are good. So as we come back, we've been talking about a number of different things, snakes, and I apologize for that, but we saw one on our walk, just copperhead, just in the middle of the road as we were walking last night. Got to bring that up. Saw a copperhead. And then that turned into, we started talking about our dogs. And Adler, I know that your dogs have been a big part of your life, and there's no rhyme or reason as to why they do certain things, and as they get older, I start to feel sorry for like mine, especially Jack, because sometimes he looks a little confused and stuff, and so I try to have patience with him as to why he's doing certain things, and I have to realize, buddy, he's getting on up there in age, and have patience. But the biggest thing I hate is like I'm using the bathroom in the house, I'm acting weird. It's affecting my sleep because you're pacing around everywhere. Yes. Storms are coming in and you're freaking out. But then I try to be sympathetic to the fact that he's nervous and he's anxious and stuff. But I'm like you. I am so done, man.
I'm being real.
Doesn't mean I don't care about him. It's just I'm done. Gosh, what about the dog?
Yeah, Frank is getting whinier in his old age too.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's a more annoying sound than the I don't think there's a more. I don't know why. It's like fingernails on a chalkboard.
Right.
Because it's like I'll put him out on the deck. Hey, it's nice out there.
It's beautiful.
They got dog beds. He's got water.
Everything a dog wants.
Yes, but he can see his mom through the glass window. So he'll be up on the glass and just go. And you're like, all right.
Yeah. So I'm imagining a Winnie dog with a German Shepherd head whining.
Oh, it's so horrible.
And so that's Franklin.
And also he's in my workout area where I work out in my underwear. He's right near there.
He is.
He's part of that area.
Okay.
Yeah, he's near there.
Just past the P.
Yes, and so he knows that I'm not going to come let him out during a set And so it's like he waits until the set is over, and then he whines in the breaks in between while I'm working
has you
out.
patterned.
And so now I'm just using that as motivation, like the anger that's building up within me. I'm like, all right, put it to the weights, Chris.
Right.
Put it to the weights.
Right. And don't take long breaks in between sets.
Just
and then
keep
there's
going.
less whining.
Yeah, just keep going. And then I crank metal up very, very loud.
So you can't hear the whining.
But that's not when nobody else is home. I don't
Right.
listen to metal around
Right,
my kids, so y'all don't save your emails,
right,
all right?
yeah.
It's pretty funny. In fact, I'll be rolling up and it's like Pantera's domination. Pantera's domination. A little bit of slip there. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
And then my kids get in the car and it's like, you got a friend in me, you know,
You
that
quickly
kind of
say-
thing. Yeah, I change. I don't listen to that.
So
around
I've
my
got
kids.
the old dog Jack, who he has his things, and we've talked about that. And then I got Leo the whiner. Okay, now Leo, he will whine, and he won't give you a chance. It's like the truck pulls up, and I turn the car off. I'm like, could you give me a second?
Yes.
Buddy, I hadn't even got out the truck yet. I am coming your way.
I'm not going to sit in the truck. I will get out of this truck.
You're so impatient. Good night, and so we're dealing with that. But it's just like, it just exhausts me. It doesn't mean we don't care about them and love them. We take care of them. Good gracious.
I'm taking them to the vet today. I'm
Hey,
taking 2 dogs to the vet today.
They are taken care of. I promise you that.
Yes.
But I am done. I am so exhausted.
And plus,
I really am.
you got River, you got Life, you got your kids, you have children.
Right.
And I got my dog before I had children, and the dog goes from like, all right, this is a big responsibility that I'm enjoying. Honestly, it was a good warm up for kids, straight up.
Yeah.
It really was.
Yeah.
Like as far as getting used to not
responsibility and all that. Yeah,
responsibility and my time not being 100% my time.
Right.
Every day, there's that little bit of obligation and responsibility, and like, oh, if you don't take care of it, you're gonna have consequences. All that.
Right.
And so it was great, and being more patient, being more understanding, all of that. It was great. I love Kevin's contribution to my spirit. You notice I couldn't leave it.
This is all good.
I couldn't leave it.
You must think
I
Aaron's
love
going to hear
Kevin.
this hour.
Yeah. Oh yes, for sure.
Yeah.
But that brings me to a sweet little picture that we got of Rick's dog on his 60th that just went by, and. Here's
look
Buddy.
at that.
Buddy's
There's
doing
Buddy.
good. Tiny little Buddy is doing great.
Rick
still.
is free. Rick and Sherry are free. They found a great home. Miss Barbara is a wonderful dog owner and took in Buddy.
Barbara, the big fan of the show.
Yeah, and she's just salted the earth and took him in, and he just has the best little dog life. But that means Rick is free. Rick is free from a dog, and he loves that life.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to imagine what that's like.
And so I'm wondering, does Barbara want any more dogs?
Yeah. How about two? How about 2 Australian Shepherds?
Yeah.
Barbara?
And a weird German Shepherd Basset Hound and a pit mix. I don't know what Kevin even is.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to start like blah 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 Barbara Society or something. We can name it. Barbara takes in dogs that are really putting out their owners. That's a long title.
That's way too long.
But
that website probably wouldn't even, people can't spell
just
it right.
shoot us an email, Barbara. If
Barbara's,
you feel led to do that, that's fine.
Yeah, Barbara's Boulevard for old dogs or something. I don't know. Let me know, Barbara. And if it helps, we could call Kevin not a pit mix. We could call him a Staffordshire Terrier. That's all
that
I
sounds
always went
good.
with.
Yeah.
People would get mad when I was living in apartments or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
People would get mad when they would see him. And I'm like, no, he's a Staffordshire Terrier.
We're good.
He's not a pit bull. No.
No.
Of course, I have no idea what he is.
But see, now added to the family, we have a college dog.
Oh, right. That's your dog now, friend.
Cuddy.
That's your dog.
That's right. Cuddy the college dog.
You got to watch him day and night.
Uh-huh. JC's dog, the college dog, Cuddy, is now with us. It's a Catahoula Leopard, I think is what it is. It's like a Louisiana Hound. It's about 85 pounds. Huge.
What?
Oh yeah.
You've been taking care of an 85-pound dog.
It looks like
a
a really, really big black lab with some blue merle in it. It's a real pretty dog, and Terry calls it our cool dog because it's really cool.
Yeah.
And now it's got him a nose. He'll sniff around. I think it's missing its calling. It should be like some type of drug dog or something. But so he comes home with JC whenever JC returns. out jumps the 85-pound dog.
I don't know why I was picturing like you taking care of a rat terrier or
Oh
something like that.
No, this is a large one.
85-pound dog.
Oh, it's a big one.
That's 40 pounds twice. If I'm doing my math right.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. How old
Feel
is
my
it?
pain.
Like 2?
It's about a year-ish.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Does it get along with your old dog?
Oh, it gets along great. Has a great
that's
temperament.
great.
Everything is awesome.
Yeah.
But it's so big. So JC went on a walk the other day. He met a little girl that he's talking to, and nothing major, but just friends.
Yeah.
And they went on this walk through the nature trail and all this kind of took Cuddy with him.
Look at him.
And
Great move.
Yeah, it was
nature
good.
trail, go for a walk.
that's
You don't have
good.
anything to say, just walk.
Right. Just
It's
walk.
Great. Yes.
But he said anytime they encountered someone else walking their dog, like coming the opposite way, he said you could see they tensed up because it looks so dominant and so big.
Yeah.
They don't realize he's just a teddy bear. But
Did you call it a leopard?
yeah, it's and I might be saying it wrong, but it's Catahoula Leopard.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can I Google that? All right,
Yeah.
I'm going to try Googling
Yeah,
that.
do that real quick.
Is it with a K or a C? Like
C,
Catalina?
C, is it Catalina?
I don't know. Catahoula.
I thought it was a Catahoula.
No, there you go. Catahoula Leopard dog.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's got like a little hound, almost like a.
Yes, it's a Louisiana hound. I think they were bred to help the Indians hunt hogs and stuff. Looking back, Native Americans back in the day.
That is cool.
Yeah,
Check that
you got
out.
This way.
Oh, you don't have it up there, but you got it up there.
Yeah.
There you go.
So that one you're showing has a lot more blue merle in it than Cuddy. But I'll send you a shot.
Does
here
he
in a second.
drool?
No, he doesn't.
Good.
I don't like drooling dogs.
No, I don't want a drooling dog. Dogs
Yeah.
are enough trouble it is. And
Right.
honestly, I think I'm gonna go small dog next time
Are you?
around if we
Okay.
can at all. Aaron wants a basset hound, which those are low maintenance
What?
dogs.
Yeah.
Once we get. Anyways, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. I just emailed you a picture of Cuddy, and we
Okay.
got to go to break. You can show it, but this was from about a month and a half ago, I guess.
Wow, that's a cool dog. But
yeah.
I think I want to go small dog, man, because when a big
No, you
dog.
don't want any more dogs. No, you don't want to go small
Aaron
dogs.
is going to force me to have a dog.
Oh, what about the dog? What about the dog?
When our dogs die, Aaron will force us. And I want to go from 2 kind of big dogs, because mine are both 45, 50 pounds, to
Yeah.
1 small dog. Because when a big dog has a problem, that's a big mess.
Oh, that is a good point. That is a good point. But then you got another dog.
Rick and Bubba.
At Boot Barn, we're driven by everything the cowboy boot stands for. The reliable communities of the West, the hardened values of the cowboy, and the unshakable spirit of all who lead a tenacious lifestyle. Justin Boots capture these Western ideals in every pair. Their handcrafted boots are an invitation into the continuing story of the West, open to all who dream of untamed lands and endless Western skies. Justin Boots at Boot Barn.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox, buyraycon.com/bigbox, or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the Kickoff Hour. We're getting things rolling for the boys. That's why it's called the Kickoff Hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. You can call it anytime. It'll be on screen calls this hour. You can text that same number. It's 866-932-3244, and we are hearing from a lot of you that actually have the breed of dog that Cuddy, the college dog, is, and you're sending us some pictures and some information about the Catahoula Leopard, and I sent you a picture. There's Cuddy right there.
There's Cuddy. Wow.
He doesn't look as kind of like the
so sweet looking.
It's kind of like the snake. It doesn't look as big, but I sent you another one of him sprawled out on the couch, and that gives you a better indication. But anyway, we were just talking about dogs and the fact that ours are getting older, and we're thinking, okay, we're about to be done with dogs, and then here comes Cuddy, the college dog, and we're starting all over again. But anyway, it's been a great conversation, and thank you, Adler, for being guest host here for the Kickoff Hour. There he is laid out on the couch.
He's got a cool, white, gray markings on his face.
Yeah, a little blue. It's kind of a blue merle type look.
I don't know that word. You keep saying it, but it sounds smart.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
You got Cuddy. Jack is there. He's a red merle but he's just got some merle in him. That blue. So
that's a cool dog.
Yeah.
But I'm pleased. I'm like, please, the smallest dog possible. Because if a Chihuahua pees in your house, that's a lot different than a St. Bernard peeing in your house.
Yeah.
And people are messaging on YouTube, on the chat, they're saying the Adler needs to disinfect or whatever the area where Franklin keeps peeing.
Probably is.
And I am.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just Franklin knows what he wants, and Franklin has a routine, and it is something else. So I eat, and then I just go use the bathroom in the same spot all the
Right,
time.
and it's not a full go. It's not a full go.
Right.
It's like a half a go, and it's real sneaky about
Like he just needs to get that out.
But I'm using what is it, Nature's Miracle or something like that.
Yeah,
It gets that smell out of there.
Yeah.
So they hopefully don't go again.
Right.
And you don't slip again in bare feet.
No, we don't want that. How about bare feet stepping in anything like that? It's just awful.
One time I was trying to get the dogs out before it started raining, and I just have like concrete in my basement.
Yeah.
And I'm holding Ezra. And I'm getting the dogs out the door, and I thought it was water that had come in somehow under the door or something like that, because it was starting to get windy and rainy, and I'm trying to get the dogs in and out real quick before.
Yeah.
And this is the closest I've ever come to falling or dropping any of my kids. Right? I've never dropped my kids, which is
that's good.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Buddy.
Because sometimes they make it difficult. They try to squirm out.
Takes talent.
Ezra's doing this headbutt thing where he's trying to bust my nose in with the back of his head anytime. I'm like, you have poop in your pants. We have to get it out. This is not my fault. This is kind of your fault, actually, friend.
Why are you headbutting me?
But, oh, my goodness. I was barefoot. I'm taking the dogs out, and I stepped on what I thought was rainwater. And I did like a cartoon, like whoop, 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 like feet up in the air, almost lost it. It was terrifying, frankly, because that would have been so bad. You come down with a kid in your arms, you come down on concrete. Who knows? It would have
been terrible.
And luckily at the time, I did not know it was Franklin's pee.
You would have
because I would have been so angry. That's a blessing from God that I thought it was rainwater.
That it is.
I get the dogs out, take them back in, and then I go to go clean up the rainwater, and I realize it's tinting my paper towels in a yellowish kind of tint.
Yeah,
and I'm
not
like,
good.
oh, wow. So
Yeah.
that was good, because that would have been a very angry moment in my life.
Right.
Because, wow, scary. And instead, I ended up just being grateful, to God. Thank you, God, for not letting that.
Let me drop my son.
Yeah, smack my head or his on the ground.
Yeah.
Wow, dog.
So,
Barbara, do you want a dog?
a couple. Don't
At least one.
Hey, not just yours.
Hey, Kevin, compared to Franklin, Kevin's a dream dog, honestly. He listens most of the
And there's a little bit of bias there, and it bothers.
Absolutely.
Probably bothers Aaron.
You got like your natural born son and your adopted son. It's just going to be different. I'm just totally joking. You can love an adopted child more than your own
Franklin
kid.
was Aaron's dog.
Yes.
And Kevin was yours, and then together you're a family now. But
right, there's the tension. No, I'm just kidding. But man, they're going deaf. They're going deaf on me though. They're getting that old.
Either they're just not listening.
And they don't like to listen either. But here's how I know that Kevin is actually deaf. Is because I'll be walking up and I'll make noise as I'm walking up to him, dragging my feet and even snapping even a little bit, and he doesn't react at all. And then I'll just touch him on the side, and he'll jump oh, I didn't know you were there. I'm like, oh wow, maybe you are deaf. So I test him. I'll test him. Beep, beep, hey, oh wait.
Yeah.
And he doesn't react at all, and then I'll touch him on the side. I'm like,
maybe he is going down. Maybe you can have him checked at the vet today.
I remember picking him up from the Humane Society all those years ago in my 20s, and I was like, man, I'm going to be 40. I could potentially be in my late 30s or 40 by the time, and still have this dog.
Yeah.
Which I'm there now. I'm there now, and it's so bizarre.
And you still have the dog.
And he's still around. Yeah.
We're talking about life here this hour. This is what we do. And a lot of you through the text, you're in. You're in with us. You all have. Look, we're blessed and we love our family, but the dogs sometimes can put us out, right? What about the dog? Anytime you go anywhere, what about the dog? What about the dog?
We're going to the beach this weekend with my family.
The dogs? What about the dogs?
And the dogs, you have to reserve a spot.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, years in advance.
Yeah.
You better have your vacation planned.
And some of you dog places, y'all got creative, and I applaud you. I'm not hating on you. But, man, there's suites and like doggy resorts, man. I mean, good night.
Yeah, we don't do all that.
No, but, I mean, it's available.
But this is how they get you. You got to have all the shots up to date.
Yes, you do.
Every year? Am I doing this every year? What is this?
Yeah.
And so now that's
called a yearly checkup on your dogs. Adler.
See, when I took them 2 years ago, I was like, this is it. This is my last time. Give them everything they need. You'll never see me again. But then they get you because at the boarding place, you got to.
I see what you're doing today. You're getting their shots up so you can board them.
Yes. What about the dog?
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We go. A brand new hour has begun. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour on a brand new day. 46 shows left, I think. As we celebrate the last 30 plus years and ready for another one today. This hour starts with the national anthem. Here we go. It is another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we are moving forward. Looking forward to visiting with you again today. The kickoff hour, Adler and Speedy have knocked that out. As you know, the real Greg Burgess not with us today. He should be back tomorrow. We'll break down the stories of the day since the last time that we were together. We'll get your phone calls in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Thank you for being with us. Wherever you get the Rick and Bubba Show, whether that be live, all the way live, or maybe you catch it on an archive, we're glad that you are here. All those options available at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Wednesday Bible study back today. We'll finish chapter 2 of the book of Daniel. Nebuchadnezzar's dream interpreted by Daniel. But ultimately, he tells you who interprets the dream. It's not him. All right, we're missing one. There he is, the silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice. Professional lunch eaters, man of the year. The inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How are you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, and those fleeing a hurricane. Seen nothing yet.
Baby, you just ain't seen nothing yet. shoulder. You ain't seen nothing yet. Bubba, I'm looking over some things, and we've covered a number of them that we will cover on today's program. I'm looking down at the show prep that's laid out before us by Speedy and Adler and the stuff they gather. Dancing with the Stars fans furious over creepy Gene Simmons. Did Gene Simmons make a guest judge appearance on Dancing with the Stars?
Yeah, he did. I didn't see it. I've seen the reviews. Everybody said he was acting, like Gene Simmons normally acts.
Well,
I'm shocked that they're surprised about that.
So they went and got a guy who has, how many years is he? His character is a demon. Brought him on during
40,
during
50
October.
years now.
What was this? Some sort of Halloween celebration or something? And then
no, they were doing, I think. Heavy metal or hair metal bands, that kind of thing.
Do you know I saw this? Of course, I couldn't stay because I get nervous when they start dancing and I have to turn it. I saw, I think, was it Dwight Howard? He is on there, and he is, of course, he can touch the ceiling. He's so tall.
Yes.
And he's got that little dance. He's a little partner with him. He comes up to his waist.
Yeah.
And I looked over, and there's Gene Simmons. I did see it.
Well, they were saying that Gene Simmons.
Then I had to turn it.
The comments he were making. Well, we'll get into it
all right.
later.
So I just saw that. I didn't know that happened. It's funny because finally, when things settled last night, Sherry and I were like, well, let's just sit down. See, and I remember seeing the option Dancing with the Stars, and I was afraid she was going to pick it. But it didn't happen, so I never saw it. Unfortunately, I watched the show that, of course, Speedy could never watch ever in his entire life, and that is the blind auditions on The Voice.
Yeah.
Speedy, I'm just telling you and Andy Blanks will be put in the hospital because they give you a backstory that somebody's mother is dying of cancer and she's singing for her mother. Do not think somebody's going to turn around.
Yeah. Well, Rick, we
I'm out. I'm not even going to entertain it.
And Carson standing there screaming, "Someone turn around!" And all of her family crying, "Come on, somebody!" Oh gosh, I hope you never see that show.
We also want to welcome many, many people that are flooding into Rick and Bubba areas, leaving Florida right now in record numbers, which they should be.
Sure.
Some of the footage that we're just now getting out of North Carolina because, so many people have been isolated, hadn't had cell service, FEMA's blocking the Starlinks going in, things like that.
Stuff like that, yeah.
But you've got people that were showing their yard or their house or the creek next to them before this and then after. And it is absolutely unbelievable, the difference.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that has really woke up a lot of people in Florida that might try to ride these things out from time to time, but this one is not one to ride out.
Well, it's not worth it.
It is a big Category 5. They think it'll be 3 at landfall, but it's still going to be very, very dangerous. And we talked to some people yesterday who were trying to get out, and they said it was very difficult.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
Gas stations are running out of gas, and everybody coming north. So a lot of those folks are coming into Rick and Bubba areas, and we want to welcome to the show. And I know they're going to be displaced for a while, and hopefully it will be shorter than longer. And a lot of that is supposed to hit. Is it tonight, late, or early in the morning?
Late tonight.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
she's a big one.
And don't you love when you're in duress, either in the post duress of Helene, or you're preparing for the next load of duress from what's his name again?
This one is Milton. And we've got to ask Spann about Nadine. There's another tropical low forming that could be an issue. So I don't know where they're at on that. Have you seen the hurricane hunter footage? These guys that fly into these hurricanes and get – and you know what was strange? When they left to go check it the first time, it was a Category 1. By the time they got there and did their measurements, it was a Category 3. And then they went back yesterday with it as a 5. And you should see the footage of them in that plane.
You'll never get Lee Moore. You won't get Lee Moore in one of those.
Hey, you talking about turbulence, Rick?
Yeah.
You think they actually went through the eye wall like 3 different times? It was unbelievable.
No, it ain't for me. I'm glad people do it. I wouldn't do it. But yeah, don't you love when this kind of stuff's going on? Everything that we just mentioned. And politicians play games with your lives. Isn't that a blast?
Yeah.
Isn't that good?
Don't you love that? When suddenly if you vote for one party, you get treated this way. If you vote for another, in that way, and they're all playing these games. And here come the climate cultists and all that, and all you're worried about is when you're going to have water again.
Yeah. Can I drink? Can I eat? Can I go back to my house?
Isn't that a blast? Don't you love watching that? But you know what? You remember that when November gets here. Just remember.
I know.
You're gonna have we need to all be elephants when it comes to this kind of stuff. And then all of a sudden we have to ask the question today: has Howard Stern become the man?
Yeah, well, I think that happened a while back.
Yeah, but I mean, he just keeps doubling down. I mean, who's the person that can sit down with Howard going, Howard, you used to be against the man. You've become the man.
Yep.
It's Homie the Clown.
It happened to Homie. It can happen to Howard.
More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't want to get into this mammal thing and milk and eggs and nursing and all that. Look, if you're in the water and you got a tail and you catch other fish and you swim, you're a fish.
Okay, bottom line.
I don't care if
Bottom
I don't care if you got a porthole or not.
Right.
I don't care if you hold your breath, you got gills, you got teeth, fins, you're in the water, you're a fish.
No legs?
No. Dolphin can't live on the land. It has to be in the water. That makes you a fish.
Right.
Doesn't matter about the porthole. Doesn't matter about the babies. Don't matter about the milk.
So,
all that, I don't. Who classified these things?
So you
Wasn't it the same guy that said we evolved?
Yeah, you refute the current classification of what's a mammal and what's not.
Well, sure. Look, Rick, you look at a dog in the yard, and you look at a dolphin.
Right.
Granted, there's some similarities. Both of them are pretty good at fetching a ball.
That's right, yeah.
But I don't think they're the same thing, no more than I think that dolphin is a bird. Now, Rick, if you're a bird, let me tell you what you are. You got feathers, you got wings,
right.
And you can slip the bonds of gravity for mere moments of time and fly through the air.
Now, what is a penguin?
A penguin is a fish bird.
Okay, all right.
He's a fish bird.
Right.
A fish bird.
Right.
He's a fish bird.
You weren't ready for penguin, were you?
Dang it, Rick.
Dang penguin.
He's a fish bird.
He is a fish bird.
It's actually
bird.
If you're a killer whale, it's called an appetizer.
Yeah.
I got a little bit of issue with a ostrich being called a bird. Because, I mean, they don't fly. You know?
Well, let's see. I'd have to
does
think
have wings,
about it.
though.
Before I can declare some of the, Rick, of all the, I mean, there's like 1 million animals, and you're going to give me like 3 that straddle the fence. Is that it?
See, I would call a sea lion a mammal before I would a dolphin and a whale.
Yeah, well, he can get up on the land.
And live.
Yeah.
Now, he needs to get wet every now and then.
Sure. I mean, really, he's like a fat gopher or beaver or something.
I would put seal over and penguin over together.
Fat beaver. Well, he is. That's what a sea lion is. It's just a real sea cows, all that. They're fat beavers.
Minus the tail.
Well, you don't know if they got the tail or not. They're so fat.
That's a good point.
Did you know the difference between a sea lion and a seal?
No.
It is the tail.
Really?
A sea lion can use its tail almost like legs, and a seal can't.
Rick.
Absolutely
Who's
right.
going to dispute that? Which one plays them horns?
The ostrich.
Either one of them.
Okay.
The ostrich, can it fly or
No,
can it not fly?
Absolutely not.
It can fly if it runs fast enough and jumps off a cliff for a small amount of time.
No, that's called hang gliding.
So look, why don't we say this? The boundary lines between bird and fish is penguin.
Okay.
If you're on the fish side of penguin, we're going to call them, you know what we're going to call them? Boundary lines. If you're on the fish side of penguin, you're a fish. If you're on the bird side, you're a bird.
And if you try to
we're going to take
violate
the
it,
ostrich and we're going to make him the border for birds and mammals.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
you
fair.
good with that?
Fair.
All
right, here's what we say.
So what's a dolphin? A fish?
Here's what you say. And if somebody tries to dispute it, you say, hey, you're out of penguin.
That's
Which
right.
means you're out of line.
Oh,
you're
that's
over the
right.
line.
You're
over the penguin.
Hey, what they call Craig, the senior PGA Tour, Craig?
The walrus.
The walrus. Okay. I was wondering
Now, that's
what it
a
was.
whole nother thing.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
was
seal with
thinking
big
about-
teeth
No,
that
the
needs
wal-
orthodontist.
The walrus. Look, I put the walrus, the seal,
This
all
side
of
of the
them.
penguin.
They're right of the penguin, which makes them a mammal, because they can go either way. But
Right.
they're good if you can live outside. If you can function on dry land, you're a mammal.
So you're saying
a dolphin cannot.
If you're saying even though the penguin lays eggs, still mammal because it functions well on land.
Yes,
Well, no,
it can live.
It's a fish bird.
It can. It's
No,
the born.
it's the line.
Rick, it is the line. It can be called either one.
Okay.
You go either way with it.
So I'm welcome to call an ostrich a mammal or a bird.
It is either one. It is the boundary line. If you split the ostrich right down the middle, you got half bird, half mammal.
I got you.
That's how I would have drawn it up. That's how I would have done the rules if I was in charge.
You'd have laid it out there.
Any other animal we need to cover?
Platypus.
Boy. I
It
don't even know
lays
what that
eggs
is.
and produces milk. You don't care about that, though, right?
No,
it's how they
who
live.
come up with that?
Mammal.
Who's
then.
studying that?
How about
Yeah,
this?
it's on land. Doesn't it lay the eggs on land?
Yeah, mammal. It gets in the water like a beaver or something, but it lays on land.
The only exception is, to me, the dolphin, because it is breathing air. I got that, but it's a fish. I mean, a kid sees a dolphin, well, they go, fish? I mean, it's not that complicated.
Right. The reason why, and you know what,
look,
really?
mama, fish.
I brought up the platypus.
Then I go, look, mama, mammal.
Here we go. 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us on a brand new one. We're glad you're here. An active week going on. If you would like to check on those, men, if you're out there, there's a number of opportunities this week beginning tomorrow all the way through Sunday for you to attend man church services or men's events that we're part of. Find all those at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. Okay, so Bubba, hurricane is, we know, Florida.
Hurricane Milton.
So it's Milton.
No, we just got done.
Old
with,
Milty.
Which one was
Helene.
it?
Helene.
Yeah, Helene. And then we got Nadine we got to ask James about. But, Rick, this was some amazing footage. It was on social media.
And Dolly Parton's upset about somebody named Jolene.
Yeah.
But anyway, go ahead.
So these folks were going to ride out the hurricane coming up. And they're going to show you the footage of what it looked like outside their house before
and where was
then
this?
After. This is in North Carolina.
In North Carolina.
Yeah.
So this is.
So check this out. Yeah, this is wild.
Okay, so it's a before and after.
We'll describe it.
Here you go. So there's the
Can
day.
we hear the audio? She's talking about it. Can we hear it?
Day
We're
before.
up on this little hill.
We're up on this hill.
And we're about 30 feet up from the river.
So you got to.
Oh, wow, you're by the river.
Historically speaking, the most this river has ever flooded is 10 feet.
You got a
Which is
river, a
probably
road, and then
closer
they're
to
up a
10
bank,
feet.
and then their house, right?
On the other side of the road, yeah.
Right. Cars, all that.
You think, hey, I'm safe.
Here's 24 hours
Oh,
later.
good grief.
What in
The
the
water
world?
is at their door.
Oh, yeah.
What?
The whole road is washed away. All the footage down there, everything is washed away. And if it goes up any higher, it's in their house.
Yeah, did it ever get in their house?
They were safe.
Okay, because I'll tell you this, for just a brief moment, you've got kind of a cool setup there. You can watch people's houses go by.
There's a house going down the river. They're watching a house go
That's
down
so
the
sad.
river.
And see, that's what it was before.
I think we're going to be fine, she said beforehand.
See the weeds right there? That's where you see that in the other footage.
And then the
It's
water,
right
it goes right up to those bricks right there,
I
doesn't
mean,
it?
that is a huge difference.
Yeah.
Huge. When you're
really
not
is.
even in the main area of the hurricane.
No.
I mean, this is just
That's
rainfall
inland.
after
Yeah, because
that.
I understand when people live on the coast and won't leave, and you're like, man, what are you thinking? But if you're sitting in North Carolina inland, you probably didn't think you needed to evacuate.
No.
Look at that difference.
No.
Yeah. So there you go.
And there's more and more of these coming out, literally every hour.
Yeah, the landscape has been changed forever because the water just made its own way.
And see, that road is gone. Okay. It was a paved road. It had a guardrail by it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, how many years will it take to get that road replaced? Because you can't just go back and lay down concrete. You got to have all that base coat of the road and pack it in and all of that. Adler, do you have the
real
footage?
quick? Yes, real quick on just while we're still on North Carolina and Helene, and more videos are starting to come out. Here is a mudslide. This guy is just filming, and it's just a river that wasn't there before coming down the mountain, and he just happened to be filming when the mountain breaks loose.
You can hear it.
Here it comes. Look,
man.
it's taking out trees. Trees are falling, and he's like, gets down. He doesn't know what to say. Get inside.
Oh, my gracious.
I mean, it's just the mountain is coming down in his side yard.
And didn't they say that's why there were so many cell phone issues because of the fiber and these cell towers were just coming off these mountains because they couldn't hold them?
Yeah.
I mean, they were just giving way like this.
Unbelievable.
How about living in a time that you do have everybody can document? And think about how many of these type storms we've had that people had no way to document them. I mean,
Right.
we didn't get all we didn't get all the vision.
But the speed at which that went from, hey, I'm taking a video of a creek to there is a massive mudslide coming down that's taking out everything in front of it.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's knocking those pine trees over just like toys.
Yeah, like it's nothing.
Unbelievable.
And then you just think of the notion of those people that think we as human beings can actually affect climate.
No, I know.
It's absurd. Totally absurd. We are such a nothing to creation. If it decides to rage.
The hurricane hunters that give us so much information about these storms that actually fly through them and drop out electronics. We have footage of them going through Milton. And
wow.
Rick, these are people, they do this all the time.
No way
this
I would
is
do
what
this.
they do.
There's no way I would do this.
Turn it up so you can hear the hurricane.
Look at they're in an airplane and it's shaking.
You can tell that guy there's like, this is getting a little
This guy looks like
here.
he's not as committed as he once was.
What?
Oh my
Equipment
goodness!
is flying everywhere, and they're set up. This thing is designed to go through turbulence.
Wow.
Well, damn.
Oh wow! Yeah,
That stuff being thrown everywhere.
They are scared.
I loved when he said, "Can you grab my phone?" And they go to grab it, and then they hit that turbulence.
And it moves. The phone moved on them.
Yep, it did.
Look at all that equipment in there, though. That is a sweet setup. I see that they're using turbo props instead. I guess, does that work better in this kind of weather, Bubba? Any idea?
Radar. Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
And they probably need to be able to fly at that speed to drop out some of the test equipment they have. And I imagine that those are just maybe a little more suited for that weather, don't you think?
The view out that
I would
window.
guess, yeah. I wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know. It gives you more balance. I don't know.
He finally got his phone.
Well,
I was so worried about his phone.
A jet engine should not go out with water being slammed in it, but
Right.
it could, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I don't know. They're brave guys.
I don't want that job.
No. Who wants
No,
that?
thank you.
No,
Who wants
that's
that?
No, that is not. I mean, I'm glad they do it, man. I thank you for the information.
And the information, they give us is incredible. And they fly through the wall. They go through all that, and then they get into this spot where it's peaceful and calm and sunny.
Yeah.
And then go right back into that wall again, and that's just unbelievable.
Yeah, that reminds me of the Speedy stories when you were living on the coast. You said y'all would. But you'd hunker down, then the eye would come. You'd go out and play football, enjoy yourself, then run back in.
Yeah, that's right. Here it comes
Dad would
again.
call us back in. All right, come back in.
Come back in. Okay, so that's the end of the eye.
Now I saw that the eye of Milton is a tighter eye, and does that mean a stronger? The tighter the eye, the stronger
it's
that
more
is?
well formed, so it's faster.
It's expanding now, though.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, because I knew it was like down to 3.5 miles at one point, which is insane. Here's a view of Hurricane Milton from space, which you don't get
Did
that
you see?
very often.
There's several of the space station flying over it, and you see the mass, how huge it is.
Wow. That's a big storm, y'all.
Yep.
Big storm.
So how about the people on text are saying because of the location of those people in the mountains in North Carolina, that flood insurance is not covered on a lot of their homeowners.
I read 1% of people in North Carolina have flood insurance because you don't think it's going to happen.
Think about
I
where
live
they
in
are.
the mountains.
Yeah.
So
that was a big concern.
That view flying over that is so crazy because it's so violent down on the surface. And then they're floating up there. It's quiet. It's peaceful. It's calm. And they're 200 miles up above it just looking down on top of it.
And how fast are they going, Bubba?
4 times faster than a rifle bullet.
That's fast.
That's smoking.
That's flying.
That is,
Let's see. To stay in orbit, I'm trying to think. I know to escape's about 2,100 miles an hour. I think to be in orbit, you got to be, 21,000. It's probably about 17,000 miles an hour.
The ISS is going 17.5.
Yeah. That's to hold orbit.
17,500 miles per hour.
So if you shot a rifle bullet out the front of the space station, you would see it go backwards.
Bye, bullet.
And it would chase you, but you would be running away from it. Isn't that funny?
Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Greg Burgess is back from his cruise. I know that he has been.
People that wrong me about it, I try to tell them I checked.
Right.
Show them your birth certificate, and then from then on, all you need is your sign and sale card and your picture ID. That's
Hey, your voice sounds
Hey, you
good.
sound
Tired?
real tired.
I swallowed a bunch of seawater snorkeling, and ever since then I've been struggling.
Yeah, we'll do that to you, by the way.
worms.
Greg, the
How
name,
about snorkeling's way
Greg, the
overrated.
name of it's rum.
So yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. I never heard that brand, snorkeling.
yeah, that's a new brand. That Cuban cigar may have something to do with it.
Yeah. All right, so you had, but now you just said snorkeling is overrated.
Yeah, I pictured like a lagoon. Oh, pal, we're at Freeport, which is not very impressive if you've ever been there.
We went to Freeport when I got out. I said, you know what, this is a lot like Birmingham.
Well, look, I look out the window and they're like loading ships. We're in an
Right.
industrial park.
Right.
That's where you dock, and then you ride through a third world country to get to what they call a resort. And then you got all these little booths selling shirts. Come in handsome. It doesn't cost to look handsome. You know, $10. You want it bad? I'll sell it to you for $8 handsome. You know, they negotiate with you the whole time. And that lady's beard was thicker than mine. It was. We were like, wow. So we decided to go snorkeling, and I'm thinking lagoon. He takes us 1.5 miles out in the ocean, and it's white capping. Pitches us some goggles, says, "Have at it, fellas." So we just kind of winged it, and we ended up just taking all the fins and stuff off, and just like we were at Cheneby, we'd get on the boat and just dive. You know, we used to just go swimming when we were kids up Lake Cheneby.
Yeah.
We were on turning flips off the boat and swimming around. That's basically what it
Yeah,
is.
we had the same situation. Some of that, when they throw you out like that, the snorkeling's too much work.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I also found out snorkeling that my wife would abandon me if she thinks she sees a shark. Didn't give me a heads up at all. All I got was flippers and face.
I'm out.
Yeah.
All I got to do is outswim you.
That's all she thought. If I got swim tubs, I'm good.
No, we had a good time. Great friends of mine were there. You know, the other parents. You know, we've all hung out forever as our kids were growing up. We got to kick back the boys. Nobody got in trouble that I know of. You know, nobody had to come.
Now you said Greg, you were impressed with the entertainment on the ship.
Oh yeah. I found me a band. You know how we like live bands?
Yes.
You
sound real tired.
Yeah.
Me and the McGinnises.
Greg, it'll let go in a day or two.
I know it. They were. I'm not. I don't mean it's bad. If you notice on the boat, everybody's from another
Somebody seen
country.
the preview of that new movie Hangover?
Yeah. Oh, that ain't it. Everybody on the boats.
Maybe you should have took one more day, Greg, to kind of get
Hey,
focused.
and I think $6 a beer is a little much.
Yeah.
But that's a joke.
Greg, we all know you got to give yourself a day.
But anyway, we found us a
I know
band.
it's not a long neck, but take a
they
sip of
got
that water.
clubs. They got little
Keep drinking
places.
your water. Don't dehydrate.
Okay, they got clubs all over the boat. Karaoke was big. I loved it. You want to watch people go to karaoke.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, we found this band, and they are excellent. God, they can play. And they play anything from Guns N' Roses, Metallica, to mountain music by Alabama. I mean, they can do it all. They even throw Earth, Wind, and Fire in there every now and then.
Oh.
But they're of some type of Asian descent, okay? Everybody on the boat's from somewhere. And they all got, but they were in the Asians, like they may be in Indonesia. I don't know. And they could play well, but when he do Freebird, if I leave here tomorrow, that's why he starts singing. So we were loving it.
You're making that
up.
I weave here tomorrow.
But
If I we here tomorrow.
that was the only part. The name was in key, but his pronunciation.
Sweet home Alabama.
Yeah, exactly.
I got you.
So we were loving them. But the karaoke.
Please request Werewolves of London.
London. They could have played it. They can play anything.
Right. You're just
they
saying
throw Johnny
amazing
Cash.
skill.
Then they go into Sweet Child of Mine, followed by Inner Sandman. I mean, it was. So we were every night we went and watched it. We loved it
Every night?
every night. So because you really want to sleep in that closet they call a room.
Yeah, their
That's
rooms are
fun.
nice.
You
aren't
better be tired when you go in there because sleeping's all you can do. I mean, it's just you can't even watch television because we lost our remote. Day 2. But the food was great. Boy, they feed you, don't they?
Sure. They do.
I
Fun.
enjoyed the sit-down meal, the real fancy one, and the waiters all dance and sing.
Yeah,
every
that's fun.
night, and I ordered like 4 entrees because, hey, keep them coming.
Because
Now,
you can.
did your wife Lisa hate she did not go on this?
Let me be honest with you, and I know Lisa. Lisa don't want nothing to do with the cruise.
No, she doesn't fly either, right?
She doesn't fly, but
don't do boats.
Cruises are a lot of crowded people, and all of you eating out of the trough, and she ain't big on eating out of the trough. You know, buffets, we call them the trough.
How about that ice cream machine?
Now, that
it
was
works
nice.
24/7, don't it?
I just don't think Lisa would be. Now, she might, but 3-day cruise. She definitely don't need to go on a 7.
Yeah, we all look. Let's all admit the 7's a little long.
Yeah.
Thank you for being with us today. One way not to be sleep deprived is to have a customized mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Yes, how about a mattress made for you? The folks at Helix have a sleep quiz, which doesn't take very long at all, for you to fill out. They want to know, how do you sleep? What position do you sleep in? Do you your stomach, your side, your back, your combo? How do you like the firmest of your mattress? You like it really firm, in between, or really, really soft? They'll ask you those kind of things. They have big and tall models. They have mattresses just for children. Parents Magazine said it's the best one for children because it's designed for them. You know, they're growing. They're not going to stay the same size. So if you'd like to find out more about this, they have 20 unique mattresses, including their award-winning Luxe and Ultra Premium Elite collections. Helix Plus is the one I was telling you about for if you're big and tall. That's a good one, too. So right now, we're going to get you a discount by going to helixsleep.com/bigbox. You're going to save 20%. Fall and winter's coming. Go ahead and get this done. If you need to replace a mattress, now's the time to do it. They ship it to you directly. They manufacture them here in the United States at their own facility. You have 100 nights to sleep on it. To be sure you love it, you're going to, but just to make sure. And if you'd like to find out more, go to helixsleep.com/bigbox. You do not have to live a sleep-deprived life. Not if you're sleeping on one of these babies. Save 20% right now at helixsleep.com/bigbox. So, you know, one of the things that's always of interest are those that always take the position that no matter how strong the storm may be forecast, they're going to ride the storm out. We've often tried to study these people. We certainly understand it's a difficult thing to do, but we have a character that is on TikTok, I guess, called Lieutenant Dan.
Well, people call him that because he's one-legged and he lives on a 20-foot sailboat.
He's one-legged,
right,
and lives on a 20-foot sailboat.
He goes by the name Joe C.
Okay, but people call him Lieutenant Dan for obvious reasons,
right? Because of that. Now, he has said he is not leaving the Tampa Bay area.
He's not.
He's going to ride
and he's in
out
a 20-foot sailboat.
He's going to ride the storm out in the water.
So he's not in a submarine.
No.
Okay.
No, he's in a sailboat.
He's not on one of our fighters. Okay.
No.
Is he going up the coastline though?
He's
in Tampa Bay.
There's a picture of the chief of Tampa Bay trying to get Dan to leave the area while there is time. He said he is not leaving the area. He said he will not be wearing a life jacket, and he has placed his faith in God to keep him alive.
All right, so he is living out the joke that's been around forever about why didn't God save me when I was, and God kept saying things like I kept telling you to evacuate.
You know,
I sent people to help you.
I would say to Joe, God, if He's spoken to you directly, you absolutely do what He says. But aside from that,
right,
God has given us this wonderful thing called satellites and weather forecasting.
Right.
And, you know, in the early 1900 Galveston hurricane that killed all those people on Labor Day, nobody knew it was coming.
Right.
Nobody knew. We didn't have satellite. We wasn't in orbit in 1900.
We know now.
Now we have things up there that are taking pictures. We have reporting stations. We have all this ability to communicate data. We know they're coming. God has told us, run for your life for a week.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Through the miracles that God have given us through physics and science.
Well, and again, there's that line of having faith in God and testing God. He's not a fan of the latter.
Absolutely.
You're only supposed to test God in your giving. That's the only time you're told to test God.
That's the only time we're told to do that.
Everything else, you need to use that gift of common sense.
Yeah. So anyway, you know what? We'll see if Dan survives. But is he going to talk to us?
He is.
Okay. All right.
Here's Lieutenant Dan. Hey, so there's a guy in a boat. He's missing one leg.
All right, Dan. For the people that are new, explain to them why you're deciding to stick out a Category 5, one of the worst hurricanes in Tampa history, out on a 20-foot sailboat. in Tampa Harbor?
Oh, the wind.
My faith in man. God told me to come out here and get a boat. I came out here and got a boat. And everything that he's been telling me over the last 2 days is I'm doing the right thing. He's got my back. I'm in good shape. I ain't sweating it. We're going to ride this one out. We got set up the way we know what we're doing. And as long as the water just keeps rising, we'll be fine.
Will you be wearing a life jacket?
Hell no.
Are you going to be able to swim if it need be?
In circles.
One leg.
You can swim with one leg or what?
Funny.
Yeah, I can float like a damn champ. But swimming, I just go in circles.
So the plan's just to stick it out here?
Yeah. I mean, the water's going to come in, it's going to rise. If you're on land, it's going to flood, you're risking drowning. I'm in a boat. The boat goes up with the water. So even if the boat goes up 100 feet in the air, I'm going to be up 100 feet in the air with the water. So it's really, the safest place in the world to be is on my boat. And I got room for one more female.
Okay, buddy. All right. Okay.
Wait a minute. Right. Does he know about wind? Has he ever heard about wind? Yeah. I understand if it's just water, you're fine. But does he know about wind and rough water?
The
waves?
roughness of it.
Yeah.
Smashing into things.
Right. Yeah, that's
Lieutenant Dan.
Right.
I don't know if we're going to hear from him.
Yeah, just you need to enjoy that footage because you're probably not going to see him again.
God love him, you know. And
why do I feel like there's going to be a follow-up story, sad as it is?
Oh, my goodness, the boat is so much smaller than I thought. 20 feet is nothing. Look how small the boat is.
Oh, no, he's, bless him.
Oh,
we found the boat,
goodness.
but we can't find him. Well, I hope we don't have that story. But
I don't know that you'll find the boat.
So his leg is about half shin. It's gone.
Yeah.
So he has a knee.
Like he got caught in like a bear trap or something.
He says he can float great. You just can't swim. Yeah. He swims in circles.
Y'all, that boat is so much smaller.
Please look at the wind and the way it's rocking already when this was done.
Yes.
This is probably a day old.
This is not good. No. Lieutenant.
Well,
Dan.
you know, it's one of those things where you just kind of.
See, this is that thing where the gene pool's going to work itself out. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
You're right.
It's going to have to just happen.
I've seen a lot of footage of boats out on the water, but they're all trying to get them out of the bay and everything and down the coastline. Even some are trying to get down to Orange Beach, Panama City, and get them away from everything. But he's staying. This is different.
Yeah, he's
just going to stay.
Yeah, a texture pointing out the obvious too. When the water rises 100 feet, you also drop 100 feet. You know, if you're on a wave.
Correct.
Yeah, because the water's not going to be like a calm day at the lake. No. It's going to be going up, and it's going to be look like deadliest catch.
Yeah, and that boat's going to be overturned in within 30 minutes.
I'm not sure that he's hearing from God because he says some things that don't sound like like I don't know that God would say, see if you can find a woman to shack up with on the boat.
I got room for one more female.
The quarterback for Vandy?
Yeah. I don't know what's going on there, but I will say this: it is the Lord will look after fools sometimes. So it wouldn't surprise me if at the end of it all, Dan's still somewhere sitting on the building,
smoking a cigarette.
Right. Maybe somebody gets to him this afternoon and says, "Buddy, come on, let's go."
Yeah, everybody's
That's
putting
funny.
the Ryan White line up there. Yeah, it's not that the wind. is
That's
blowing,
a good one too. This decision makes you wonder how he lost his leg.
Right.
True.
Yeah. That was funny when Ron White said that. He said, but it's not that the wind's blowing, it's what it's blowing. If I get hit by a Volvo, I'm dead.
Yeah.
You're
in trouble.
Yeah, that's it. So anyway, hopefully Dan will survive, and we'll still hear from Lieutenant Dan. If not, I don't think anybody can say that it's on anyone but Dan.
No.
Because
that's the thing. If he wants to stay, I don't think the authorities ought to make him go. You're on your own.
See,
that's part of our problem. We've the natural selection process tries to fix this sometimes, and then we intervene with it. And you try to use logic, and if they want to stay, let them stay.
But
then don't call me to come risk my life to save you when it's too late.
No, you can't. We've all been through it, not just on things like this, where you just you talk to people and you say, here's what you need to do, and they look at you and say, I see that, I hear that, I'm just going to take a pass on it, and then you're kind of like, okay, well at least I can sleep knowing that I said you need to do this, this, and this, and if you don't do it, then you have every right not to. But that's kind of, then my responsibility's kind of gone at that
How
point.
many followers do you think Lieutenant Dan has on TikTok?
I'm not familiar with what big numbers are, but I would bet a lot.
It's over 100,000.
Good grief! Yeah, that does not surprise me.
Mayor
have an
Mayor Jane Castor of Tampa, Florida says, "Leave Tampa or you will die." And you guys mentioned they're calling it a mandatory evacuation, but they won't force you to leave.
But then it's not mandatory.
It's basically saying that authorities aren't going to come help you. All right, we're getting reports that Dan was ultimately escorted to a hotel late last night by the police. So he might be out of the water now.
Okay.
But we'll
I don't know that I'd want to be in a hotel right there.
We'll investigate that a little bit more, but reports are that he's been gotten.
There's also a GoFundMe page to buy him a new ship after this is over, and they've raised $17,500 so far.
Oh, good. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This story out of Beijing. Being stung by a bee would have most people rushing to the hospital, which, can I stop right there for just a minute? If you're allergic to bees, you should. But do we all rush to the hospital now for bee stings?
Not if you're not allergic. No, I wouldn't think so. No, I would not. I don't like it. I mean, it's
unpleasant.
Raise your hand if you like to be stung. But
I'll say this: when my other job, if you get stung above the neck, then you had to go to the doctor.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Above the neck,
in the head, I guess that's all.
Your face and ears, tongue.
I don't know.
You know, one of my worst.
And they overdo it. Don't get me wrong.
One of my worst stings ever when I was a kid.
I may have made that up.
Playing out in the wooded area and got in some bees and they got in my ear, stinging me all in my ear.
Oh.
They just mobbed me.
I like when you have to run and slap.
Yeah. And my favorite's when
there's
one's
never water. When
my favorite is when one's in the car and you have to have a conversation with yourself, like, "Hey, it's just a bee."
You try to
about
over
to wreck,
slide the
about
window
to wreck, and you're trying to.
Don't anybody move.
Well,
no, it's no good.
At one Beijing clinic, patients are now lining up to be stung for good health. Bee sting therapy, which involves placing bees on the patient's body in certain pressure points, dates back in China some 3,000 years. It was legalized again in 2007. It's similar to acupuncture. Instead, they use bee stingers instead of needles, and the same principles are involved. But the bee's toxins, which doctors say is a natural medicine, is essential, making the treatment like an injection. Doctors at the clinic say that therapy has proven effective in curing diseases such as, what is that one? Something and arthritis, as well as a list of other ailments.
Have you heard what happened, though, after
What
the
is
story?
that there? That's got to be a joint thing, but I don't even know how you say that.
Did you know what happened? Y'all heard about this?
No, what happened?
They said it was bizarre when this started really kind of taking hold, that they were using bees for this, that a bee had a press conference. It sounded a lot like Jerry Seinfeld. He was very upset about it.
Wow.
Rick, they say the bee therapy has an obvious effect on patients with bone or joint diseases, says Wang Jing, a doctor at the clinic. The treatment relies mainly on the bee's poison, which can help blood circulation, reduce inflammation, and ease pain. Bubba, you got to be careful when you have a medical story out of China.
Bubba, but listen, guys, you know how they do the needle thing, and Bubba tried to say the word, I can't say it.
Acupuncture.
Yeah.
Thank
acupuncture.
you.
But anyway, they actually get tweezers and get the bee, place it on these same pressure points. When they put it down, the bee stings you. I mean, can you imagine laying there going, "Hey, put some bees on me and let them sting me"?
This gonna hurt, but it's good for
How
you.
about bee stings hurt? This bee gonna sting you.
You gonna swell up a little bit.
Show me where your shoulder hurt. I put on honeybee.
The doctors who...
You know what you're gonna give me, honey? No, I give you his stinger.
Tell me my joints will feel better, Rick.
It make your joints feel real good.
It says, as you pointed out, Rick, they use tweezers to set the bee down. The bee will instinctively sting, thinking that it is under attack.
Unbelievable.
The stinger will stay in the body for several hours, and the patient says it helps ease their discomfort. The doctors who undergo strict training...
Stop slapping your back. I leave it in there for an hour. Take it out.
Get this strict training to do this. I hope so. Decide how long the stinger should stay in the body and how many bees should be used in the treatment. At the very most, a patient can be stung more than 100 times, and at least 4, or at the very minimal, is 4 to 5 times.
Bubba. Good gracious.
You better lay still. I go get hornet.
I mean, you can't just lay there and let bees
I'll
sting
get
you.
trees. I go get bee. I pull you by sting you. You feel good.
Well, I mean, you lay there for acupuncture, so
Yeah, but Bubba, I don't know why, but for some
What if
reason,
they
a
use
needle,
guinea wasps?
a needle, a needle seems like, I don't know why it shouldn't, because that's weird too. But it's just something different about, like, if we've all had shots and you go, wow, that felt like a sting. But for some reason, when you're stung by something, it's worse. It's
completely different.
I don't know
You're
why.
being attacked. Rick. You're being attacked. Well, not that, but a needle is in and out. This one's staying in there.
Yeah.
Look, and they bow up on you.
You stop slapping at yourself and lay there. You're gonna feel better.
You know how they knot
I
up
think
on
they
you?
hit you a little harder. You know what I mean?
Son of a.
You know what I mean? You're just like,
Son of a. Oh, I see. I'm about
And them
to.
little whelps
You
that
better
come
not
up.
put nothing on there. I talk like Joe Biden.
let me just, there's nothing worse than being stung by surprise.
Oh,
gosh, there's nothing worse. I know I've told this story before on the show, but it really, you know how your mind is. And in these days, by the way, that was possible.
Right.
I'm out there cutting the grass. Well, yeah. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us today. Greg is out, back with us tomorrow. Speedy, Adler, all hanging out with Bubba and me today. As we work through another one, we'll get to some of your phone calls coming up. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. The archive available soon after. Chapter 2, finishing Chapter 2 in the book of Daniel today. All right, so a couple things going on yesterday. I had the honor of working with our old friend Scott Dawson, the Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association. They hosted a pastor appreciation brunch, which really opened the door for me to mess with Dawson because of the confusion of just that. You know, that category of brunch is kind of a confusing category.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's not lunch and it's not breakfast. It is it's a combo of the two, which really opens the door for me to pretend very confused, and then of course brings stress on Dawson that I don't fully understand what I'm supposed to be there.
Sure.
And so it was quite an honor. The pastor, it's Pastor Appreciation Month, which probably doesn't get as much hype as it probably should. And so. And, you know, they just started, Bubba and I, we did a whole podcast about, you know, they just started the Strength to Stand Institute, which is really, and Dawson used this term yesterday, so I think I'm allowed to use it. It really is, for vocational ministry, a trade school. Mm-hmm. That's really what it is. You know, it's saying, look, we're not here trying, if you're executive pastors and you're wanting to be senior pastor, seminary, right, all that's for you, but when these churches are looking for youth pastors, looking for media people, looking for worship leaders, you know, we have a shorter path to being certified and kind of filling a void, and it's really going really well. So anyway, so this was about, so you know, we love Dawson, and he will say that, you know, having all of us and friends that, you know, I don't know how to say this. It's a compliment, and you would agree with it. You know, Dawson, which is great. Wish I could say the same thing, and a lot of regrets that I have. But, you know, a little bit sheltered on how the world looks, because he got his act together at an early age, got called to the ministry at an early age, and has lived a life of integrity. And he, you know, he just doesn't know the world. He's easy to mess with. You know what I mean? And it's not, we shouldn't do it. There's no doubt we shouldn't do it.
Why he keeps you as a friend is a mystery to me.
So, you know, as he said, because he speaks all over the place, and if you've never heard him preach, he's just fantastic.
He does a great job.
So he says, when he's speaking, he said, I'm a little bit jealous of you right now, because honestly, something like this, the person hosting it is in a much more stressful situation than you are. Right. I said, by far. I said, and then I said, look, man, when he first asked about it, I said, you know, that's a tough get there from the show. At first he was saying, well, you know, this thing starts at 10:15, and I said, that's out. And he said, well, yeah, then maybe 10:30. I said, 10:30's out. And he said, well, we're going to go to noon, so could you be there by 11:15? I said, sure, I can be there by 11:15. So I said, just go ahead and start it, and then I'll be there. And so he kept stressing about that, and I kept saying, now is it lunch? And he would fire back, it's not lunch, it's brunch. I said, so y'all start at 11:15. No, you're speaking at 11:15. And I just kept doing that over the 48 hours prior. And I said, I said, so y'all go ahead and start at 11:15. I'll be there as soon as I can. And he'll come back, we're starting at 10:15.
What are you doing?
You know, it's brunch. And I can't tell you how many times he had to scream out, it's brunch. And I said, now, is that breakfast or lunch? And then I couldn't let that go.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I did the one, my favorite, where I'm there.
Uh-huh.
And I'm parking my car. And, of course, the great text. Did you get my message?
They get you my message?
Yeah. Huh? I said, man, I don't know. I don't know that I'm going to make 11:15. and, of course, then he starts, what? And all this stuff. And I said, man, I'm out here in the parking lot. And then he gave me Bubba's deal. Why am I friends with you?
Yeah, why am I friends with you? Or what your wife asked you, what's wrong with you?
Well, he goes, you realize, and he said, I walked in, he goes, real jealous of you. See, you don't have the stress I've got. All this is happening, and I've got a great team, but, I'm worried about everything in here. And I said, and he goes, and I'm apparently, based on the last text, you are not. and I said, I think it's great. I'm excited to be. It was a beautiful day, and the way they have it, you look out over the city, and so anyway, it was great to be able to hang with those pastors yesterday, and have good. My current pastor, Mac Brunson, was there. Got to, it's so hard to get time with him.
Brunson.
So he was sitting there at the same table with me, so we got to cut up and talk a little bit. And so then it went great. I was glad to be there. And then, today, Bubba, an odd Wednesday night game for those Gamecocks of Jacksonville State.
Conference USA has a deal with ESPN to do games during the week in October. And this is a great time because we have a national broadcast tonight on ESPN2 as we host New Mexico State. And it was a great game last year. New Mexico State beat Jack State on the last play of the game with a pretty long field goal.
With the current quarterback from Vandy, right?
Yes. Diego was there.
Yeah.
And thank goodness he is not there now.
Yes.
And but it ought to be a good game, and we're excited about hosting that on campus tonight. And it's been a busy week. We've had a couple of volleyball games. Got one today.
Oh, wow.
Got a soccer game later this week, and so my area's been kind of busy.
Yeah,
even though I'm not directly having to work tonight, our department is hosting the production company that's doing the game for ESPN2.
New Mexico State, I watched them a little bit against Auburn earlier in the season, just like last year. They are a good team, though, even without Diego Pavier.
Yeah. I don't know what their record is this year. I haven't looked at it, but it's already been a kind of a good rivalry that we started with.
Yeah, I was thinking this is turning into something, and so that will be on ESPN2.
Yes, kick at 6:30.
So
they're 1-4, Bubba.
Yeah,
really. Mm-hmm. They must have played a lot because of course they're playing Auburn, so you never know. But I mean, they didn't look like they had.
Well, now was that
obviously
them? Did Auburn played New Mexico? I think at the beginning of the year.
I thought it was the same exact team.
No, New Mexico State's different.
No, I thought that's who they played.
I don't think it was. I may be wrong.
Because I thought it was the exact same team they played last year, just without the quarterback.
It looks like
I think it was different.
They beat SEMO, and then they lost to Liberty in a close one. Got blown out by Fresno State. Lost to Sam Houston, and then they got beat by New Mexico, 50-40. So there is a New Mexico State.
Okay, I didn't even know there was a New Mexico.
Yeah, New Mexico Lobos.
New Mexico's the Lobos. New Mexico State is the
Aggies.
And New Mexico.
I did not know New Mexico existed.
And Auburn beat New Mexico 45-19.
Okay, so that was a different team.
But lost to New Mexico State last year badly at home.
Yeah, I remember
with
that.
Diego.
Yes.
There's a quarterback.
Oh yes,
31-10.
Diego.
That was
Diego.
That was a.
I'm kidding. I was doing Anchorman.
Listen, that name I'm not even.
I'm just
going with San Diego and cut the back off of it.
Yeah. These New Mexicos, All
But
right.
it'll be fun. Be a good night.
Yeah.
And national TV audience. So I got a lot of driving to do today.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Go
it'll be a
Gamecocks.
fun day.
Stay cocky.
It's a white out, too, by the way. Wear your white tonight.
Where's your white, Bubba?
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, hello, Blaze TV viewer. If you're out there, or maybe you're listening to our archive, have you subscribed to Blaze TV? Now more than ever, they're important. But if you want to let your voice be heard right now as we go toward November, you can shop blazemedia.com. Everything they have is cool merchandise. It's a great way. Some of it, has a sense of humor with it as well. But they have the Blaze Heritage and Blaze Media collections. They've got all kinds of stuff. If you're supporting Trump and Vance, they've got 2024 merch for that. They've got jackets and T-shirts and mugs and flags, a whole lot more to go out and let your voice be heard. And you find it all by going to shopblazemedia.com. Check out all the cool stuff available from Blaze Media, and be sure to use the promo code BLAZE10 to get 10% off the entire order. So now more than ever, shopblazemedia.com, promo code BLAZE10 for 10% off. Go ahead and do that today.
Out of New York, a diner at TGI Fridays in upstate New York says it got a little something extra with the broccoli, a severed snake head.
A severed snake head.
Wait a minute.
Jack Pendleton says he was at a restaurant in Clifton Park on Sunday when he spotted something gray mixed in his veggies. He realized it was a snake head the size of his thumb with part of the spine still attached. Pendleton says he snapped a photo with his cell phone camera and called the waiter over. He says he has no plans to sue.
Okay, so that the conspiracy may be out.
A spokesperson for the Carrollton, Texas chain says it's investigating. It wasn't immediately known what kind of snake it was. Pendleton and his girlfriend weren't charged for their meals.
Well,
thank you.
Yeah,
they gave him a free meal later.
Look, you get a coupon on that one. But let me ask you this. All right, number one, was the snake cooked? All right, so I mean, if it came in the broccoli,
salad. Oh, was it a broccoli?
Oh, was it raw?
But since he's not suing, it may be legit. What about these people's fingers? Every time they plant the finger.
We know that woman planted that finger.
Well,
She absolutely did.
There's been several that have been scammed.
And where did she get it?
But really, on the big picture of things, nobody wants that to happen. I got that.
No.
But these plants, have giant plants that process this food.
I know.
You're going to get some things in there that shouldn't be in there.
And I'm gonna guess in your case this is your number one here. A snake head.
I order eel when I have sushi.
So over at the sushi bar, you wouldn't even notice.
I ask for snake when I have sushi.
You would have eaten it if it was at a sushi bar.
I might not have eaten the head. I try to get the meat off the.
It wouldn't have looked out of place sitting there though. I wouldn't have noticed.
No, not.
What's your number one you don't want to find in your food? Snake head, rat, roach.
I'm going with the big roach. I'm talking about the big hissing roach. I don't want to see that one.
Guys, what are y'all doing?
I would say a
maybe,
chewed up part of a rat.
Good gracious!
I gotta go.
Once about half gone.
About a bug. That'd be rough.
No, I'll take that over a rat.
Really?
Oh,
I'm anti that.
You could down the bug and work through it. It's just protein.
Right.
We've probably eaten bugs. We just didn't know it.
I've only had one. I've only had a couple of occasions.
Eat them, you can't see all the time.
I've only had a couple of occasions where people have done things that you could see. You ever had anybody do something you could see, and you're like, hey. I'll tell you about the time I gave the guy my debit card to pay, and he took my debit card and he started digging all up in his nose
with your card
and playing around with my card. And I said, hey,
pal.
Hey, you want to run that through some water or something before you hand it back over here?
I start scratching his rump.
You know what I said? I said, hey, I can see you. I'm watching this.
Hey, I'm right here.
Right.
I'm right here.
If you're going to do something like that, don't let me see it.
Yeah. My what I hate is when they look at the card. I know they're not memorizing the number, but they're going. I'm thinking to myself, he's memorizing my number.
It would be like Rain Man, just remember numbers just like that.
Well, we just hand around our debit cards and credit cards like it's nothing.
Oh yeah, nothing.
You know anything like that?
Well, seriously, if you're going to be a criminal, though, some of that stuff is easy to trace.
Can I tell you what, though? You know, I mean, one time, honestly, though, I mean, it always feels good if someone stole one of our cards. We didn't catch it for a while, and we didn't even complain because when the bill came in, he'd spent less on it than we did.
Hey, I got one time, and I don't know how I didn't lose my card or anything. Well, that's a good point. But then I had that guilty look on my face because just listen to the items that were being charged to my card that my wife was questioning me about.
Oh, Greg,
it was for flowers and this women's clothing store.
Greg,
and it was all over. And I had that
girlfriend's past.
Listen, I had that stupid look on my face, and we go, "Hey, I ain't doing this. Somebody's got our card."
Wow, your wife walked in and said, "Hey, what's up with flowers?"
Yeah, and I'm going,
I didn't get them.
And
I told you he's a master at that.
No. But then, what got me then all of a sudden, and it was in Georgia where it was happening. And then all of a sudden, from an orthopedic place, I guess they went and got their knee worked on or something. I got a big bill on there from some orthopedic place over in Georgia, so that saved me. But
Where
I mean,
were you in Georgia?
See, there you go. But you know what I'm talking about when you got that stupid look on your face.
Fix your knee.
But I mean, it looked terrible.
Did I hurt your knee?
But anyway, they ended up clearing it off my card. But somebody, I don't know how they got the number. I didn't lose my card, but they were just buying.
I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how, Bubba, and you can tell them too. Hey, you get some up at the counter, they'll jot a little something down while you're buying something.
Well,
it looked bad.
There's ways around it. I tell you one of the things too.
Orthopedic.
You don't want them to have your card number in your address, and a lot of times in stores you sign up for mail outs, get on their mailing list.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy,
6 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us again today. As we start a brand new hour, Speedy and Adler here. Greg is out today. Bill Bubba Bussy is in the mix, and we're going to talk to our old friend James Spann again. Here we go.
He's a man with a Mayweather plan. He's a mighty James Spann. He's a mighty good weatherman. He's the man, Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's a Mayweather man. He's a mighty James Spann. Here it comes.
Here's another hurricane.
His name is Milton. And roaring into Florida probably early hours tomorrow morning. James, welcome back. How are you, buddy?
I'm blessed. How you fellas doing?
We're good. So let's jump right.
We're on
to
high
it.
ground.
High ground.
Yeah, we're on high ground.
Yeah,
so
I wish I had some good news here. I just don't. There's nothing good about this. Again, this is just graphic violence. People look at these satellite images, and for a lot of weather dweebs and geeks and nerds and dorks and weenies, and I am one. The tendency is to want to say, man, that's a beautiful storm. There's nothing beautiful about this. And sure, the satellite presentation, it's pretty stunning. The symmetry, that pinhole eye, but this is horrible. Now, we do note here in the last couple of frames, the eye has become a little less defined. The wind speeds have decreased slightly. And listen, don't get hung up in these numbers. Earlier this morning, Milton was a Category 5. Now it's a Category 4 on the new update coming in a few minutes ago. But understand the maximum sustained winds are 155 miles per hour.
Wow.
So what's the difference in 160 and 155? It's not noticeable.
It's ripping
not
everything
noticeable.
up.
Yeah, but
either way.
Do you think, Spann, because I know you've done such a good job of this, and I was noticing it again today, everybody still loves hyperbole, and they love, the shock. And I'm glad you're saying this. What I do think there is a danger of, though, is they keep calling it a 5, even when you said it's going to hit as a 3, and even 4. And the problem I think that may be is you talked about yesterday, Katrina was a 3. 3 is bad, but if you do all this scaremongering with the 5 and the 5 and the 5, and then somebody says, oh, look, it's come down to a 3, I think you run the risk of people not understanding how bad a 3 really is.
Yeah, this is all a social science question, and you're right, it's a problem. And the media, every time it rains, it's a monster storm with millions in the path. Never happened before, struck without warning. They say the same thing every time.
Unsurvivable.
Right. So what happens when you actually do have a monster storm, which we have right now? Nobody's going to pay attention because they hear this over and over and over and over.
Yeah.
And so listen, here's the deal. This is a high impact hurricane that is a direct threat to human life. And, human life is precious, and it is my job and our job in the weather enterprise to mitigate loss of life. And we certainly hope that people listen to the evacuation orders. It's almost too late now to leave. We're about 20 hours away from landfall. It looks like this will be coming in during the pre-dawn hours, after midnight tonight, early tomorrow morning. And again, this will probably come in with 130 mile per hour winds. So the winds will decrease a little bit. But again, is there going to be a big difference between 155 mile per hour winds and 130 mile per hour winds? In a practical world, not really. The storm surge, in fact, might be greater, because what happens if the velocity comes down a little bit, the wind radius expands. It will be a larger hurricane in size. And like Katrina, like you mentioned, Rick, Katrina was a 5, was a 3 at the time of landfall. Same thing here. Katrina's storm surge was unbelievably destructive. If you don't believe that, ask anybody that survived that on the coast of Mississippi.
Right. Yeah.
And they'll tell you about the storm surge.
Yep.
So along and south of the landfall point, it's going to be really bad. Now, and of course, the question is, what about Tampa, St. Pete? And boy, it's a close call in terms of the storm surge. If it goes in a little north of Tampa Bay goes inland. If it goes in south of Tampa Bay, that's a good thing for the bigger cities there. But one way or the other, for cities like Bradenton, Sarasota, all the way down to Port Charlotte and Fort Myers Beach, you can see storm surge inundation of 10 to 15 feet. And again, I would encourage you to find some place where you can mark a 15-foot spot on a wall and think about that much water coming in. And you can imagine how this will be destructive. And another point, too, fellas, is the fact that this thing's going to stay a hurricane all the way across the peninsula. The track is a little south of Interstate 4. So that means Orlando will have hurricane force winds. Melbourne on the East Coast will have hurricane force winds, maybe up to Daytona Beach. So the tree damage will be widespread. Power outages will be extensive. And they will not only last for days. In some cases, they could last for weeks. And on top of everything else, we have the possibility of tornadoes and the spiral bands around this thing. Now, we've got a level 3 out of 5 risk of tornadoes along and just south of Interstate 4 for tonight and during the pre-dawn hours tomorrow. And we've got flooding problems. We could easily see rain amounts exceeding 10 inches along Interstate 4, Tampa, Orlando, Daytona Beach, over to Melbourne. So, guys, it's going to be a really, really, really rough ride for our friends in Florida tonight.
And the fact that it's coming in, in the wee hours of the morning, something about that just makes it even creepier.
Yeah, and right on the heels of the last hurricane that is going to, already stress out all of our ability to rescue and rebuild and all of that. I mean, that's, North Carolina's still underwater in some places, so it's really bad timing.
Yeah, and we're concerned about our friends in the mountains, southern Appalachian Mountains, where they're going to be forgotten here for a little bit. And we can't forget them as well, because, again, it's recovery is a long-term thing. You guys know that. It's not a day, it's not a week, it's months and years. And so we have to remember them as well. And, of course, understand the power infrastructure. These utility workers, they've got to rebuild the infrastructure, not only now in western North Carolina, but now in central Florida. And that will tax the resources. But, again, I've seen the staging areas, and you've got an army of linemen waiting to go in after this thing passes, but it just takes some time. Again, for people that are down in there, it's a personal thing. For people that are inland, the main thing is getting people out of the storm surge. That's the biggest problem. Those people on the west coast of Florida. Now, for those that are inland, like over toward Orlando, that's a personal decision. You might have a tree come through your house. You might be without power for 2 weeks. And, the question is, do you want to stay in conditions like that? And if you do, that's fine. That's your decision. But when this thing comes through, understand you're going to have hurricane force winds. So you've got to be in some type of secure place. So again, it's basically like a tornado here. You'll need to be in a small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows, while this thing passes through inland because of the potential of falling trees. And that's a very real danger. And a lot of the population in that part of Florida, they live in manufactured housing. And it's wonderful, affordable housing, but a tree comes to a mobile home, and you guys know that's a killer.
Yeah.
And you've got to make that decision. I personally, I would not want to stay in a mobile home during this, even in Orlando and even on that east side of Florida on the East Coast as well.
What about Nadine? Is it too early to really make any predictions there?
Well, we don't have Nadine yet. We have a little feature that is northeast of the Bahamas. and the Hurricane Center giving this a 50% chance of this developing.
Okay.
And I'm refreshing their page just to be sure. No, it's still just an area of interest.
Okay.
And that's no problem. That thing's headed out to sea. It's got about a 24-hour window where they might give it a name. And if they give it a name, it will be Nadine. And Nadine is a junk storm that will last maybe 20 hours, and it dies out in the Atlantic. So that is no threat to land.
Good.
Well, let me upset you then, because it's always fun. Here's the headline. Are you ready for this headline? I'm holding it in my hand right now.
Sure.
Here it comes. Potential Hurricane Nadine is on a path to hit Florida in Milton's wake.
Look at that face.
How you like that one?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, how you like that?
Wading through this insanity, it's been somewhat of a challenge.
Oh, yeah.
And
that's from Daily Mail, by the way. That's not a TikTok.
So I know what that's about. So if you look at long-range global modeling, one run of the American global model showed a second tropical system coming in at about the same point in 12 days. The deterministic global model at 12 days, it's about as useful as you know what on a bull. It means absolutely nothing except for these jabronis, at these publications that write this stuff. Yeah. And people believe it. And of course, the other thing I've heard is that you guys are directing a second hurricane. We are directing a second hurricane in there.
You probably don't even believe in cloud seeding, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah. And by use of chemtrails and HARP, we're doing that. So,
James,
if you choose to believe that, that's fine. But I think what you guys, all this merchandise you guys have, I want you guys to develop a tinfoil hat, a Rick and Bubba tinfoil hat that you can sell.
James, I've got to ask you this real quick because we got an email on it. Did the hurricane hunters drop ashes of one of the founders of Weather Radar into the hurricane? Have you heard this?
They did yesterday. A pretty famous tornado researcher passed away a couple of years ago, and they dropped his ashes into this intense Category 5 hurricane based on his wishes. And I thought that was a very, very fitting tribute. I mean, if you're going to go out, that's the way to go out. Yeah, that did happen from a hurricane hunter flight yesterday. Yeah.
Well, James, thanks for the update. And, as we try to keep saying, there's enough truth for concern. We really don't need all this exaggeration and hyperbole. The truth of the situation is plenty. Thank you very much, James. Appreciate that.
Thank you, brother.
And hopefully everybody has listened and heeded all these warnings and will minimize the loss of life. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Feeling secure in your own home shouldn't be a luxury. I've been working with Southeastern Pond Management to try to get the pond at our farm like I like it, with largemouth bass. I was raised by a man who fishing for bass was his passion, his father's passion. It has been a Burgess tradition. And I remember going bass fishing with him. Of course, we all love as a kid crappie fishing and brim fishing, and I still do. I enjoy that a lot.
Just getting out there and the process. But it doesn't even matter to me what you catch. Just stand around the bank talking. It's pretty good.
Where we live, in the part of the country we live in, getting the largemouth bass is just one of those things. And this was the first year that I felt like, because of the great job Southeastern Pond Management has done, there was potential to get into some really good bass this year.
Right.
Now, they're not exactly where we hope they'll end up, but boy, we're on the way.
Mm-hmm.
So my brother and I were going to fish yesterday because before we had to catch the plane, because the airport's close to the farm. And I thought, man, this really is coming together. So we go and we fish, and all of a sudden, hey, it turns on. We're catching bass, and I tried to send y'all pictures off my phone, but for some reason they didn't work. I tried, but.
Your email's down, your phone's down. Yeah. I mean, you're technically coming apart.
Did the fire have anything to do with it?
Probably. So we're fishing, and not that we would compete fishing, because that's not, you don't want to get into some kind of competition. But here's how it was supposed to work. Now, unfortunately, and you know how this always works when you're hunting or fishing, the place the bass were hitting was the most difficult place to get the bass out of the water.
Right.
It had a huge slope down. It was on the dam that actually holds the water into the pond. So when you catch the bass, you're up on the dam Now you're trying to bring the bass through some algae and moss up a steep bank or work your way down to the fish to try to get it out of the water. But that's where they were. We didn't have a choice. We would have much preferred to be bringing them in other parts of the pond where they weren't hitting. I don't know why fish and animals do this, but anyway,
it's standard.
But so I stick, which is Greg agrees, the fish of the day.
It's bigger than we caught 2 really good ones, and this
It
one
was the
bigger.
fish. It was
bigger.
It was the fish
Slightly.
of the day. Fish of the day.
Slightly bigger.
So I'm moving.
I couldn't see it real good.
Now before this, when he caught his, I became net man. When I caught mine, he was net man. But for some reason, when I stuck the fish of the day, and I start
tying a lure on, right?
moving down, I'm hollering, "Hey, where's my net man?
I was tying on a
Where's
lure.
my net man?" And I look over, and with one finger in his mouth and one somewhere else, and swapping, he's not doing anything.
I was retying my line.
Greg, put the rod down. We've got the fish of the day on. And so I'm bringing it to the bank. Now I want y'all listen. Now, if y'all got the picture, some of y'all have been there, so you know what I'm talking about. You know on that far end of the dam is.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
The large bass's head, Bubba, is full of moss. And the moss is right on the bank.
Right.
I've come through the moss, fought him from her for trying to get me into trees. I'm on the moss. The head of the bass touches dirt.
No.
Yeah, it touches dirt. And the rest of the bass is doing this. And I
don't
said,
think head touched dirt.
Get a net on it. And as I go to pull it up through the moss, the rest of the body, with no help from Netman, it gets off and goes.
Whoa. You weren't it was his nose may have touched the dirt. Maybe.
His mouth hit rocks and dirt. And the rest of the body, was in the water trying to get off.
Right.
And
Successfully.
Okay, you heard it. Do you count that as a catch? I don't.
No, I don't think you can.
How can that not be a catch?
You got to get it and hold it up and get a picture of it.
I should have ran down. I was going to run down the bank and grab it and get it. Just lip it, And I was tying something. I didn't get there.
Can I say something, though? Here's what I don't get.
He's tying one on.
Here's what I tying another on.
So net guy fell through. And for those of you that don't fish, that net guy is important.
No, he's not. No, he's not. It's responsible, the guy with the rod, to get the fish in. Look, a lot of times you buy yourself. That guy is a luxury, is what he is. He don't really count.
We're not in a boat. We're not in a boat.
Rick,
I'm coming down a mountain.
That guy's a luxury. He's not. He don't count. The man with the rod is responsible for landing the fish.
How about
period?
This? I don't even care about a net if I'm in normal circumstances. But when I'm standing up, it's like I'm trying to pull him up an incline. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, why didn't you run down there too?
Where was I when you got off? Standing there trying to get him out of the moss. But here's what I don't get. The minute I said, there it is, net guy does what? Does he keep tying his stupid lure?
But I wasn't near you.
Or does he put his rod
He acts
down?
like I wasn't even near him.
Greg,
you weren't?
Did you know when that big fish was going up out of the water? Yeah, some cool stuff there, and of course, obviously, when it's gone, it's gone. We do have a new Rick and Bubba Best of CD wrapping up the final year. It'll be coming out sometime in late November, getting ready for Christmas. But right now, a couple of items available that we have that when they're gone, they're gone. The new tea glass in the collectibles with the hunting theme, the Rick and Bubba hunting hat, some of those that are seasonal. Of course, when they're gone, they're gone. And all right, so let's look at Howard Stern at one time. Now, we would not Howard Stern is dicey with us because as far as his content, not a fan. His war against Radio Goobs we relate to big time, and
more than ever.
Yeah, and found that to be humorous. But if you were a Howard Stern person, no holds barred. He was supposed to be. He was edge, baby. He was against the man, and I'll do anything. I'm brave. I'm cutting edge. I'm unpredictable, and now he's kind of turned into Howard the Coward. It's like he's afraid of everything. He's turned into the worst. Speedy said it earlier. There's nothing more annoying than an old white liberal. And he's kind of turned into that. So,
are you saying he's become the man,
Bubba? It's like the great episode of Homie the Clown.
One of my favorite ever.
Wasn't Hunter being born while you were watching Homie the Clown?
I got in trouble for watching Homie the Clown during the labor process.
Yeah,
but there wasn't a lot I could do at that point.
Yeah, it was like when Homie realized that he'd become the man.
Yeah, he was in the club, you know.
And now Howard has like become the man. He's not against the man; he is the man.
Yeah.
He had an interview. We've got some Kamala Harris attempts on media platforms. I think she even dropped the ball when The View was trying to help her, but we'll get to some of that. But here she is on Howard Stern, and here is Howard lecturing anyone who can't pronounce her name right. Remember, we keep making fun of that, so here that is.
What are these guys up to with mispronouncing your name? They act as if they can't say Kamala. It's not that complicated.
It's just,
what's going on? What really is going on there when they can't pronounce Kamala? Is it supposed to be an insult? Is it like Barack Hussein? Is it some sort of
It's the same
slur?
old tired playbook, Howard.
Is it-
And I think most people are not going to be distracted by it.
Now, keep in mind, Biden mispronounces her name.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
People all the time mispronounce it. It isn't all that easy because Kamala and Kamala, that's not
Most names.
That's not an
go-
outrageous mistake.
Yeah,
And
they
there's
go
a
down.
Kamala, too.
They go down the Cam.
Kamala, yeah.
You hear a lot more Cam things than you do Kamala things.
Right, yeah, spelled
and it
that
has
way.
been difficult for people to say.
Yeah. All right.
Now, some of them may be mispronouncing on purpose. I'm not going to say they're not, but it's, for people like us that can barely speak, it's always been a challenge.
Plus, there was the wrestler Kamala, so we're all used to saying Kamala, but
Right.
it's Kamala. Sorry, our bad.
Everybody,
Kamala, hey.
I don't go any further than Democrats mispronounce her name, and
The
even
president.
and liberal media outlets mispronounce her
Yes.
name. So here we go. Here's Howard talking about some really deep stuff, and that is whether Kamala Harris gets a nap or not. Here we go.
When you said you don't nap, I get it because like what you've taken on is extraordinarily difficult. And I mean, do you feel the pressure of the moment in the sense that, like when I met you out in the hall, I said, I'm really nervous because I want this to go well for you. I want it to go well for the country. Even when I watch them on Saturday Night Live with the where they have Maya Rudolph playing you, I hate it. I don't want you being made fun of. There's too much at stake. I believe the entire future of this country right now. I mean, as America, land of the free, home of the brave, I think it's literally on the line.
I agree with you.
And when I see them, how did you react to the Saturday Night Live bit?
Well, I just saw it actually, and it was funny. I am a huge fan of Maya Rudolph's. I think she put a lot of time into doing the piece and the character.
Now, Howard Stern
My
is
goodness.
saying he doesn't like people being made fun of. Howard Stern.
Howard Stern.
Yeah.
That is
I know.
so-
And if he meets her in the hall and says he wants us to go well, that's telling everybody, I'm not going to ask you anything hard-hitting at all.
See,
he's not.
On the comedy side, I think what they have done making fun of her is hilarious. I think what they have done making fun of Trump is hilarious.
Absolutely it is.
That's the whole point of satire and comedy. We're able to laugh at ourselves, laugh at her. We take jokes all the time about Christians, about denominations, all that kind of stuff. That's fine. It's all in good fun. Nobody's, going to get tore up about it. But of all people to say we've gone too far with this comedy bit,
Howard Stern,
with all the things he's done and people he's called over the years,
the man.
It's
He's become
crazy.
the man.
Howard, what happened, Howard?
Yeah.
It's anti-comedy. It's anti-free speech. Everything he used to stand for.
So here
The
he
free
is.
speech thing alone, that was his whole deal.
Yes.
I think we have to jump to 3D because we're not going to have time.
Okay.
But it is funny that he, of all people, is calling Trump weak when he would not come out of his house because he was afraid of COVID.
For years.
For years. Here's 3D. Now, unfortunately, all this falling all over Kamala Harris and the Democrats must save our country. Stern was hoping we would not find 2008 when he said this.
But I got so crazy over this yesterday, so I called my agent, and my agent, he's a very liberal, Democrat kind of guy.
Oh, yes.
I go, that's it.
You have
He
to
goes,
quit the Democratic Party?
He goes, what do you mean? I go, you know what, Don? I voted Republican and I voted Democrat. I have vowed I will never vote for a Democrat again. I don't give a
No matter who they are?
no matter who they are. I don't care if God becomes a Democrat. I said I backed Hillary Clinton. I backed Al Gore. I backed John Kerry. I am done with them. And he goes, what happened? I go,
yeah.
The fact that these Democrats
he's done with them
are communists and the FCC and they stand for communism.
Yep. And then it cuts off in the middle of his sentence.
So he's done with them because he said they go too far with communism and
censorship.
Censorship.
Yep.
But so they're still into the censorship. I think they've even upped their censorship game, but now Howard falls all over them.
Well, it is. It's just strange to see.
It is. Like I say, I think his new name should be Howard the Coward.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he used to be like I am. Man, I ain't afraid of anything. Now he's afraid of everything.
Speaking of that, do we have time for? We don't. Okay. Here's Hillary Clinton, which this was a clip from earlier this week. We have to lock down social media because if we don't censor social media, we lose total control. That's Hillary Clinton earlier this week on CNN.
Well, we'll see it when we come back.
We'll see that. We also have Kamala with Colbert trying to show us that she's just one of the guys. She doesn't do well on The View, which is a shocker. We'll hit that too when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Greg and I headed off to the capital of Alabama, Montgomery, last night. And Montgomery. Greg and I took Belvedere and headed down there to Montgomery.
Yeah.
To our nation, boy. So we were headed to Montgomery, and it rained. And it rained, and it rained, and it rained, and it rained, and it blow wind and rain. I'll tell you one part that was kind of odd, though. It had not thundered or lightninged the entire time. And right in the middle of the message, when you're really bringing something for the Word of God, when it rolls thunder across the whole ceiling, suddenly people they move up. That one guy that wasn't paid attention said, "Now you got him." You know what I mean?
Brother? What was that, brother?
And I said, and God said, and one of those things
rattles the window.
I looked at everybody. I said, "Hey, everybody still with me?" And so anyway, so we finished that up, and Greg, lives an hour and 20 minutes or so north of the studio, and we made the decision he would just come to my house and crash. So we get home, and we're coming into the house, and I'm showing Greg where he's going to be sleeping, and it's one of those
on the back porch.
It's one of those beds in the house that has a Tempur-Pedic mattress.
Oh yeah.
And it's kind of the sought after bed because
I think the space.
Hey, those things take some getting used to, but once you lock in,
when you first lay down, it's weird. Then all of a sudden you feel like somebody's holding you.
Yeah. So
seriously.
So we go into the house, and
you like being held, Greg?
Yes.
We haven't been there any amount of time. We just come in.
Oh man.
Going downstairs. Yes, where you gonna sleep? And all of a sudden the lights start going woo, woo. And they start glowing in and out.
Yeah.
Then it goes off. The power goes off completely.
You know what I screamed, Greg? Brown out.
Yeah.
Brown out.
And then
it was burning.
We lost our phase.
And then it comes out. And when you got Mr. Power Company with, he goes, I'll tell you, it's not good right here. Because, goofy me, I'm thinking, hey, good, they're coming back on. He goes, no, they're glowing. This ain't good. He said, it's something in the line. Something's in the line, and the line's down. And he keeps trying and keeps trying.
Dark.
And then, buddy, it went pitch black dark. And
Greg, is it 3 times to clear the line? Is that what they'll flash it 3 times and then it locks out?
And then Greg, being the power company guy, because all of us, I said, hey man, this is just rain and wind. It ain't like it storms or something. I bet this isn't a big deal. And if you have him, your power's out for a while. And I'm like, wow.
No, it was.
And
it was out. It was
still out. So anyway, then we got to find flashlights. And now Greg and I are going through the house
funny. With cell phones as lights.
Yeah, we had cell phones looking for flashlights. So we get that. So we both realize, hey, we got to go to work real early. And Greg even earlier than me. And we said, hey, we'll set our cell phones. And then we looked at our battery. So we got enough battery to make it through the whopping 4 or 5 hours we're going to be asleep.
Yeah, right. The nap we're about to take.
Yeah, because now with all this, we can't sleep because now all the alarms are screaming, we don't have phone service. All that's going on.
Fans aren't on. It's real quiet.
Look, beep, 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 all that all over your house. Then things that went to battery power screaming, my battery's kind of going out.
Smoke alarms.
It's like R2-D2's running through the dark. You know what I mean? Yeah. And you're like, well, I can't sleep with all this going on. The whole house is panicking. Hey, the power's out. And you're telling the house, hey, we know. Okay, everybody just hold what you got. And I'll get the gun, lock the doors, all we can do. You know what I mean? So Greg, I see Greg headed for the Tempur-Pedic, and I think to myself, once he hits that, man,
he's gone.
Man, that's son of a gun. He's going to go.
Talking about the cloud that's floating around?
Yeah, look, and he's going to go.
Being hailed?
He's going to go hard because it's real dark now.
Yeah.
The bathroom light being on, that's out.
Right.
And you forget, by the way, how much you depend on light.
It's dark.
But anyway,
I got scared when I turned my flashlight off and go to sleep. I was like, man, it's dark.
So luckily,
do you realize that's kind of a new thing too, to have electricity in your house? I mean, that's happened in our parents' lifetime.
I can't imagine how they function so much in dark.
No.
But anyway, so So we
That's why they had big families.
We start going to sleep, and of course, you know me, Mr. Weird Sleep person. Well, now my whole sleep routine's messed up.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I'm not happy, and I'm here now. The truck's coming, trying to assess the damage, and I'm listening to that.
You're hearing all kinds of stuff.
I hear all kinds of things.
Things cracking.
Look, the wind goes back in the gutter. All the water coming through it, and I'm just. I might as well have been trying to sleep in the jungle. And all this
electronic
kind of
jungle.
Yeah.
And you will hear a power company truck go by.
Yeah.
And they'll be, looking at things and they have their window down, the radio's real loud, and you hear them talking. And you can't hear what they're saying, but you can tell somebody's talking.
Hey, tell him I need old circuit 67896.
Yeah, Greg Burgess is in there asleep.
And then there's something that always spooks me because Greg's downstairs. He's missing all this. I'm up in the main part of the house, and
he's being held.
He's being cuddled by Tempur-Pedic. He's floated down in the Tempur-Pedic, and it's around him now.
I'm currently hovering through the house.
Meanwhile, I become the house pacer. You know what I mean? I can't get settled in. Sherry's on me. Will you stop with that light? Like that, and I. We're back. Thanks for being with us today. I just saw Eddie Van Adler got a brand new canister of Field of Greens. He's got it just like he likes it. So, Ada, when did you start on it? You just started, about a month or so ago?
Yeah. You gave me that can last month.
Yeah, man.
I do honestly feel better. It's weird.
Yeah, well, let me tell you why. Because you're getting the nutrition that your body craves, and even though you try to do just a little bit better, it's hard to get all the fruits and vegetables that are required nutritionally for the body and the vital organs. But with Field of Greens, they do it for you. So each fruit and vegetable in Field of Greens, selected by doctors that support, functions like heart, liver, kidneys, the immune system now more than ever. If Howard Stern had only done Field of Greens, he would not have had to live in his house for, a few years, never coming out, afraid of everything. The immune system loves when it's getting the nutrition that it needs. And, of course, you put that with, rest and trying to do a little better. And voila, you have got a biological age that is dropping. And you talk about bold. Field of Greens has the better health guarantee, meaning the next time you go in for a checkup to get some blood work, if your doctor does not see a before and after improvement from before you started Field of Greens and after, you get a full refund. So right now, get free shipping and 15% off on yours by going to fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BigVox. I love this product. BigVox is the promo code at fieldofgreens.com. Look for the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So do you want to do the Hillary thing before we move to the other Kamala thing, since you dropped that in there? And this is talking about, of all people, Howard Stern supporting the Democratic Party when in 2008 he said he would never vote for them again because they're Marxist and they believe in censorship. And he could obviously see how that could affect the way we all make a living. But now Howard Stern no longer is against the man. He has become the man. He's now a mouthpiece for the Democratic Party. Howard the coward. So here is Hillary Clinton. Why doesn't this bother Howard? Here we go.
But if the platforms, whether it's Facebook or Twitter X or Instagram or TikTok, whatever they are, if they don't moderate and monitor the content, we lose total control. And it's not just the social and psychological effects. It's real.
So,
lose control.
God forbid there be a platform that we can speak our minds that the government can't take and fix it the way they want it.
Here's the key part of that. Hillary says we will lose control, meaning we have control now.
Don't you miss that line. Howard has become the man.
Yes.
So let's go to the various stops by Kamala Harris. Now, we know 60 Minutes tried everything they could to see if they could give her, even editing some of the comments to try to make, I've seen some of those videos.
Yeah.
So the problem is there's only so much you can do if the person you're trying to present, they have to be able to bring something to the table. There's only so much you can do.
Yeah.
So Kamala Harris goes on the Colbert Show for a cringy moment where she says that she will be different than Joe Biden, be different by not being Joe Biden or Donald Trump, but then she'll go on The View and tell us that everything Biden's doing is great.
Mm-hmm.
So here she is on Colbert. Of course, if all else fails, you drink a beer and everybody will vote for you. This is the same thing politicians do if they tell you they were raised on a farm.
Yeah.
Or one time they drove past a farm or something, or they're middle class.
Middle class family.
All this stuff. All right, so here we go. Here's Kamala on Colbert.
You are a member of the President's administration. Under a Harris administration, what would the major changes be, and what would stay the same?
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm obviously not Joe Biden.
I know.
And so that would be one change in terms of. But also, I think it's important to say with, 28 days to go, I'm not Donald Trump. And so when we think about the significance of what this next generation of leadership looks like, were I to be elected president, it is about, frankly, I love the American people, and I believe in our country.
Oh my goodness, there's just nothing there. There's no substance. She's not saying any words.
Again, he asked a legitimate question.
He wanted details.
You're
Bubba.
part of this administration. You want to be your own administration. What is going to be the same? What will be different? I love the American people. I'm not Joe Biden. I'm not Donald Trump. I love people. I have faith in the country. Still didn't answer the question.
Nope.
Not even close.
Well, now she goes to The View, and Sonny Hostin is trying, really, again, what Colbert's trying. So this time she's going to go another way. Tell us something different. Tell us something you would have done different than Biden did. Here we go.
Well, if anything, would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
Okay, everybody hang on to that.
What?
Just like Bubba said, hang on to Hillary Clinton's we'll lose control. You just had the candidate in 28 days. She said on The View, not on Fox News.
Yeah.
Not on a
This is a friendly, this is a home field.
Nobody being mean. She says, well, it's everything we've done, I'm all for. Wouldn't change anything. Well, I want you to look at the state of things, because Kamala Harris herself just said a vote for her is a vote for more of this.
Nothing different. Nothing. In Afghanistan, nothing. Nothing different.
If we went in order, she did The View first, a little bit before lunch. Then she went and did Howard Stern, and then she did Colbert last night. I think I might be wrong. Somebody I think in her bunch said, "Hey, give her another shot. Ask her again about what she would do," and she fumbled it again, because the reaction from The View asking her that and how she fumbled that answer or the question and then answer. It was just going all over the place about how she fumbled it and how she destroyed it and how she lost everybody. Can't believe she messed up The View. What liberal has ever gone on there and messed it up? And then she does it again on Colbert last night.
People are asking on the text line, what about these folks cheering for her with those comments? I understand.
Yeah.
But keep in mind, too, in any audience you're in, there's a sign that comes on that says applause.
Yes.
And there's usually a guy over there with a towel under it trying to rev up the crowd.
Yeah,
you don't see that. But if you've ever been to the taping of these shows, you know.
Yeah.
Any show, they have that stuff.
Bubba, let's have some fun and hear from Scott Jennings again. Videos. Let's
boy.
go to the sixes here.
You mean the guy who soon will be leaving CNN?
Right. Scott Jennings, back to that 60 Minutes attempt that we told you. Now, look, 60 Minutes has tried. The View has tried. Stern has tried. Colbert has tried. And here's Scott Jennings. He's just going to focus on the 60 Minutes interview that they aired back on Sunday night, I think it was.
Yes.
So here's Jennings. And this would have been on Monday when he said this, but here it is.
Let me give you the political reality that we're in right now in October. Sure. Huge majority of the American people believe and know that we have an illegal immigration crisis in this country. Kamala Harris got asked 3 times on national television tonight if it was wrong to change the executive orders the way they did on day one that allowed this huge flood of people to come in. She would not address it because she knows how politically damaging it is. There are people all over this country and every political party, and independents too, who know full well that if she becomes the president, we're going to have a permissive immigration structure, even more permissive than we had under Biden. And they believe Donald Trump will crack down on this, and that he has the common sense viewpoint that, hey, maybe we don't want violent people in here. No, they don't go down the list and say rapist in, rapist in. They just go down the list and say in. Why don't we know if they've been convicted of a crime in another country? It's broken. He will crack down on it. She will not, and everyone knows it.
And everybody knows it.
And everybody gets mad, and Jennings is about to get mad at the panel, saying he doesn't answer to them.
Oh, hey, he gets the finger point too. He's pretty upset.
Hey, let me tell you.
Al Franken is there. He's on the panel. Who is a former? I mean, he's a big lib. He's a former cast member on Saturday Night Live. He also is a former senator. Yep. You remember who had to step down under allegations of inappropriate behavior.
Right.
And you can tell all of them, they literally think that people who are conservatives are morons.
Yeah.
Okay. Scott Jennings makes such a good case on his points. He communicates it so well. You can tell
they hate it.
They are apprehensive about getting into too much of a fight with him. You can tell that. And now they may disagree with him. Says, God, I don't know, that ain't right. But they're really careful with the way they address him because they know he is a problem.
Yeah, and instead of the host asking him questions, people on the panel start going after him, and he doesn't like it.
Here he is. Here's his response to the panel when they start going after him.
You've done an analysis of walls. Are there any lies that Donald Trump tells that you are disturbed by?
I don't want any politician to lie ever. I wish they would all tell the truth all the time.
That was a Kamala Harris evasion. What is a lie that Donald Trump
Look, first of all, I don't answer to you, and I don't answer to you. That's number one. Number two,
it
is my sincere. Well, I don't answer to these two guys. It's my sincerest hope that all politicians do the best job they.
Yes. Did you hear Franken? I'll point fingers at anyone. Don't point a finger at her.
He shouldn't be talking about pointing fingers, considering the photo that led to him retiring.
All right.
Yeah, I think it was a finger-pointing photo that got him.
Yes, it was. One last 6C before we go to break. Scott Jennings says that Donald Trump should get 100% of the Jewish vote. 100%.
He firmly believes that the Democratic Party has been co-opted by and is influenced by people who fundamentally believe Israel is in the wrong and that somehow October the 7th was a justified attack. And look, I mean, it makes me sick, honestly, Wolf. When I turn on the television, I see people marching through the streets of major American cities and across college campuses, carrying the Hezbollah flag, flying the Hamas colors, and going out, ripping down the posters of people who've been taken hostage and are still being held hostage today. It makes me sick because I think there's a lot of Republicans, and Donald Trump included, that think this is fundamentally a fight for the future of Western civilization. He's got strong views on it. I don't think he ought to have to apologize for making a forceful case to Jewish Americans about why the Republican Party is better for them today.
There you go. We'll be back. It is odd. The left's pretty clear on how they see the conflicts in the Middle East concerning Israel. I don't understand how Jewish people vote for the left, for more reasons than that, but that's a big one. Your phone calls are next, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We go phone trolling for the first time today, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba's life is listed as follows: God, wife, children, tennis. No, it is.
What are my obsessions that you can identify?
Over the years, they move. Now, hunting was one. I mean, the thing that is so interesting about your personality is you can't just casually do any of this stuff. Like when we started hunting, we went, hey, we kind of like that. And before we know it, you've got everything. You're a land magnet. You've got your own land, your own stuff, every piece of hunting equipment known to man. Mm-hmm. I mean, you just can't casually go, hey, I like to hunt. I think I'll hunt every now
Rick,
and then.
you remember he got in the beach kick and then ended up getting a condo.
That's right. We had that. Yeah. He fell in love with the beach and got obsessed with it for a while. I wanted to move the whole show there. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
I loved Hawaii. I bought an island.
Right.
Yeah. And
Hawaii's got him a little perplexed. He wanted to be obsessed with it, but he can't figure out how.
Right. So he got a lava lamp.
It's a long distance love.
Right.
I can't get a hold of it.
Right. But when Bubba likes something, he just can't get enough of it.
No, he can't.
And
I know it. That's why I love Betty so much.
Yes, right. Thankfully.
Okay, easy.
But the and then tennis, which really started out, which I was all for, a way for him to move around and exercise a little bit and have some fun.
Yeah.
A nice little, which is where tennis, should be. But it turned into he became the face of all tennis in the Southeast United States. I mean, he's the face. We're about to find out about that again.
Well, Rick, I'm a problem solver. I mean, when you throw me into a situation, I'm there to create havoc.
Yeah,
I won't change.
Oh, yeah, right.
I don't want it to be like it was.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It's got to be different when I leave.
Look, look, we've written 5 books, and I know Thomas Nelson wishes you would get obsessed about that.
Yeah, really. I'm really on fire for this new one.
Well, the problem is if you can get it pushed in the right direction. Oh my gosh, what you could accomplish!
You got to get it locked and loaded.
But, if it was a tennis book,
well,
man.
look, I suggested
you wouldn't have had to write the last.
I suggested a split book right down the middle.
Right.
You have Rick teaches the wishbone on one side, and Bubba teaches tennis on the other. And Rick's got a football, and I've got a racket.
That's a great idea, by the way. And
I would buy that book just because if I saw that in the store, it would be so odd. I go, well, I got to check that out.
And Bubba's side of it would be done in 2 weeks.
Yeah, you'd get the craziest email from Thomas Nelson. Hey, Rick, we're waiting on you. Bubba's stuff is finished.
I mean, look, it was all, which would be a 180 from now. Here's the thing, is that it's almost like magic. Is picture this? This is a perfect analogy. There's a door that leaves this broadcast plaza.
Yeah.
It's almost as if Bubba one day looked at me and said, "Hey, Rick, look, I've got a tennis racket and a few tennis balls. I'm gonna start playing a little tennis, afternoons and sometimes on weekends to exercise a little bit." And I go, "Man, that's great." And he walked out that door. He walked back in. I mean, almost like instantaneous. He walked back in. He's trying to be a coach. He's going to big high level tennis meetings.
Rick,
he's going. He's playing on like 8-9 teams.
Rick,
he's trying to be a coach. I mean, you
say that. You said that twice.
Sammy Hagar, I think, summed it up. I can't drive 55.
No, you can't. But Rick, yesterday, he's just casually hitting the ball into the window.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he's just hitting. He goes, and he goes into this. I'm about to get some kind of license or some kind of certification to do something. Bubba, what did you say yesterday?
Can just anybody be certified to be a tennis
No,
coach?
I mean, I'm like, are you going to be like a pro or something?
I think that's a whole nother discussion.
What is it you're doing?
Well, it's a lot. I don't want it to take away from the.
Well, it's not.
Today.
I think it's going to help give this validity. I believe.
Well, I mean, there's different levels of certification, and there's different groups that certify people to, to coach and teach tennis and other things. I mean, it's not.
So you're going to coach and teach tennis?
Well, I will probably get an entry level certification into
kind of like meteorologists are certified to talk about weather.
Well, yeah, but there's like 5 different levels, and it would just be the beginning level. It would be like you're a recreational coach type thing.
Bubba,
which is
what's
what
it
I
called?
do now.
What's it called though? Give me a letter. What's the letters?
It's the United States Professional Tennis Association.
Is this your way? Is this your way to try to keep Helmsley from leaving you again? You scream, "I'm a certified coach. You can't leave me back."
USPTA. Yeah.
USPTA. Hold on. I got to put this down. USPTA. So when you're hitting the ball into the window and golden ticket holders are watching you, I can say this is a USPTA of
professional certified teacher. Thing.
You know what? I mean, honestly, I've never seen anything like it. If I ever hear him say, "Rick, I'm thinking about dabbling in crystal meth," I'm gonna stop.
I know. Well, yeah.
Here we go. It is phone troll time. 30 seconds a pop. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. Speedy on the phones, and lines are available if you want to join us right now. 30 seconds a pop. 30 seconds is king. Bubba's got one timeout since we're down a man today. Adler, you now take the other timeout in case you want to call that, but that's all we got. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. So we're trying to get a lot of folks on. If you're in line, you won't have to stay there long. So dial us now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. James is in Alabaster, Alabama. James, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey,
good morning, guys. I just wanted to say, I think if you strip that wig off Howard Stern's bald head, you're just going to find another 80-year-old burnout old man. It may even be Joe Biden under that wig.
Does he wear a wig?
Do you think he's wearing a wig now?
Yeah.
Do you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I don't know if he does. Maybe. Maybe. We continue. Let's go to Kenny in Bluntsville, Alabama. Kenny, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I came up there the other day and met y'all, and it was just a pleasure to meet you guys, and could not be better people. And I got to talk to Bubba a little bit out there at the in the parking lot.
Oh, you're the grill guy.
Oh, this is the grill guy. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, sir. And man, he just, even though Bubba was in a hurry, he still stopped and talked to me and shook my hand. Even took a picture. So.
In all fairness, you did have a griddle.
There was hope
you
that
see,
you'd have cooked something.
You
on
see
it, so.
us with the griddle. Well, hey, thank you for that. And
very kind of you, sir.
People will benefit from that for sure. We continue. Let's go to Josh in the free state of Florida. Josh, go ahead.
What's going on, fellas?
Doing good, buddy.
I was listening to the kickoff fire, and I always tell myself, like y'all talk about, what about the dog?
Oh, boy.
My daughter wanted a dog. We got it. She's about 85 or 90 pounds now, and I'm the one taking care of it.
That's the way it goes, man. You got to be careful when the family wants a dog, and because sooner or later it turns into daddy's. When everybody when the newness wears off, that dog's still alive.
We got two that live inside, and one of them's about 20 pounds, and we thought the other one was going to be about 20 pounds. She's about 45 now.
Oh, really?
And extremely athletic, like can jump over the couch.
See,
boy, when she takes a running jump to get in your lap, I mean, it's like you've been hit by. I mean, it's like being on the football field again. I mean, only 45 pounds, but wow, what a punch.
We continue. John in Dadeville. John, go ahead. 30 seconds.
You have that cone of silence when they're airborne.
Hey, good morning, guys. We're going to miss you when you're gone, and you'll probably miss us. But the election in North Carolina, I'm really worried about it. Western North Carolina is vital to Trump. I sent Chris a map of the 2020 election. All those counties are red counties, and they helped him carry North Carolina. I'm really suspicious that the election officials up there are going to drag their feet and not get people voting, and that will make a significant difference in the North Carolina election. We really need to watch that, and they really need to get those people to the polls some kind of way. It's really un-American for them to not get them a way to vote.
I don't know. I don't think you can keep people from voting.
What he's saying is they're not going to be any rush
you can make it difficult
to get it so they can get there. But I'm going to tell you what, I have confidence in those people that they are determined and that they will not let high water or no road get in their way.
Too much at
and
stake.
they may turn out in bigger numbers than they would have if they just had to go down to the local fire station, because they are determined now. And look, let's be honest, they ain't got a lot else to do. Okay, if the road ain't being built back, they're like, well, let's go vote.
I think you're really onto something here. So many times, like we talk about, we are, everything we see through a biblical worldview. The church thrives when it's under persecuted. When it's persecuted. Yeah. And I think people, to Bubba's point, it's right. That's why God allows difficulty, because it works.
Gets everybody focused.
Yeah, and I think that you're going to possibly see the other end. I agree with you, Bubba.
I hope so.
I think it may galvanize people and get them more dedicated, because
they're saying, hey, they're saying nothing is going to stop us from going to vote. Right. High water, no road. We're going to hike. We're going to hitchhike. We're going to get in trucks. We're going to get on ATVs. We are getting to those polls come hell or high water.
Yep. Melissa, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30
where the
seconds.
saying came from.
Go ahead.
Melissa, cut your radio down.
Yeah, turn the radio down. There you go.
There we go. We were just curious, listening to the Rick and Bubba song where it references area code 212. We just wondered why it was 212 and not 205 or 256.
Well, because we didn't write that song. That song is actually I think it's the band that did the Green-Eyed Lady, Lovely Lady. What do they call it?
It is Rick.
What's the name of that band?
It's Don't Call Us, We'll Call You. Song by Jerry Corbetta and Sugarloaf.
Sugarloaf.
Yeah.
So the song's by Sugarloaf, and they wrote it about their plight of getting record companies to sign them. So they're using 212 because the big record companies were in New York. That's right. 212 is New York, right?
And so, but that's the point. Though.
Yeah, it's not us. We didn't.
It's
write
where
that
they
song.
were calling, trying to get their songs played.
Yeah. So that's
Where is
that's
that?
the reference.
It is New York,
Yeah,
by the way.
I thought it was.
It's pretty funny that the song says, "Don't call us, we'll call you," but the point of the phone troll is people to call us. Okay.
That's a little backhanded comedy right there.
There it is.
Well, but I like to look at that lyric and it still works when you think about what the troll's doing. We are getting rid of people we don't wish they had not called.
That's right.
By
Time is our friend, or lack of it.
Right. But that was just a lot of times Bubba and I will use things as theme songs, even if they don't completely line up, because we just like the song.
Yeah.
And I've always loved that song. And it's a funny story if you ever go through it, because when Green Eyed Lady came out, everybody wanted to sign them, and they got to go back and say, "Nah, we remember that."
Don't call us.
Don't
we'll
call us.
you.
We'll call you. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a great day. Don't forget the Rick and Bubba archives. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, as I was sitting there last night at the graduation, and you know how you know something's about to take place? So you think to yourself, all right, we're in the graduation. We've been told not to make noise, to be quiet, don't be moving around, and rightfully so, because even though there are nearly 400 students here, all 400 of them have family and friends here who want to see them come across that stage. They don't want to hear you shuffling around and ruin it, standing up, blocking their view. Thankfully, we sat in the balcony for a bit of a better view. And you know when you're sitting there and you know when you're at a place and you know everybody knows you're at that place, it's really close to you. So it for them to call you, you're like, they know where I'm at. So the first
They need something.
The first call came and my phone vibrated and I looked and it was my sister. And I said,
That's not.
And I knew, I'm like, now there's
Because you knew she was right.
Of all people who knows where I am right now, she knows. And just about the time I thought, how do I listen to a voicemail without making a ruckus here? So then is about the time I'm trying to go, can I listen to this voicemail? And now I'm starting to get, because Sherry doesn't know what I'm doing. She's looking at me like, what are you doing? And all of a sudden the text comes across from my brother-in-law. It says, it's on. And I thought,
which is a typical.
Did he follow it like chicken bone?
No. He just said it's on.
He thought it though.
So I text.
It's on chicken bone.
And you know what I said to him? I said, if you'd just been Twittering, I could have been your
right.
I could have been your follower.
Was you following him?
Wife's in labor, giving
See,
birth.
here's the case.
Followers, my wife is ripe.
See, at the hospital, he could type in one time and it go to thousands of people.
Well, but how do you get a bunch of family members, especially people of our parents' generation, to know how to follow that?
Well, you just you have to educate them on that.
So then this is the part I love the most.
You mean your dad that Rick is the same age that he was when he took the job at Jack State right now? That age?
Yes, that guy.
Dad? Okay.
That guy.
I just wanna
Yeah,
know.
Speedy.
That puts it in perspective.
Yeah, Speedy asked me, did I feel old having another one graduate, or did I feel more old when I turned 40? I said, now let me tell you when it all got summed up is when the second child of mine walks across the stage, graduating from high school, and then my mother tells me that y'all had the discussion that I'm the same age that my dad was when he took the job at Jacksonville State.
And that don't
I
seem
said, now
that
that's
long
the
ago
one that
at
pretty
all.
much solidified that I'm old. Since I was a
We
young
were
man
grown.
then and thought, hey, my dad's he's taking a college job now. He's getting on toward the end of his career.
Yeah.
You know, so anyway, that was that
reality.
That would hit me right there. So I look at those pictures of him, his first head coaching job at college, and I go, so I'm that age.
Yeah.
That's fine. That'll take that feeling of you're still a little boy right out of you.
Sure.
But anyway, so now I realize what's going on, but I'm also trying to have sense enough, and Greg, you're gonna love this, to go, I don't need to make a scene in this graduation. Okay, and my son's already come across the stage, and all I'm really missing now is going to see him, after it's a good job, which is not going to be easy with this mob anyway. So I'm like, let me make sure I've got the information right. Well, now my wife and my mom and dad are picking up something's going on.
And dad's doing that typical what?
Who
is it?
And my dad don't know how to whisper what.
And then you tell him he don't hear it, and you got to say it again.
And then my mom, for some reason, my mom acts like that somehow I'm not a credible source. You ever have that happen?
Well, you must be wrong.
Yeah. So she gets up her phone, then turns it on because she thinks she's mad. Only she will have to now see the text for it to be real. You know, and I'm like, I think I'm a credible source here. Can't y'all just go with what I'm saying? You know, like, so she turns it on, beep, boop, boop, boop. Now it's making noise, and they told everybody to cut their cell phones to vibrate. Well, she just cut hers off. So when she cut it back on, you know how it starts telling you got messages?
Right.
Beep, boop, beep, boop, boop. You know,
Everybody's looking at her.
Now it's making people looking around. You breaking the rules. You know, like that. So I finally walk out into the top lobby of the balcony and get the you know, our brother-in-law on the phone. I said, are you telling me she's, you know, is there something going on? He said, hey, they're going to take these babies in 10 minutes on C-section. You know, one of them's breech and she's in labor. Da 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 da. So now I know I'm about to go in, and when I say that, now the family's going to act a fool. You know what I mean? I want to try. Scatter. I want to try to ease them out.
You talking about that covey of quail that left?
Right. So mom and dad are riding with me. So, and you know the face I get. So I try to lean down. I'm on a knee now, crawling back in, and I crawl back in, and I know, and you know how you're crawling. You want to tell your family you love them. Y'all, we can as adults just calmly walk out of here and not make a scene and get to the hospital. I just talked to Toby, which is my brother-in-law. They're taking the babies, and they're about to be born. What? Huh? You know, like, and I'm like, let's just.
How many times you had to tell Dad before he got it?
Four times.
4.
Yeah, 4 times. Because then somehow they were like, you know, like I didn't know that they were riding with me and we needed to go. Yeah. You know, then
or with you.
Well, we're riding with
and
you.
then you had to
go
shuffle out while everybody's watching.
Yeah. And then you want to tell people who think you're being a jerk, hey, my sister's about to give birth to twins.
So now you feel obligated.
Yeah, it's almost like I want to.
I know.
Oh, look at Rick. Blaze walked. He's gone.
Okay, after your son went out prima donna, you go. And I want to say, you know, I almost want to stop and go, hey, guys, I don't mean to interrupt everything. My sister's having twins. The twins are coming early. You know, with twins, it's a little shaky. So, you know, we think everything's all right. But I want y'all to know, I'm not just waiting now that my son's going across the stage. I'm not one of those people that's just leaving.
Right.
You know what I mean? I really do need to leave. Hey, son, good job. Well done. We're going to leave. Hey, I'm not leaving and stranding you at the end of graduation because I'm going to be uncomfortable about that in a little bit. Yeah. I just want you to know I really do have to leave, that your aunt's having twins, and I've seen you, and we're so proud of you. All right, y'all go back to it. You know, and then and you want that kind of wrap up.
Yeah.
You know
How much noise did y'all make going down the
aisle? You know what? If you could imagine the family of polar bears on the Coca-Cola commercial, imagine them trying to calmly get out of a quiet... Thank you for being with us as we start another hour. We'll chat with you again, America, if you want to hang around before the hour is done. Speedy Adler here. Greg is out. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us for over 30 years now. It is the little party we call Rick and Bubba, and if you're evacuating the hurricane coming to our area, we're glad to have you.
How about this? We're taking care of business.
That's right.
And have been for a while. Bubba, AI has, I know it terrifies people. I know it terrifies people. But so what's happened here is, you know, AI you just tell it to develop Trump's voice, and it has. We do have someone who's put together a parody song, and they're using AI for Trump to sound like he's singing it.
Yes, it's called Border Czar.
Border Czar.
To the tune of How Bizarre.
All right, so AI is doing the Trump voice, so it's not really Trump.
Right.
But we did have...
I think most people would know that, right?
We did have
Probably.
some... No, Bubba, let me just say this to you so I can give you a factual example.
I just stared at the telephone.
A factual example. There were people arguing, apparently I didn't see it, on some of the comments, that people were upset about the way Dickie Nadmeyer is viewing the world. And you can tell pretty much through it that they don't realize this is a comedy bit.
Right.
That is actually making fun of these views, not embracing them.
I hope through all this comedy and satire doesn't die.
Well, the world, it's not good for, you know, those of us that, you know, we try to make a living on hopefully being humorous from time to time. Apparently, you've heard comedians talking about it. We've lost our ability to reason
And unfortunately, for a lot of people, their sense of humor has disappeared as well.
Yes, it scooted right out of there.
It's a comedy bit making fun of those views. It's not a real person having those views. We thought that was painfully obvious. But anyway, so here, and so sometimes you have to clarify, this isn't really Trump. I know you think we shouldn't have to do that, but sadly, I think we do. So here is the Border Czar. Is that what it's called?
Border Czar.
Border Czar. Here we go.
On the left to the MAGAs on the right. They know I'm beating Kamala. This race won't even be tied. Her policies are nutso. She's out her goddamn mind. She just repeats the same thing, regurgitating her lines. She thinks that immigration without paperwork is good. Clearly not too much power underneath Kamala's hood. Borders are, it's what you are. Borders are. Cackling Kamala, you're dumb. Mass inflation imminent if she weasels herself in. If that don't sound like fun to you, then you better help me win. I promise I'll secure you, you'll be in better hands. It'd be a flippin' free-for-all with what Kamala plans. Borders are, it's what you are. Borders are. Laugh it up, Kamala. This lady, she's cackling crazy.
She's cackling crazy.
That's good stuff. That's funny. It sounds so much like Trump. I mean, it sounds a lot like Trump. But I guess AI can do that. So there you go. Also,
somebody sent us another AI Rick and Bubba song.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I was listening to it last Friday.
Okay. Another thing that we talked about, we hit on it yesterday, and Bubba, you began to talk about it on video 15. That the Jets fired their coach. How you say his name? Robert Saleh?
It's Saleh.
Saleh. And there's a lot of people wondering, even though they weren't doing great, they weren't.
Well, I can tell you why, Rick.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers wanted him gone. He didn't like Aaron Rodgers, and him didn't get along. And you may remember, and it was earlier this year. I think this is the clip where Rodgers is coming over the sideline, and the coach is like trying to give him a hug. And look, Aaron pushes him off and says, "No, I don't want none of that." So, and look at that look. No, you can't. You can't have that relationship. And
did you see the look he gave him?
I mean, he gave him a. Well, you know the look. Eat stuff and die.
Yeah, that's it.
That look.
Right. It's something about it, the fact he still has the 1970s chin strap.
Yeah.
There's something about that makes it even look even
he's
worse.
coming off. It's like a touchdown or something. Coach is trying to give him a hug, going, great job.
Yeah, he's trying to give him a bro hug, and Rodgers says, no thank you for the bro hug, bro.
You can tell that's against the Patriots. They're hosting that. What game was that, Adler?
Let's check and see.
It had to be. Well, we know it wasn't last year, right?
Yeah, that was September
of this year.
19th. Jets 24-3. So the Jets won September 19th, 2024.
When I saw that, I thought, well, he won't be there long. But he just signed, like I said, he was in the second year of a 5-year deal, wasn't it? And he gets an incredible payout on this. It's about $21 million, I think, he'll collect by being fired by the Jets.
All right, so what was does anybody know the rub between he and Aaron Rodgers?
Coaching styles? I'm just guessing.
What happened? Does anybody know? Because that's a pretty strong response that we just saw. When I was watching Hard Knocks, which was last season, before he had the Achilles, so he never played in that season, they appeared to be chummy. As a matter of fact, he was almost enamored with having Aaron Rodgers and kept talking about that's what it looks like when he do one of those throws that was very accurate. That feels good to have a Hall of Fame quarterback. They seem to be fine then. Now, this is a different season, and they've had a lot of time since then. But does anybody know why Aaron Rodgers didn't like him?
There is a story out today called "Did Aaron Rodgers Play a Role in Robert Saleh's Firing?" So that question's being asked.
Well, yeah. Well, you look at
and
that.
You see that video, and again, last year he was supposed to have Aaron Rodgers. It was a disappointing year, but Aaron Rodgers went out at the third play of the thing. Okay,
right.
You lose a future Hall of Fame quarterback that you've based the whole franchise on.
Right.
He comes back this year. You're 2-3. Okay, I just lost to the Vikings in London on the last drive of the game. They picked Rodgers off. Okay. So I very easily could have been 3-2, and they fire him. They just look strange.
Yeah.
All right. So now someone says later in the game they hugged. It was a joke between the two of them.
That's what they claim.
That wasn't a joke. That Aaron
It
Rodgers
sure didn't look
looked
like it. Are there really good, really good actors?
Yeah. Aaron needs to go ahead and hit the soap opera circuit because he's a good actor if that was an act.
Yeah.
And look, sometimes personalities don't get along. A lot of times quarterbacks and coaches don't get along.
Yeah. But it seems like there has to be, I don't like the plays, but, something. I've never heard any issue between the two of them other than it just feels like they
Is this the Dante Adams issue? Because he's unhappy with the Raiders and wants to be traded. And, of course, him and Rodgers had, tremendous success at Green Bay.
Yeah, man.
And I'm sure Rodgers would like to get him.
Oh, yeah.
But
Saleh is how you say his last name? Saleh?
Yeah.
Now, there was also
Saleh,
speculation by our what did I say?
Dante.
What is it?
Devontae.
Devontae. Wow.
My bad.
You were. I knew who you meant.
I was close.
Yeah.
So there also was speculation yesterday about him wearing this flag on their uniform or
Talking
whatever.
about the coach, yeah.
Yeah, the coach.
Yep.
And
So
I don't know.
It was on his sleeve.
Yeah, I haven't seen any stories on that. Doesn't
Well, it
mean
was
they're
a
not out
Lebanon flag,
Right.
and he is Lebanese or has. I think that's where he was born. They said his family has I guess Lebanese ties. I think he's something to that effect, and so, but I'm not sure why he was wearing it and if that had anything to do with it.
Oh wow, he was born in Dearborn, Michigan.
Okay,
Robert, I'm serious.
Was he?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a joke.
That's a pretty much Middle Eastern place
Yeah.
right now.
So might as well be born in Iraq.
Somebody said, this, and this is a somebody said, they're saying on the text that they started having issues in this past mini camp because Rodgers wanted to go to Egypt, probably to find himself, and they had a riff about that.
Huh.
So I don't know. And that he's more of a defensive coach, and I think Aaron thinks he's not creative enough offensively or something. So I don't know. So there you go.
Well, he's a rich man. Congratulations.
He'll be fine.
Yeah.
Was it $21 million, Adler? Did y'all see that? What the payout was?
I didn't see. But did y'all see Rodgers crawling around during the Vikings game after that kind of oblique injury hit there? People were saying he looked like he needed to be revived in a video game, when you're...
All right.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Has broken out here in the broadcast plaza and teleport. Michael Papa John.
Anytime Poppy's around.
Yeah, is our guest. He is an actor. You've seen him in many television series, movies. He's always the bad guy, the nemesis. He's in many fight scenes. So that has now spawned, because Poppy loves the art of movie making. He can't stand it. And now we suggested that he take the real Greg Burgess and create a fight scene, a fake fight scene, I might add. And Poppy has gone crazy in the break to the point that he has pulled a young lady out of the crowd and you've
set up chairs. He's cast the whole scene.
Set the scene for what you're setting up here, what we're about to watch.
Oh, Charlotte, you mean to set the scene?
Tell us what you've arranged.
Well, it's a club
Poppy
night.
set the
It's
scene.
club night. It's hot and steamy at a bar called Jitterbugs. And Michael Papa John is playing a character named Tucker. So I'm gonna take off my ring because I get my roles. I'm taking my ring off. Okay.
Now keep in mind, keep in mind, I kid you not, this is an actor so committed. I mean, he's got potential to turn into some weird Joaquin Phoenix. He actually knocked his own tooth out because he thought the character in Rustin should be toothless in one side.
And it helped me raise money when I had one tooth.
Okay.
So hey, so we're gonna set the scene, right?
All right, you're Tucker, and you're the
I'm
what
in
are you?
Jitterbugs. I'm
the
like
lizard?
a blue collar guy that's just making ends meet. I'm in the concrete business.
Okay.
And I just gone through a divorce, and I have a 1-year-old baby.
And you're bitter. And you're bitter.
And I'm just lonely.
You're bitter.
And I've been
lonely.
I've been drinking a little bit.
Right. Okay.
And
you're bitter.
Jitterbugs. I had a couple Jägermeisters.
Right.
And
you're bitter.
And I'm bitter, and I've been drinking. Okay.
Okay, all right, so
bitter
you're-
and drinking, and I'm lonely. And I meet Linda.
Which is the young lady from the audience.
Yeah, we pulled her from the audience, and she has a husband up there. What's his name?
Yeah. Have you explained to him what you're doing?
I told Dave that you got to surrender to the art and let Linda, go full of boat if she needs to kiss me or rub my neck, or we'll do that.
We hope not.
Well, whatever happens, happens. Sometimes when the camera rolls, people just go.
Well, it's an art.
It's an art.
Surrender to the art trick.
What's Linda's husband's name again?
David.
I try to always keep that off in the back. I don't even want to remember his name.
Because now you can't get into the role. Because if
Exactly.
you know, but in this case, Greg will play David, right?
Greg will exactly. It's good. Good, Rick. You're good.
Right.
You're directing this kind of. So Greg comes in playing David.
Right.
And confronts me
Now
about.
tell us about David.
Yeah.
David has goatee. He been drinking too. Blue collar. Probably's known me, jealous of me because I was a good athlete in high school or something.
So he's bitter.
He got cut from the team or something.
He's
He's
never liked
history.
you. He's never liked you. There is some
Never
history.
He knows
And
me,
he's
but I don't
bitter.
really know him.
And he's bitter.
And he's confronting me for flirting with Linda.
Okay, so you're flirting with Linda, his wife, in a bar. Both of you have had too much to drink, and a fight scene's about to break out.
Well, he's confronting me, so we don't know what's going to happen.
Okay, all right. So,
and coming in late, could Ryan be the club owner?
Well, Ryan, yes,
that's
no,
kind of friendly
Ryan,
with David.
Ryan is the
Dave's
doorman.
friend one? Oh, the doorman.
We don't want to make Ryan. He
Is
don't
he
look
bouncer?
like the club owner.
And his name is Bucky.
Bucky comes in.
Is he a bouncer?
With a go. He's a bouncer. He's been drinking too.
Okay. Right. Okay.
And he's bitter, and he's divorced, and
Right.
he's got like 3 kids.
Right.
Yes.
And he does web development on the side.
Right.
Yes. And he.
Oh, wait a minute.
On the jitterbug side. Yes.
He does. He's a real internet type guy, but he just really hadn't reached his potential, so that makes him even more angry.
Right. Everybody's mad.
And everybody's been
mad.
drinking.
Right.
And people are lonely.
And they're bitter and lonely.
Yes.
And Bubba plays the bartender Ziggy, who's running a special on the Chocolate Monkey.
Right.
So, David? No.
You're Bucky.
Bucky.
Bucky, the bouncer.
Bucky the bouncer.
You are Tucker.
Yes.
The listener is playing Linda.
Yes, herself.
David's wife. Greg is playing David.
Yes.
And Ryan is
I'm
Bucky,
Bucky
the doorman.
Right.
All right, here we go.
Should we talk through it or just do it?
Let's just do it.
Wireless 2.
Right, wireless
Speedy's
two
the
is a-
audio man. He's the grill.
And you've taught Greg how to do a fight, right?
Test 1, 2.
Gotcha.
We talk through it. We're just gonna go for it.
All right. Get right over, Speedy. You have to give him a lot.
Okay, that's how's it go.
Yeah. All right, hold on. Shh. Here we go.
All right, Greg's come in and he will catch Tucker flirting with his wife, right?
Where's Linda's drink?
Right there.
She's got it.
All right,
Okay, she's got it.
All right.
Well, these Hollywood types.
Jitterbug scene 1.
Okay, jitterbug scene 1. 1 second. Let's
Take
just
one.
set the scene.
One drives all of last season. Twice drives.
We're back 21 minutes past. Thank you for being with us today. From the text line, Bubba and I were just laughing about this. I didn't know this happened, so somebody making the point, the Dickie bit, which we all thought everybody knew that is a character that y'all do, thought that was pretty much understood. Well, we did too, but apparently in some cases it's not, including sometimes our own interns. But anyway, scroll down a little bit, Speedy. She says that she wondered if this character was based on people that we knew in the early days of the show, going all the way back to Q104, and Mark the Hammer Bass said there was a guy called Tim the Carpet Guy, and he was a rabid Alabama fan with a real wife at the time named Phyllis. I am that Phyllis, and I get asked that 100 times.
I remember in my mind, and I may be wrong,
Right,
because it's been a long time ago.
Yes.
Tim the Carpet Man. Now that I've thought about it, and he was a big Alabama fan. He was kind of skinny, or we'd call him wiry looking, and had kind of dirty blonde hair.
Okay.
Curly. Do you remember that?
I do not.
Okay.
I do. But
Phyllis, I don't know if that's the same one that you're speaking of, but I kind of remember that guy.
Okay, because I noticed when
him and Hammer were buddies and hung out.
There you go. When you and I met each other, read it in the break, I could tell that neither one of us remembered it. But you said if I sit here and let it simmer, because it seems like it's simmering a little bit with you, and something's coming up.
Anyway, I think I'm okay. Yeah, it's coming to me now. But no, it was not based off that. It was based off, if you remember, the real origin was telemarketers. And so back when we had a home phone, and there came a time where your landline, when cell phones began to become so dependable, you really didn't need them anymore.
Yeah, none of us knew cell phones were going to get so they sounded like, you were talking through a string and a Dixie cup.
Right, yeah. And no one would want the wonderful warm sound of the landline anymore. Right. But anyway, the landline, in our home, the landline became nothing but telemarketers.
Yeah.
No people we knew called us on that line. It was only telemarketers because at the time, that's all they had. And, of course, they found their way to our cell phones now. But and so Sherry and I would laugh about it, and I just started trying to do to them what they were doing to us, and I developed this character that would frustrate them to the point they wanted to hang up on us. And so it kind of developed from there. And then the Alabama comments and all that is just from us being raised in Alabama and going to Alabama games and sitting in front of various Alabama fans and begin to develop into some of these men that used to sit behind us at the games. So that's really where it came from. Gene Simmons. We mentioned he's the guest judge on Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah, they do this, but listen, a lot of people were unhappy with Gene. Mm-hmm. They said he acted creepy was the word everybody was using because he kept commenting on how the female dancers looked.
You're right.
To the producers of Dancing with the Stars, what did you think you were going to get?
When you got
what did you think you were going to get?
He's 75 years old now.
Wow.
Now, we all know that, too, that even if you're a rocker, when you're commenting on young women in crude ways, it's creepy just when you're around their age. It now hits another level of creepy when you're 75 years old. Mm-hmm.
But this is what is also strange.
But how did they not see that coming?
Because I don't watch the show every week, but I have noticed there are several men on there that are, very extravagant.
Okay.
Can I say that?
Now, you're talking about the judges?
Flamboyant.
You're talking about the judges?
Yeah, well, one of them especially is.
Correct.
Yeah. And they would make comments about the men all the time, but I guess that was okay.
Oh, of course it is.
Goes both ways, folks.
Nope.
Thanks, Alt-Ad.
Mm-hmm.
Gene Simmons, if you've ever seen anything Gene Simmons has done, if you've ever had an interview with him or his longtime partner, Shannon Tweed, I think you should have known what you were going to get. Matter of fact, this was probably a very watered-down Gene Simmons, if we really had to get to the bottom of it. Shocking for the Dancing with the Stars people, but you should have known what you were getting into here, guys.
Yeah, if you're going to have rock legend Gene Simmons with all, if you said, Bubba, his very well-documented conquest.
Lifestyle.
Right. As a matter of fact, Wilt Chamberlain thought he was out of hand.
Right.
Anyway, he has never really been known for being someone that thinks this is inappropriate, and now the fans of Dancing with the Stars says that his sexually suggestive comments have made him the worst guest judge in the show's 33 seasons.
Good night.
When I read, I just laughed.
That's a big statement.
What did you think you were going to get?
Right. So they said, as a matter of fact, to get the fans back on board, next week, guest judge, Bill Clinton.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
I'm
glad to be here.
Gene had a point.
That Texas two-step was something. Is that what you call that dance?
Hey, step back here, sweetie, and move that around a little more. Let me see that again.
Does it give quotes that Gene had made?
What we need
it really
is more
does
cowbell.
Hey, I like it. Can y'all run that again? It says they were dancing to metal hits like Cherry Pie rock you like a hurricane.
Okay, so look at the songs we're already dancing to.
Correct.
And you think that's gonna steer Gene to high ground?
Yeah, I don't know how to break. I don't know how to break this to everyone. The Scorpions. That song is not about weather.
Always thought it was.
And well, it is not.
And the other one is not about cooking in the kitchen either.
No, it's not.
Okay?
It is not. It is not about your meemaw.
That ain't grandma in her oven.
No,
okay?
it is not. It's not meemaw's cherry pie. So it is. But it says that.
Rock it to the left.
And it said that he even the host that's the new host, isn't he? He used to be on Prince of Bel-Air, Alfonso, whatever.
He also hosts America's Funniest Home Videos now.
And said it was bothering him too.
What's his name on there? Because he invented that dance.
But he did
What's
say
his name? Carlton. That's right.
The Carlton. Right. Alfonso said it was a nice break though to have to calm down Gene Simmons as opposed to having to be hit on by the other judge.
See, I mean, he's even making reference.
Well, I just came up with it.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? He could have said that.
Yeah. The other judge is also a creepy old man, like you said, just in the other flirtatious world, different gender. And rarely, I saw it one night.
No, he's passed, I think, the old guy.
Yeah, this other guy's not young. That's still flamboyant. He's not young. Right. He ain't a spring chicken.
He wasn't as old as the old guy.
No. But
look, they've been doing this for how many seasons now?
33.
33 seasons.
So there you go.
That's a lot of Dancing with the Stars.
They're saying Gene Simmons, worst judge ever.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So we'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We got the music to smoke, the alcohol, and give Linda and Papa John about 10 seconds just to cozy up.
All right, they're cozying.
I cannot believe how attractive.
The new intern that works mainly in the internet department informed us that he has trouble sleeping and falls asleep, and even found out later, Bubba, did you know that they actually announced, but they were.
I got in trouble for mine, and see, I had sleep apnea too. I just didn't know it. I also was told yesterday that he was stopped by the police one time, and he didn't have anything on but his underwear.
Oh, get out of here.
Well, now, look, let's don't stand and judge.
Easy.
No, I'm just telling you.
Look,
that's what I was told
Who among
yesterday.
us have not been driving our underwear for
So if we would have showed up at school with a patch on our eye, we'd have got to have scheduled.
Just yes, it's just a simple yes or no answer. I would like to ask Old Man Shanahan, has he ever been pulled over by the police and he had nothing on but underwear?
I mean, hang on.
Yes.
What's his thing listed under?
We got to bring it. Get your theme music. We hadn't got it on a hotkey yet, and on the bank.
There it is.
Here it is.
We got one called Old Growth, so I can come.
That's he does love trees, too.
Yes, he does. All right, so here is intern Old Man Shanahan.
The old man is down the road.
I was wearing a pair of shorts that were probably a couple sizes too big, and I'd been pulling them up all day, and I was getting tired of it. So I was leaving my girlfriend's house, and I ran to my truck, and they're about to fall down as I'm running down, so I just take them off and throw them over in the passenger seat, and that was one less step when I got home before I get in the bed because I was already a little tired. So I'm almost home. I'm probably, maybe less than a mile from my house, and I see the blue lights come on behind me.
Same thing there,
which is standard. Anytime you're out driving, you're swerving, so you're gonna get pulled over.
How many times you been pulled over?
About 25.
Because they always think that something's wrong because you keep.
But I mean, do
asleep.
you realize you're about to wreck?
That's very dangerous.
They do that,
and they let you just keep going.
Yeah, I've never gotten a ticket.
We're gonna pull you out and beat you. I mean, seriously.
So my brilliant thinking is I start to panic because all I'm wearing is my boxers, like I said.
Right.
And the cop, the cop gets out of the car and he's headed towards my truck, and I'm like, what am I gonna do? So I decided to get the shorts and decide to lay them over my lap like I'm still wearing them, and that worked good until he said, "Let me see your insurance." And I had to lean over, and he got a full moon.
Oh boy!
So let me see. You've been caught by the police 25 times for swerving. You've been caught with your pants off.
All because of lack of sleep.
you have been caught. I mean, you used to wear a patch over your
It was
eye.
cross-eyed for 3 months, too. Don't leave that
I
out.
mean, so you're kind of like a pantsless pirate driving around town. I mean,
cross-eyed naps. Cross-eyed pantsless pirate.
But if you got a patch on, how do you know if you're cross-eyed? I mean, it could be a wandering eye.
That's
you don't
right.
know.
Oh, lazy. So anyway, I just want him to know this. There are farmers in Taiwan that claim that there are wind turbines, because we have to have wind energy,
right?
That are too loud, and the goats are not getting sleep, and 400 goats have died for lack of sleep.
That's that green power for you. Hope everybody's happy.
Yeah.
Goat deaths on your hands.
That's right. So anyway, old man Shanahan, the next time we interview you, don't leave stuff like this out.
Yeah, really.
I mean, this
Good
is
gracious.
I know.
All right, let me ask you this. This is a loaded question. Is there anything else we need to know at this point?
Oh man, probably. But
are you going to get something done about this sleep thing?
I am. Actually, somebody called the show yesterday to talk to me. I talked to him on the phone in the phone screening room from.
You fell asleep about halfway through it and didn't hear what he said.
Yeah. What was
that?
that?
I told her you're gonna have to wrap this up. I'm getting a little sleepy.
Right. Yeah. When you were in school, they prescribed naps for you.
Yeah, because it was because of my eye. That what they thought was wrong was my ligament was stretched, so my eye, that's why my eyes went crossed. So
now Greg told me yesterday that it happened when you fell down a well. Is that not right?
And then a mule.
Yeah, a mule kicked you and straightened the mouth. Is that right?
The bottom of the well.
Or were you pretending to be cross-eyed? They stuck at one.
Yeah, they always warned us.
I don't know. But, yeah, every day at school during, I think, 6th period, I got to go and lay on a beanbag.
Oh, my God.
And,
I thought you had him naps
I've
like
never
I had
heard of this. This is unbelievable.
See, that's so much easier than just putting your head down.
You know,
it.
at my school,
Way
you
more
would have been
comfortable.
laughed at if
Oh,
you
yeah.
even tried to pull that. Because I did.
Did you actually sleep though?
Oh, man, like a baby.
Oh my.
I'd sleep through 7th period on and pass through football practice. And I'd wake up and have to run over to the football field and have to run because I was sleeping during football practice.
How about this? And when he played football, they only went on either first sound, maybe one, but they never went on two. Because they say, "Hey, we can't make it."
By 3, he's already fell off sides.
Okay, look at us, old man Shanahan. We're going on first sound. Here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. I know. Security now probably more important than it's been in my lifetime, and so you want to make sure that your property is secure. And if you don't have that kind of peace of mind, simplysafe.com/bigbox can help. Let me tell you, they're dedicated to providing families peace of mind, knowing that they're secure, knowing that your property is being watched 24/7. Boy, they've really made advancements in the industry too, and they are definitely the industry leader now. We're giving you an opportunity to get a Simply Safe system at 50% off, and we're going to throw in a free indoor security camera. But you got to order through our URL, simplysafe.com/bigbox. Their live guard protection, game changer. 24/7, your property is monitored, and they can actually interact with the property in real time. Say it's an intruder. Well, they can start speaking to the intruder. We see you. We have police on the way. You better get out of here. Minimizes the damage they do or the stuff they steal. Also, they can see, say you're sleeping in the middle of the night. God forbid there's some sort of carbon monoxide issue that's happening in the home. They'll detect it. They can wake you up. They can see a fire. They can see flooding, a water issue, whatever the case may be. So U.S. News and World Report named them best home security system again. So go right now and get that peace of mind provided by the best in the industry, simplysafe.com/bigbox at 50% off right now and a free indoor security camera as well. That link is available to you at rickandbubba.com too, right there under the sponsors button. Bubba, a couple of stories that we haven't gotten to. Traveler kicked off Delta flight because she had food allergies.
Really?
There's a traveler, and, again, this is what the traveler is claiming, that she was kicked off a Delta flight from Los Angeles to Massachusetts after she informed the airline officials she had a food allergy. Pretty standard now. I know anytime you go out to eat now you get this. Anybody got a food allergy?
Yep.
But she's a TikToker, Bubba, and she's told her followers about this while she was in tears.
says she had tickets for a flight back home, and says because I'm having really, really serious allergies right now.
Now, what is she allergic to? Does it say?
It says that she had one of those. She's described it as a mild. What's that word? Anaphylactic. How do you
Anaphylactic
shock? Did I say it right?
Yeah, anaphylactic
shock compared to the other ones she had, and she tried to explain that situation to the flight official. I did all the things I was supposed to do as an advocate for myself, so I could have a safe flight. But she said she felt dismissed by an airline worker when she tried to disclose the information about her allergy, and ultimately was kicked off the plane.
But what causes her to go into anaphylactic?
She's not saying what she's allergic to. Now, what it sounds like to me that she didn't get kicked off the plane for having allergies. She got kicked off of the plane for being difficult about her allergies.
Yeah,
I don't think that's the same thing, because she's now wanting to call in the Disabilities Act. So she sounds like she might be a bit of a drama queen, just from what I'm reading here.
It looks like airborne nut allergies.
Okay, so you
it's very dangerous. My daughter's
airborne.
that way,
Yeah, but you can understand that the flight may say, well, if you're that allergic, and even airborne would get you. Peanuts will be in this plane.
Yeah.
All we can do is not give them to me if eating them bothers you.
I'm
but if
shocked
airborne
they
bothers
still
you,
have peanuts.
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah. If airborne, a lot of flights don't anymore.
I mean, you got to have the peanut.
Yeah, but it sounds like to me that she said I wanted to be an advocate for myself. And I was trying to explain my situation. I felt dismissed. I think probably the reaction to feeling dismissed may have gotten her kicked off more than her allergies. I think
or the fact she might not quit filming when they said, "Put your camera down. We need to talk."
Right?
Here.
Yeah. Anytime that you that you are trying to shout out that you fall under the Americans with Disabilities Act, and things like that, I just feel like sometimes these folks that they're obsessed over their world of TikTok, that maybe there was almost some excitement. I really got something good from my TikTok channel today.
Right, this will get me a lot of clicks.
And I'm going to go on and be this crying victim of how bad I was treated. But I just have this, and I could be wrong. I wasn't there. I just have this sense right now, don't you, that if I'd have been there, I would have been able to say, she's not exactly telling you how it went. She was
got a little
she was impossible, and we were all thankful when she was taking off our flight.
And she's a medical flight risk, like you're saying.
Yeah, but I mean, I could understand if I go into a plane and I tell them that things that they can't control in the plane might kill me, they might say, "Well, you can't fly."
Yeah.
Okay. Are there peanuts anywhere on this plane? Well, yeah, but I mean, they're in packets. That may be too dangerous for me. I want all peanuts off the plane. They might say, well, maybe you should get off the plane. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. And I know it is serious. And from what I've gathered, most planes, because of this, have done away with it.
That's why I'm shocked, because every time I've been on a plane, I hadn't been on one in a long time, a commercial flight.
You know what?
You couldn't even get peanuts.
I don't even think it's out of the realm of possibility that they told her, "You're good. There's no peanuts on the plane." Has peanuts ever been on the plane? I could just see her.
Yeah.
She just seems a little Karen-like, a little elevated. And
she just got a hint of that. We don't know all the facts, but it kind of got that feel to it.
Don't you know that people that know her and had to interact with her, when they heard she got kicked off, they went, "Yeah, that sounds about right."
Right.
No surprise.
Bubba, another, what did you expect? Woman calls 911 after her home is surrounded by over 100 raccoons.
100.
The reason?
She feeds them.
Uh-huh.
If you keep feeding them, they'll go out and tell friends.
And
then they told two friends, and they told two friends, and they told two friends, and suddenly you got 100 raccoons.
It is
Bunch
funny
of 'em.
how like if an animal finds food, that it seems to bring others back.
Yes.
with it.
They're so good at it.
I mean, deer too.
Oh
You know, all of
yes,
them.
absolutely.
I mean, what do they do? Do they give them a sign? Do they smell the food on them? What do you think?
I think they go out and. The raccoons with their busy little hands, and they tell them where there's free
Wave
food.
their little paws at
Can I
it.
tell
Come on.
all of you out there that if animals, it goes back to the famous "Do not feed the bears." That's not about looking after bears. Okay, it's trying to keep you alive.
Yeah.
Bears can pretty much, they eat a lot of weird things like, rotting carcasses. So they got a pretty good, gastrointestinal tract.
They can digest a lot.
They're not afraid that the marshmallows are going to get the bear in trouble. you never have enough marshmallows for the bear. Whenever you run out of marshmallows, they're like, "Where's the next one?" And eventually they say, "You know what? I'm very upset about this no food today," and they eat you. Well, raccoons are highly. I mean, when you hear somebody got bit by a rabid animal, what do you always think? Raccoon. Raccoon got them.
Yep.
So you're bringing animals that are big time, can be big time carriers of rabies. You're bringing them in by 100. You got 100 now because you're feeding them so often.
And it makes them lose their fear of humans, especially with bears. Fed bear is a dead bear, y'all. A fed bear is a dead bear. Dead one.
A dead where?
A dead one.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I was going to change it up. Here's a footage of the 100 raccoons, by the way.
Everywhere. Just standing right there in the middle of them.
What?
Y'all.
You can't.
She's surrounded.
That looks like over at Just John's house.
It really does.
But now I want you to imagine you're the person that's at 911, and now you're the person that's been called to go out and handle it. And you're thinking to yourself, this was avoidable.
It was.
Look, all it takes is one shotgun blast. They'll leave.
Hey, you know what's not right too. It's just look. It's just in the middle of the day too, and they're just out there. Out there, no fear.
Yes.
Oh no.
So, Bubba, you're saying just blast one of them and then the rest of them will run.
By the way, I can see
If
two
you
of
want
them
to be
are
really
rabies.
humane, you can just blast up in the air. I think they'd leave too.
Blast one of them.
They said to trap and relocate them. You couldn't trap that many and relocate them. You're never going to cause a problem where you're going to spread them out.
There's no shortage of raccoons. Trust me.
Wow.
It's like saying a shortage of rabbits.
They said the taxpayer for this job is about $500 a raccoon.
Whoa, really? No, we're not doing that.
Shells are cheaper.
They're so much cheaper.
Yeah, I needed that yesterday when I saw that snake.
I could have.
I wish you'd have had a 12 gauge. I hate you let that get away.
Right.
I was just on a walk.
I could have showed up at this woman's house. Says I'll solve the raccoon problem for you.
Yeah.
Wow. Their hands are just so skilled.
Hey, do me a favor. Step on back inside and shut the door.
Yeah.
And
put some.
But tomorrow morning you won't have this. I promise.
No. Put some Raycons in your ear too.
Can you
it's gonna get
imagine
loud out here?
But can you imagine dropping a coon dog in the middle of that? I think he'd be overwhelmed.
He wouldn't know what to do.
My goodness.
He might run for cover.
You think he might be like, I dreamed this once. Can you? Tree and
There
blue.
wouldn't be enough trees around there. There'd be raccoons all over the trees. The branches would be bending down.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, raccoons are going to be okay. They don't need you to feed them.
No.
They're fine.
Yeah.
We'll take your phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll find out what's on your mind, America, as you bring information to the table right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Adler is joining us.
Speaking of hay,
Station.
yeah, that's weird. But that
After this
not in a bad
weekend.
way.
So on Sunday after the church service, I always like to have a little fun with Eddie Van Adler's dad, Michael Adler, who is the worship leader at our church. And so I was going to bring Eddie Van Adler in on it and us kind of rip on his dad a little bit about some things that took place, and just for fun and so
Just goofing.
yeah. And I'm like, well, he's not responding to
As
my
Eddie Haskell used to say.
because I think Eddie Van Adler is
Giving him
in
the business.
I think he's in the service. I think he's up working in the sound booth or
Running the cameras.
Running the camera.
That's what
so
I do.
I think he's there.
That's how I do.
He calls me back. He calls me back and he says, "Hey man, you remember I'm down here covering the Hangout Festival?" And I said, "What?
Covering it? For who?
He said, "Yeah, I'm down
That's
here."
exactly what Rick said.
I said, "Who you
You work here.
I
We
said-
didn't send
I
anybody.
said, "Who you covering it
Oh
for?"
yes, we did.
Who you covering for? He goes, I'm there covering it. And I'm like,
He made it up so we could go.
"What do you mean you're covering it?"
Does that mean he had to come to card?
Is that what you told your parents?
And he goes, "No, we've been talking about this for weeks."
Rick,
I said, "Well,
I had been linking with Speedy for the last several weeks since we did the remote out at the Hangout. I've been linking up with Speedy.
is that why you got my company
You've
credit
been
card?"
linking up with Speedy.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Who are you covering it for?
for y'all? For you,
Rick, you remember we were wanting coverage of it.
I was in the meetings, and I know I don't pay attention all the time,
Right.
but I don't remember anybody saying, "Hey,
Yeah.
hey, we got to get Eddie down there to cover that."
Was this?
We got to get him at Bonnaroo
Look,
next year.
Look, just come. Hey, look,
I try.
look,
I
Eddie.
passed
Eddie,
the deadline.
Eddie, just come clean. you and Speedy worked a plan where you could get to the Hangout Festival and have press credentials.
Look, I said to Speed Man, I'm gonna go get what I can. If we can end up using it on the TV show, on the radio, whatever. But I didn't want to build it up on it in case I came back with nothing.
Yeah.
Speedy,
Right.
I'm
Well,
In case I came back with nothing.
when we were down at the Hangout, he said, "Hey, Speedy, I'd like to cover this and get back down here, and while I'm here, I might could capture something that we need. You never know, but ultimately, I want to get back down here and cover it.
And I didn't really know why. At first, I thought, well, he's a music fan. He's trying to get access. I
Rick
get
is a
that.
journalist.
Zach Brown Band was there, our connection.
Right.
But then,
Black Crow.
I heard some news this morning that makes me wonder if there wasn't more to it. If y'all know it.
He was pretty adamant about going. Boy, he stayed on
that
me.
does put a whole new twist on it.
He stayed on me about it.
Okay, so how did it go? Since you covered it and we need to report on it.
You did hang out with the Blind Boys, didn't you?
Got an interview with the Blind Boys of Alabama. They are big fans, by the way. I don't think they knew who they were talking to until the actual
I'm gonna leave that alone.
until the interview started.
Well, until you said something,
Yeah,
I'm gonna leave that alone.
What's
I don't
up?
think they knew you were even in the room till you said something.
Y'all, I had to
that's
do
not-
some.
that's it.
So were you on press row?
I had to do some pirate stuff to get some interviews. Like I'm jumping on artist buses to get some interviews.
Right.
The Blind Boys, it was pouring down rain during their set. Just pouring down
people
rain.
didn't throw him off.
And so they jumped straight into a 15-passenger van right after the set. And that's where I ended up doing the interview. My buddy.
You were riding in there with him?
Yeah.
No, we're just sitting.
Well, you
sitting there.
scared him. They didn't know he was in there. And he went, "Hello."
Crazy fan.
Did
All
you?
right, who's in here?
Did you see Zach Brown Band?
Saw Zach Brown Band.
Hello. Huh?
Could not get an interview with those guys. I got snubbed a little bit. Of course, it's because they're like, "Who's this Eddie Van guy?" We were familiar with the Rick and Bubba show, but
Right.
next time.
That's when I
next
hate
time.
I wasn't down there with him because we'd have hung out with Zach.
How about the Robinson brothers from the Black Crows? You get anything from them?
I didn't get anything with
I
the
can
Black
see you
Crows.
fitting in real well with them.
Got to chat with Mr. Warren Haynes from Government Mule. Got to speak with Grace Potter of Grace Potter and the Nocturnals. Davey Knowles. These are obviously bands that y'all maybe are not familiar with. They are.
Well, who don't
they
know
are
them?
a big deal.
Who doesn't know
Believe
the Nocturnals?
Right.
Come on.
They were on the cover of the Rolling Stone. Greg.
Greg.
Aren't they also called? Their fans are called possums.
Mm-hmm.
And who'd you get? Government Cheese? Who'd you?
Government Mule. You know
Oh,
what
I'm
Government
sorry.
Mule.
Yeah,
but
I actually
but
saw
Adler-
Government Mule
Warren
open.
Haynes?
I've
you
seen
know,
them open for Ted
Allman
Nugent one
Brothers.
time. I saw them
Adler-
open for Ted Nugent.
Adler had a little anxiety about going because his Friday was just wow. It was crazy as he was heading down that way. And then he looked at me and goes, "And how about this, Speedy? My reservations got canceled." And I'm like,
yeah.
"What are you talking
How'd that
about?"
happen?
And I'm like, "Do you have a place to stay? Are you going to hang out in your car?" No
he
pun
don't-
intended.
look,
I never
mean,
saw-
Adler
it
don't
was just-
care.
I never stopped seeing.
yeah,
Friday
you're gonna.
was-
Do you know other people going that you're
my
gonna? I mean, what are you doing?
There's a park bench down there somewhere.
I was planning on park benching.
I heard you
most
slept
of
in the
time.
Blind Boys van.
Yeah,
And they
you
didn't
were
even
quiet.
They did.
I'm a quiet sleeper.
There's another person breathing in here.
All right. We got lines open for you right now. Speedy taking phone calls, and you can join us at 866 We Be Big. Whatever's on your mind, we'd love to hear from you as the show moves on. A couple of opportunities, and boy, we got them coming up this week. Tomorrow night in Crestview, Florida. Of course, unaffected by the hurricane. That's up in the Panhandle. First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida. Tony Cooper, their next man church, as they roll through the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. Steve Shaw, you said, Bubba, now he's over all officials?
Yes, that is correct.
All officials. Now, look, go there. Steve's going to be talking, about, Scripture and his faith. Please don't go there and holler at him about how bad the officiating is. Lakeside Baptist Church tomorrow
Or
night.
ask for a review.
Right, in Birmingham, Alabama. Lakeside going through the men's discipleship strategy as well. This is their next man church. Steve Shaw speaking there tomorrow night. I'm going over to Tallapoosa, Georgia. Bubba, you ever been to Tallapoosa, Georgia?
Yes, I have many times. We have kinfolks there.
Yeah, I'm going there on Saturday night, Providence Baptist Church. If you want to be part of that event, they're feeding us, and there's still some tickets available. And then Sunday night, What's Eating Scott Gorosky, you'll find out in Huntsville, Alabama at Twickenham Church of Christ
He'll be speaking there. All of those going on this week. The details can be found there at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. Lines are available if you want to join us. Marshall gets us started out of Riverside, Alabama. Marshall, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
I'm good. Good morning, fellas. Good anchors.
Well, thank you for the call. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Long time, lifetime listener. Don't know what we're going to listen to when y'all are gone. We're going to miss you. Really appreciate what you do.
Thank you,
I wanted
Marshall.
to wish my wife a happy birthday yesterday.
Oh, yesterday?
Yes, sir. Katie out of Riverside.
Yeah. Did you do anything special? I mean, did you make it a special day for her?
No, sir. I've been an idiot.
Okay. That's honest right there. That's as honest
Now,
as
is that
anybody's
your
ever-
words or hers?
Yeah, I was about to say, that's a good question.
They're both.
Both? Okay. So is this your way to try to make good? If I get her a birthday wish on the Rick and Bubba Show, all is forgiven?
Probably not, but it's a good start.
Yeah, you know what? It is. Marshall, I hope it gets better, buddy. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. And thanks for listening to the show. Chris, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show out of Alabama. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, I was just wondering if you guys have heard, and because I haven't heard you guys say anything about it, but I guess Caitlin Clark is going to be leaving the WNBA, and I just wanted to get your input on that one.
I've heard this rumor from a couple of different people, but I've not found any stories that actually said that. I think she's going on a vacation in Europe.
Yeah.
But she's under contract. She has a rookie contract for a few years. She has a very lucrative contract with Nike, and I don't think she's going to be leaving the WNBA to go overseas at all.
Yeah, I heard, like you, Bubba, that rumor she was going to go play.
Now, maybe they are, but I
in
can't
Europe,
find
but-
proof of it.
Yeah, I don't think that's accurate. I'm kind of with Bubba. I think people are reading more into her trip than is there because of all the reasons you stated. Lines are available, 866 We Be Big. Greg in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Greg, go ahead.
Hey, I was just wondering if y'all had seen where Trump's trying to get CBS to air the outtakes of Kamala's interview. They had to redo some of the questions and get her to re-answer them because they were such a mess. And did y'all see where her teleprompter quit on her?
Yeah.
She kept saying 30. I didn't know if y'all had done that or not, but I'll get off and listen to you.
Hey, Greg.
Thank you.
Greg, I want to correct
Hey,
something because
hey.
I don't want you to be deemed a racist. It's Kamala.
Okay.
It's Kamala Harris.
Kamala.
Yeah,
Hey.
and everybody knows you're mispronouncing her name because there's some deep-seated hate for her. It's Kamala.
Or it could just
Kamala.
be difficult to say.
Yeah, or yes, maybe her name is not all that well known, and as you said, when you see Kam, a lot of
Cam.
people say Cam.
Yep.
But it is Kamala.
Well,
and I don't want you to get in trouble.
Okay, well, I'm like y'all. I'm from the South, so it don't matter to me.
Yeah, well, that's well put.
Vice President Harris. We can go with that. Harris. So we
Yeah.
all know that. now.
Right. Harris is so
Well-
much easier. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now Trump's easier to say.
Well, your correct answer is what's easier to say is President Trump.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. And we all know it because we've said it before.
Yep.
Brandon
That's correct.
out of Birmingham, Alabama, listening on ZZK. Brandon, go ahead.
What's up, fellas? Hey, just wanted to congratulate you guys on your retirement. Been listening for a while.
Thank you.
I was really good friends with DeMarco back in the day. I actually performed with you guys back at Fat Fest when it was at Oak Mountain.
You did.
You were one of the dancers
Yes, sir.
for Casio
I was
and
one,
Don
yeah.
Juan?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I don't remember a male dancer. All I remember is that they had some female dancers. I don't remember a male
I've got
dancer.
a
Yeah.
great joke now.
I know you do. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I was female back then.
Okay, got it. All right, that makes more sense. Yeah. Well, you know what?
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I was about to say the hormones you're taking really have affected the voice. Really good. Yeah. Well, it's good.
Anyway,
to hear. Yeah.
congratulations.
Thanks,
Congratulations, guys, and good luck. God bless you.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thanks for checking in. And do you remember a male dancer with him? I don't.
I just, Rick, I don't know.
Okay, all
I
right.
don't know. Let me just say I don't remember anything right now.
Vince and Alex City. Vince, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I know you all are hunters and shooters, but there is a transaction that John Kennedy and J.D. Vance tried to stop, but it's just been released. Federal ammunition owners, Vista owns them. They are in the process of selling to a company in Czech Republic that was Russian-controlled until January 1, 1993. So once a Russian, always a Russian, even though they're not under Russia's control anymore. Because if Russia wants you back, what do they do to Ukraine? What do they do to the Czech Republic? So all our ammo, CCI, Spear, Alliance gunpowder, estate shot shells, like I said, all federal ammo is in the process, which is our largest supplier to our U.S. Army, a lot of law enforcement. They're in the process of selling to this country who is former Russia, and so still once Russian, always Russian, so to speak. And on top of that, guys, how do you fulfill the Second Amendment if you don't have ammo? And this company in Czech Republic is the largest company.
Hey, can I ask you about Czech Republic? Now, they once were Russia, right?
Well, they were part of the
January
Iron.
1.
They were behind the Iron Curtain, yeah.
So they're not Russia anymore, though.
No, January 1, 1993.
Right, so it's really not
free.
Russia. It's not Russia then.
No, but what were the people that live there that own this company?
Were they once
were
Russia?
they once?
Were they once Russia?
Yes.
But not anymore.
Just like Ukrainians were once Russian, and now the reason why there was such a weakness is a lot of people in Ukraine wanted to go back to Russian control. So you've got, and by the way, this manufacturer of ammo is the number one provider ammo for NATO.
Right.
And guys, I'm just a glorified Bubba. John Kennedy and J.D. Vance tried to stop it, said this is a lack of interest, and we don't want to do this. But they did the regulatory committee and said, let's go with the sale. There goes your Second Amendment. You can have all.
It's a bit of a reach, I think, but I understand.
I'm not up on the story,
Yeah,
sir. I'll have to look into it.
But is it Czech Republic? No, they were once Russia.
I think
right?
they were once Russia.
Top of the
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right.
I think one of them's faking. Because I went to shake his hand after the interview. And he grabbed it. He grabbed it without, I didn't have to touch his leg or anything.
He's calling out one of the blind boys.
He had my hand
said one of the blind boys from Alabama's faking on the air.
Maybe he's legally
I
blind.
reached my hand. I was like, how did he know that?
He's legally blind, maybe.
I don't know.
You know what one of them said? You know what one of them said? I hear another heartbeat in here.
Let me ask you this: were you part of?
Did he drive the van, or was it?
Sonar. Maybe that was sonar.
Did you have anything to do with the other story that we can't talk about that we were told this morning?
The other story that we can't talk about
and
this
we're
morning?
not going to talk about.
Out
of
of
I smell a rat in the wood pile. Is what I
to
smell.
do with that.
I smell a rat in the wood pile.
I didn't even see her the whole time. I didn't even see her the
We're
whole
not
time.
talking about
Oh, it's
that.
awful. It's a distinct smell.
So you expect us to believe that you desire?
I heard the heartbeat of a rat in the wood.
Yes, you did, and so did the Blind Boys of Alabama.
All right.
They love the show and
Here's what he's asking us to believe.
I had my ticket.
Here's what he's asking us to believe.
She had her ticket.
Just so we're all clear.
We never met up.
Now, was everybody at the same place?
Where did you spend the night?
Yes.
That's all I
I
got
stayed at a hotel.
No, I mean, is the person we're not talking about, were they at that event? Were they in
Yes.
that town?
Yes, they were.
Yes.
Oh, my
Did I
gosh.
ever see that
You smelling that rat in the wood pile?
No.
Let me let me clarify what he's asking us to believe.
Even the blind boys could see through this one.
That's because they're not really blind.
He believes he opens upsets, and it involves the delicacy, the octopus. Have you ever?
Bubba, did we eat any of that day? I went and ate sushi.
We have had octopus before, but it was dead at the time.
Boy, it was.
That
but
was
you-
baby octopus.
Yeah,
as a matter of fact.
Well, that's kind of bad. Well, Bubba, they're not happy about this.
PETA is now focusing their gaze on a sushi
What about
bar.
the other guys in the club?
The what?
Oh, I thought they were sending the gays after.
No, not
gays.
Focusing their GAZE.
I thought it was like, now the gay group, y'all go get this. Now
Right.
you straight guys, y'all go deal with them abusing seals.
Straight guys, y'all got seals. Gays, let's head over and take on this octopus thing.
We figure y'all be more intense about it. Y'all be more offended.
See that's
More
one.
ways than one.
That's why I don't like English as a language.
Right. Yeah.
I heard what I heard.
Gaze and gays is the same word.
You're right. It is.
Gaze.
Right.
Gaze.
I guess
What if
5 times
gays,
we've said
gays?
it. That's
Gays,
7
gays.
now.
You know what?
That's 9.
They're now focusing their gaze on the
Seeing it.
city's octopus community.
I just see a whole group of them showing up.
Hey.
I'm tired of this octopus abuse. All right, I'm done.
Looking across there, I'm not really concerned about that. I don't think I'm going to go.
That don't bother me at all, Earl.
I'm not concerned about that. Why don't you gays handle that?
Now PETA is they're upset.
Yes.
And they're wanting the city to address a disturbing practice they have found in Manhattan and Queens restaurants and aim to stop the chopping up or slowly steaming of live octopus and serving them while they are still conscious.
Have you seen the video of this?
Oh, gracious.
You know what?
Now-
That kind of bothers me.
Now again,
Oh, just look at the TV.
Here's
Please
the
look at the TV.
That
Oh,
is
my gracious
awful.
alive.
Bubba, watch him eat.
That's awful.
Watch him eat. He's eating this octopus and it's still squirming.
Oh, come on
You know
now.
what? You know
come
what?
on now. My gracious. Oh, come on now. Oh, that was an American right there.
That's awful.
So you're saying it's okay for an Asian to do it?
Yeah,
They eat all
I
kinds
can
of weird
I
stuff.
can deal with that.
They eat live
I like
snakes.
octopus, but not not an American.
Y'all look, they're taking these
Not
baby,
an Anglo.
these baby octopus. They're still alive,
Oh my gracious!
full body, and they're eating it while it's still squirming.
Come on now. Come on
I'm not
now.
siding with PETA right here, but that's wrong.
Yeah.
Ain't
What
nothing
do we
right about
eat
that.
oysters on the half shell?
Yeah, but they're
They ain't
dead,
alive, though.
aren't they?
Look
I
how
don't
many
know. How do you know
12
one's
of them a
alive?
week.
Look how many octopus
They
are
don't
in that
move.
aquarium. Do you see him digging there?
Yeah.
Look at this.
The ocean's full of
Go
them.
back. I know that.
But
But
it's not that I mean, that's just gross.
oh gosh.
Yeah, well, look, here's the thing. We may choose
like-
not to do it because it is gross, but again, is it PETA? If those people want to eat that, who cares?
Well, that's hard. I mean, I'm not saying from an abuse part. I'm just saying it's gross.
Well, everything.
Yeah, sure, but we shouldn't
just
have
think-
laws because it's gross. Let them eat it if they want
I
to.
guess.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Everything.
Some
you eat
people
that?
think ketchup on scrambled eggs is gross, but I love it.
How about this?
That's a good point, but it ain't moving.
Every animal. Well, sometimes every animal we
you
eat
gonna
was.
buy that
Look,
right there.
think about this. Really, is that any more gross than us eating an egg?
Yeah, it's really not.
I don't bring
Think
up eggs
about
and
it.
make me think about what they really are.
Egg ain't alive.
Yeah, an egg. And I ain't got a chicken running around in my mouth.
That'd be
An
like
egg
if
ain't
I
gonna
wanted a
latch
hamburger
on
and a
to
cow
the
came by and I bit it.
Hey,
know?
it ain't for me. Okay, I wouldn't be eating any food moving.
Did y'all see
Okay.
how gross that was?
I
All
gotta
that
ask y'all
slime?
something.
I got no issue with this.
I got to ask you something. And I want y'all to be straight up.
If they want to eat,
Have
it,
you
who
ever
cares?
eaten anything that's
I
alive?
ate an earthworm and on a dare.
On a dare? Did you chew it?
No,
you just
swallowed
swallow
it whole. I didn't want to chew on it.
I have
But then I
eat-
thought later I should have chewed it because it's probably alive.
I have eaten various small animals. Yes.
You have?
And insects.
Small animals?
Yeah, a little insect, animal,
we,
fish.
we were at football practice and we found an earthworm and they were like, "Hey, you want to eat that?" And I
So,
said, "Oh
Rick-
yeah, I will."
Yeah.
So you've
I
eaten
have-
goldfish, haven't you?
I have never eaten anything alive that I know of.
I think it was a guppy. I don't think I
On
would know.
purpose. No, you're
And,
wrong.
and wait a minute,
You
one of them
drank
big
it,
black grasshoppers with a racing stripe on it.
That's right.
You eat a Georgia grasshopper?
Them big ones that hiss.
I didn't eat that.
Remember we used to burn them; their lungs would explode.
Yeah. I mean,
Hey, Greg, TMI.
Oh, I'm sorry.
how about this? I'm sure there was a time we would have roared into
I
this
saw a guy
restaurant.
eat a Georgia grasshopper one
Let
time.
me- yeah.
Pretty.
Oh no, it's not.
No, it's not.
But there was a time, Greg, and the guys we used to run with, we'd have roared into this restaurant. We've been knocking back a live little tiny octopus like they were going out of stock.
Oh, there's
We're back. Thanks for being with us. However you got the show, whether it's America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, or whether you're watching us on YouTube or maybe streaming live on the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app, or maybe you're an archive person. You've got a YouTube archive. Maybe you're a Blaze TV subscriber. You got that best of hour. Or maybe you're listening to the audio archives on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. However you're here, live or archived, we're glad you're here. Wednesday Bible study back today. Speaking of those options, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern.
Chapter 2, we finish in the book of Daniel. Then the archive will be out a little bit later on. Speedy Adler here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. Doesn't look like that's too big a challenge.
Not a big challenge. So I asked you in the break, and your answer was no. I know Speedy is big on yard work. He may be a yes. Adler, I'm looking at videos in number 8 slot. Are you familiar with the herbicide Atrazine?
No, I am not.
Speedy, are you familiar with that one? Adler, y'all familiar with that one?
Atrazine.
You familiar with atrazine?
Yes.
You are? Okay.
Yes.
Said it's widely used to spray on crops like corn and sugarcane to control weeds.
Oh, yeah.
Joe Rogan is talking to Dr. Casey Means, and he's going to give a series of disturbing health stats that renders Joe Rogan speechless. I guess. All right, here's 8A first. Here we go.
We are getting destroyed, and it's very recent, and it's accelerating. The stats speak for themselves. You know this very well. 74% of Americans are overweight or obese. 50% now of American adults have type 2 diabetes or prediabetes. These were diseases where there was 1% of Americans in 1950 had type 2 diabetes. Now it's 50% of Americans have prediabetes or type 2 diabetes. Alzheimer's dementia.
Yeah. Slow down.
Young adult dementias have increased like 3 times since 2012. So early onset dementias, we're seeing, this 1 in 2 Americans are expected to have cancer in their lifetime now. 1 in 2, and young adult cancers are going up 79% in the last 10 years. We've got, of course, the autism rates are absolutely astronomical. 1 in 36 children has autism now in the United States. That was 1 in 150 in the year 2000. And in California, where I live, it's 1 in 22. 1 in 22 with a lifetime neurodevelopmental disorder. We've got infertility going up 1% per year. 25% of men now under 40 have erectile dysfunction. A quarter of the country. This is fundamentally a metabolic disease. We've got 77% of young Americans can't serve in the military because of obesity or drug abuse. We've got autoimmune diseases. Some studies are saying they're going up 13% per year.
She runs this for like another minute and a half, and then she gets to the end and she tells you why, and it's from our diet. And then B goes into the what you mentioned, and then it goes into the diets and how it's affecting affecting our system, and that's why you're seeing the results of all this.
There's no doubt that there's some questions that, and I don't know whether she has the answer or not, but we've been talking about this on the show over the years. The increase in all these things she's talking about, absolutely real. Now, I'm not saying that she has the reason, but something is going on, and we've talked about this. The autism spectrum is something we've talked about quite a bit, and I was able to, I know y'all were too, able to even watch that in coaching or doing things with the Little League. I have 2 kids that are in their mid-30s, and then the rest of them are in their 20s. And even that little gap, watching the number of autism spectrum children that we were interacting with and with families, I mean, just skyrocketed. And we don't know, I'm not saying this is even the answer here, but something is going on. The autoimmune diseases, they're everywhere. Type 2 diabetes through the roof.
Yep.
Dementia and Alzheimer's, it feels like it's on the increase, especially younger, getting problems younger than you normally would. I mean, I know people now that are in full-blown Alzheimer's, and they're in their 50s.
Right.
And so there's no doubt that we have a health issue. Now, what the answer is, it could be a combination of many things. But one of the things she's suggesting is, I guess in this clip, is does she ever get to the reason?
She does. If you want to go to like 208, pull it to that. Maybe the last 30, 40 seconds, she kind of breaks down after running just a list of the problems. She kind of breaks it down.
And I wish she would have said them slower.
I know.
She's chewing up her words a little bit.
Yeah.
But I got what she meant.
Right.
Yeah, I'm scooting forward here.
Yeah, just pull it to about 2 minutes or so.
Glaring answer, which is why we had to write a book about it, which is that it's all caused by metabolic dysfunction, a term that I never learned in medical school. I learned about metabolic syndrome and the different individual diseases that make it up, but there is a problem. There is a fundamental breaking of our core cellular biology that is caused by our diet and the world we're living in, the modern world we're living in today, that is crushing the very way that the human body and our human cells can transmit food energy to life energy, to cellular energy. And so our bodies are essentially, I mean, fundamentally, because metabolic health is how we make energy in the body, the way that our environment is now synergistic to restoring our metabolic health, and the science is very clear about this, it's basically like all of us are a little bit dead while we're alive. That's what metabolic dysfunction is. It's less energy in the body. We're underpowered. And that's very dark.
Yeah, it is.
But the cause is
our diet, she said.
Yeah,
but is there
our
anything
food
particular?
supply. Our food supply is poisoned. There's 1,000
And
chemicals.
release the Kraken.
There's 1,000 chemicals that are legal in America. And she's going to talk about the atrazine, the pre-emergent. It's used on crops like sugarcane to control weeds and stuff like that.
Right.
There is a bunch of stuff that is legal in the United States that's not legal in Europe and other countries. And I forget which congressman held up a bag of Fruit Loops from Europe and a bag of Fruit Loops from the United States. One looks kind of yellows and browns, and the other bag of Fruit Loops looks like a rainbow. And you've got the blues and the greens and the yellows and these crazy vibrant colors. There's a reason they look different, because all those chemicals, the red dye 40s and things like that, that's not even legal in these other countries. And there's a lot of chemicals like that. There's thousands, at least 1,000 chemicals that are legal in the United States. And a lot of people are saying that our food is poisoned, or we're being poisoned by our own food supply.
And here is the comment from Dr. Casey on atrazine.
Atrazine, yes,
Here we go.
Look at the pesticides. So there are pesticides actually where their molecular activity is to increase aromatase, the enzyme that converts testosterone to estrogen. So atrazine, which is banned in Europe, but we spray 70 million pounds of it per year in the US, increases aromatase, which converts testosterone to estrogen. Illegal overseas. And we buy it from other countries. So China and Germany and other countries are selling us a chemical of which 70 million pounds are sprayed on our food, invisible and tasteless, which upregulates aromatase and converts testosterone to estrogen.
Well, now I do see the results of that. I don't
Yes.
know. I don't know if that's the culprit, but something is changing testosterone to estrogen. I don't know what it is.
And Alex Jones talked about this years and years ago. They put atrazine, and they did a study with frogs, and it was literally turning the frogs from males into females. So that famous meme that everybody made fun of back in the day, where Alex Jones says, "They're turning the frogs gay." He was actually right.
Okay. Okay.
You know what? The case you were making was so much better.
It really was.
Before Alex Jones.
That's a good
was
Alex
brought
Jones.
Let's go
Thank
back. Let's go back to the thing that we cannot deny.
I remember that line.
Yeah, I do too. Let's go back to the thing we cannot deny. We've talked about it. Trace Atkins is on the show Friday. Maybe a different topic, but I remember the last time he was on, he was one of these many parents going, "Where's all these food allergies coming from?"
Right.
At one time,
Yes.
they didn't even exist. You remember? Do you know anybody had a peanut allergy when you were in school?
No.
Yeah.
I'm sure they were there, but we didn't know of
and
them.
y'all heard me do the.
I think there are a lot more now than there used to be.
And you heard me talking about, not very scientific, but what Sherry and I called the sticky note study when we were teaching children in Sunday school, little bitty children. Once the older kids had moved through, the next generation, when the older kids were there at that age, you might have one sticky note. This child's allergic to whatever. When we got to our younger kids, the wall was full of sticky notes. Everybody was allergic to something and some of this and that. And then, of course, we talked about the autism spectrum. We talked about the type 2 diabetes, all those things we can observe ourselves. We're making a little joke, but the rise in estrogen and the decrease in testosterone does seem to also be evident.
Childhood diabetes. What in the world is that?
Childhood diabetes,
Yeah, you are what you eat. We don't eat as healthy as we used to because we're not living on farms like we used to.
Correct.
When I was a kid, there was one fat guy in my grade. I'm sorry, his name was Bill, and there was only one. Now it's half.
Thanks. At my school, that was me.
That was you, and I'm sorry about
Thanks,
that, Rick.
baby.
I love you, man.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
First time I think, gosh, since I was probably, I don't know that this has ever happened, that we went on a family vacation that only involved two children. And I got to tell you something. And they're close in age. They're both the same gender. So, it has been normal for us to go on these kind of vacations, and we're trying to cater to various age groups. When we had all 5 of the children. Now the older children, one's gone to college and wasn't here. The other stayed back and had wisdom teeth out and had something he was doing. And so we were like, you know what, we just have the 2 middle guys. And they're about the same age, and Sherry uttered the word Orlando, and I went, whew. And you have to get your air. And I said, look, let's do what I feel like, and she agreed. At their age now, they're 10 and about to be 8, and they're boys, and they love Nickelodeon, and they love SpongeBob, and
you got to,
yeah. And so we said, you know what, they've been seeing this Nickelodeon resort on TV. And it was only like 3 days before we were going to leave. Sherry said, you think they'd have any rooms? And I said, oh, yeah. In this economy, I said, there's deals out there, baby. And we called and got a SpongeBob room for that. And she said, well, I'm looking at all this. That's not going to take up much time. Do you also want to do maybe – and I said, don't say the D word now. And she said, no, how about Universal? And I said, I'm all about Universal. I love Universal Studios, always have, always will. If you stay at one of their hotels, your room key is a fast pass anytime, anywhere, all the time. You don't have to buy fast passes. You don't have to look, I can only go during this time. I can only use one at a time. You stay on one of their 3 hotels, which are extremely nice and wonderful, and you go to the front of the line every single time, all the time.
The only way to go.
Show your key, go get on. Spider-Man ride, everybody's out the back. You walk up, I'm on it in 10 minutes. And so I was kind of fired up because I knew that I've got Big Love, who's 10. He's a roller coaster fanatic. I got Taz, who's 8. I'm a little timid with certain roller coasters. I'm not quite to that level yet, but I love superheroes. Universal has a whole superheroes area. I've got my plan together. I've decided, hey, I can do theme park. I like this format. So we go to Universal first. And the only rough moment there, everything went very smooth. It was outstanding. We stayed at one of their hotels there, and they gave the kids their own room away from mom and dad. There's no entrance out into the hall, but they have a separate room that's a Dr. Seuss room, like we're living in Whoville. They love that. We did the superheroes. Hey, Taz is wearing his Captain America shirt. We go into the superhero area, and Captain America's standing right there. 5 minutes, I'm in Universal. I've already got a picture with Captain America. Oh. I'm rolling.
Wow.
I'm on the Spider-Man ride. Here's our key. Look where Spider-Man. Yeah, I had to remind Taz, hey, they can't drop us off a building. This is an optical illusion.
Right.
So anyway, so
a little reassurance.
Right. So we go through all this, and then Big Love calls out, I need to ride a coaster. I said, that's fine. There's the worst case scenarios when you're kind of a big person. Because our bigness can play positive.
I'd like to see that positive list.
We get on Dueling Dragons, which is the roller coaster that tries to hit each other and then flies up in the air.
Right.
Sherry won't ride it. Claims it's the scariest ride she's ever been on. She says she wants nothing to do with it anymore. She says they shouldn't have roller coasters missing each other barely. And I said, all right, honey. And Taz didn't want to ride it. He wasn't no part of that. And he was iffy on the height. So me and Big Love go to take on Dueling Dragons. Well, now we're just 2. And I'm used to having a mob trying to, hey, we got 5, we got 4. Yeah. So it's just 2
Rough
of us.
Riders all that.
Yeah, so, hey, we got our key. We're rolling. And we're going to ride ice. You got fire and ice. So I wanted to go to the ice one because it had a shorter line. So we get there, and then that wonderful call. Hey, we need 2 in the front seat.
Oh, for the what seat?
Anybody got 2 for the front? Now, Dueling Dragons is one of those where you hang out the bottom. Your feet are hanging out. It's not a sit down in there.
Big and hanging out.
Which means you got the shoulder thing. Hey. Everybody's ready to ride. They're trying to. Now, these are 2 roller coasters that almost hit each other. So them getting everybody on and getting them out's big. All of a sudden, they pull down my shoulder thing, and I don't fit in it.
Oh, no.
What? And now you're holding everybody up.
Look, and they start jerking. And I'm going, and they're going, just tell if it's too tight. And like that. And so Big Love and Big Love says, Daddy, how come you don't fit? I said, well, son, I've been working out a little bit. My chest and got some massive.
Muscular.
I said, ain't many people with chest this size like that, And he's like, Dad, they can't get it buckled. I said, because of my chest. Because of my massive chest.
22 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us today on another Rick and Bubba show. So, as we get ready to wind her down, and I think, Bubba, when this show's over, today when we started the show, 46 shows remain. A lot of you have been requesting this, and we're going to do the best we can.
I know some of you are screaming probably 45 too many.
Right. Some of you have said it may officially be on the air, but it ended long before today. But we have some fun looking back over the years. I tell you what's also helpful is what we have today. When a former intern appears to have a better memory and grasp of the past than we do.
Well, now, Rick, that goes to a lot of people.
Yeah,
because
it does. Yeah.
People bring up things all the time.
Right.
And I go, yeah, and I go, I don't remember.
I don't remember that.
anything.
No, Bubba, the conversations you and I both have had, apparently, since you've just confirmed it, I've stood there and people just go on a monologue. And I'm just nodding my head, and they walk away, and I look to Sherry, and she goes, "You remember that at all?" And I'm like, "I have no idea what they're talking about."
I mean, some of them are pretty cool. I'm glad I did that.
I'm glad I did
I'm
it,
glad
yeah.
they think I did that.
Right.
Because,
But don't you think it's a lot like a performer that does, multiple concerts? But as a fan, you go to the concert, you remember that concert because you went to it. But if you ask the performer, do you remember everything about every city they attended? They'd go, no, I have no idea.
I think you're right. And I think it's a combination of that and what Bubba has talked about how big is the catalog that you're having to address.
Right.
When you're younger, your catalog is smaller.
Mhm.
And I think with our former intern, the People's Courtney, that is here today, see, she remembers vividly her time here, which is just a small capsule of the history. We have to try to remember all of it at the same time. Not possible.
Yeah.
So she has a clear memory of her era.
That's where I go because it helps me feel better
Is
about
that just
myself.
me trying to make us feel
No,
better?
no. I think you're right. Look, the hard drive's been running a lot longer,
Sure,
so you
yeah.
got more sectors to search.
Right, yeah.
There you go, Bubba.
Yeah, and of course she doesn't, eat processed foods or use that pesticide.
Even though she brought us a
That was a big pick-me-up segment, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
it was.
But the
Maybe
Courtney, how are you?
As I bring you guys monkey bread full of processed sugar, so
I
I
know.
apologize.
When the People's Courtney walked in with the monkey bread, is that what it's called? Monkey bread?
Yeah. You just go by and pick a
I'm
piece
always
off.
uncomfortable when the term monkey is entering into any description.
I didn't name it.
Yeah, so
Yeah, it's
you
just
were
the
here what years?
The summer of 2001.
So you were right
Wow.
before
Radio
9/11.
I was. I was.
Wow.
I tuned into you guys as soon as I saw that happen, and
What studio would that have been?
in kind of Vestavia, there was pine trees and
Was it a
That
tiny?
was 94.5.
off of Oxmoor.
It was the Pink Studio.
Oh, the Pink Studio.
Yeah. Off of
The
Oxmoor.
tiny
with
one.
the hall with all the radio stations.
Yes, yes.
That's the one that Greg came up to the window in the truck and all that. That same studio.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm talking about?
Yeah. That's the studio
I would
we were
walk
in.
down the hall and mess with the other stations by doing like the going down the stairs imitation
Yeah,
and the
you were good at
escalator.
doing
Y'all
that,
would send
right.
me
Yeah,
down
you
there
were
and
You
really
and
mess with them.
Speedy were very good at physical humor.
There you go.
So
There she
we're
is.
doing Where Are They Now?
Oh goodness.
Yeah, Where Are They Now? So what
Just a baby.
what do
And
you
I always remember how much you enjoyed being on the air.
That is not true. That was Sugar Bear. That was not me.
You've been waiting for that.
He
line.
was waiting. He had it in his pocket.
Well, but pulling the curtain back, we had a
Yes.
running thing. There were many interns, and 99% of them really they knew their
Like
role.
over 200. Rick.
Yeah, they knew their role, and they were very helpful.
Mm-hmm.
And then some every now and then you'd have some that you realize pretty quick, oh, this person just wants to be on the air. That's the only reason why they're here.
Right.
And so she doesn't like that aspect, and so Bubba's claiming she has it,
Yeah.
of course.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, thanks, Bubba.
Yeah. But anyway, so now you were a hard worker and continue to be a hard worker. So what are you doing now?
Well, I'm a senior account manager for a company called Stratosphere Quality. I'm going into my 12th year there. And then I run the Florence Area Republican Women's Club in Florence, Alabama, and that's a subsidiary of the Alabama Federation of Republican Women. And then I'm on the county and state executive committees for the Republican Party. And then I'm going into my 11th year coaching varsity soccer, Rick, which I know will make you really,
No.
really proud.
It's a great game for women. It's a great game for women.
It is.
It is.
It is a great game for
And,
these girls. Yeah.
That's a full schedule, Courtney.
And-
It is. So your time here, what do you remember about it? What are some of your takeaways?
Let's say the better memories. you
Yeah, because
have.
I know
Gosh, they were all great.
Yeah, are you like Cassio? Cassio referred to his time with the show as the funny years.
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely hilarious. I have a ton of great segments. I think my favorite segment, when people say, what was the hardest you laughed? And Rick, you probably won't remember this, but and back then we could, we weren't as politically correct, but there was it's okay, Rick, you'll make it through this. It's not bad. But there was a contest at a Hooters in Panama City, and they promised the waitress that sold the most beer that they would get a free Toyota. And they walked the waitress out, and she was suing the Hooters because they presented her with a toy Yoda from Star Wars.
Right.
And
I play that every now and then. That's the best of we record. Yeah.
Rick's impression of the Yoda trying to tell the waitress not to be disappointed in his Yoda voice was by far the funniest thing I ever heard on the air.
I don't even remember that.
It was great.
I don't remember that bit.
I remember the story. I don't remember the bit.
I don't either. Well, I'm glad it was funny.
I think another challenge was screening phone calls across the hall from you guys. There was no live stream. We didn't even have like a website. I don't think back then. I say we, like I'm a part of the team.
But you were then. Did we have a website in 2001?
I can't remember.
I don't know that we did.
Probably.
I don't. Was
Maybe.
the internet around?
Yeah.
But we
had one, but it was probably minimal.
Right.
I had to listen to the radio on a delay to screen phone calls. And so if you really weren't paying attention, and let me tell you, Don Juan DeMarco would get in that phone screening room with all of his physical humor, and then Sugar Bear would get to talking, and there were a lot of segments that we lost track of what was going on and just would answer the phones and just try to key it up for you guys without really having a clue what you guys were talking about. I apologize.
That's all right. Nothing's changed.
Yeah,
nothing's
changed. Nothing's changed.
And a lot of the people, once they get on, they were not really wanting to talk about what they said anyway.
Yeah.
But that's. I'm glad that you enjoyed the time. Was it enjoyable?
Oh, it was. It's one of the things that I still talk about. It's
It was educational.
It was,
Yeah.
and it just my face always hurt from smiling. You guys truly are who you present yourself to be. I think that's one of the things I tell people the most about my time here is they really are that genuine. They really are that nice. They really are that funny.
That goofy.
So, yeah.
Well, we're not talented enough to be something else. That will require ability to act. Well, Peoples Courtney, congratulations on how well you continue to do.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. We never doubted that. You had a great work ethic, and you still do.
Thank you.
And bottom of the hour, we'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming your way right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How come you don't fit? I said, well, son, I've been working out a little bit. My chest and got some massive.
Muscular.
I said, ain't many people with chest this size like that, and he's like, Dad, they can't get it buckled. I said, because of my chest. Because of my massive chest. I knew I shouldn't have done them push-ups before we left this morning. And so they work on me, and they work on me. And finally, they put me in just to get it going. And then that terrible thing hits your mind. Hey, did they lock? Is it on good?
Is it locked?
You know what I mean? They do.
You know, like all getting a big group and lean on it.
Now this is
Greg. Absolutely yes. Absolutely good. Listen, let me tell you how bad it was. They called the guy out of the glass booth.
He's big.
You know the glass booth guy that's actually running.
Yeah.
Hey, we need you, Roy. And Roy starts pushing, and then in the back, you know what everybody's saying? Fat guy can't fit.
Right.
You know what I mean? And they're pushing, and finally I hear click, and they go, all right, we're ready. And I'm like, okay, and I'm looking over there like that.
Well, now I've clicked a trunk that was full before and thought it was clicking. It'll pop open.
That's what I was thinking about.
You know what I mean?
And Big Love says, Daddy, did they get you? And I said, I finally got my massive chest. Look, I'm going to stop working out where I can ride the Hulk. You know what I mean? And,
now your feet are hanging out of this.
Yes.
So that's what's holding you in.
Yeah. And so you hit that first leap, you go, hey, is it going to hold? You remember the first time we did the NASCAR experience?
Yeah.
And the guy said, just turn the wheel, it'll stick.
You're right.
You remember that?
Yes. You're not sure though.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like.
Hey, buddy, I'm going dueling dragons. Everybody's hey, fire us. And you go up the thing and you see the fire people across from you trash talking them. You know, and all of a sudden it's like I say, hey, this thing going, we go up over the top. How about this? I get off of it and we're laying around the pool later that day, and Sherry says, what happened to you? And I said, what are you talking about? She said, look at your arm, And it was just beat up and pinched and scratched and stuff where they had stuffed me in that thing.
Were you trying to hang on in case it did come over?
Yes,
You had a plan?
I was hanging on that as if I was hanging out of the bottom of a helicopter.
So you didn't raise your hands up? You didn't hold your hands up?
I didn't know if it'd hold. You know what I mean? And how about this, Bubba? It wasn't physically possible. Trying to raise your hands.
Yeah.
And so then you get off and you see people trying to look to the front car. Who's the fat guy had his held up? You know, like that. And
the guy with the scrapes on his arm.
this was the first time, I think, gosh, since I was probably, I don't know that this has ever happened, that we went on a family vacation that only involved 2 children. You know, and I got to tell you something. And they're close in age. They're both the same gender. So, you know, it has been normal for us to go on these kind of vacations, and we're trying to cater to various age groups. You know, when we had all 5 of the children. Now the older children, one's going to college and wasn't here. The other stayed back and had wisdom teeth out and had something he was doing. And so we were like, you know what, we just have the 2 middle guys, and they're about the same age. And Sherry uttered the word Orlando. And I went, whew. You know, and you have to get your air. And I said, look, let's do what I feel like. And she agreed. At their age now, they're 10 and about to be 8, and they're boys, and they love Nickelodeon, and they love SpongeBob, and
you got to.
Yeah, and so we said, you know what? They've been seeing this Nickelodeon resort on TV, and it was only like 3 days before we were going to leave. Sherry said, you think they'd have any rooms? And I said, oh yeah. In this economy, I said, there's deals out there, baby. And we called and got a SpongeBob room for that. And she said, well, I'm looking at all this. That's not going to take up much time. Do you also want to do maybe, and I said, don't say the D word now. And she said, no, how about Universal? And I said, I'm all about Universal. I love Universal Studios, always have, always will. If you stay at one of their hotels, your room key is a fast pass anytime, anywhere, all the time. You don't have to buy fast passes. You don't have to look, I can only go during this time. I can only use one at a time. You stay on one of their 3 hotels, which are extremely nice and wonderful. Minutes now past the hour. How about you? Everyone be with me. Well, that takes us right into the TheraBreath announcement. TheraBreath, let's face it, stank breath, not pleasant. It makes you self-conscious. You don't like to be around others. You have to be careful when giving TheraBreath to someone else. It's dicey. But I will tell you, it'll do the job. And the reason why the TheraBreath products were developed to go after what's actually causing the problem foundationally, not just cover the problem. So go right now to TheraBreath.com. You can see all of their products. Now, there's over 100 retailers that have the TheraBreath products, but they may not have all of them. Sometimes I can find the lozenges retail-wise. Sometimes I can't. When I can't, I order from TheraBreath.com. But they have also, isn't this National Dental Hygiene Month too?
Mm-hmm. Well, it should be.
But how many things are we going to put in this month?
October's cram full.
But anyway, Dudney has told us for years that your gum health
has a lot to do with your overall health. And boy, do they have a healthy gums oral rinse from TheraBreath that you will love. It includes an FDA-approved ingredient proven to fight gum disease. Also, there's a whitening oral rinse that they have on top of Fresh Breath. They help you with overall oral health. So if you'd like to find out more, go to TheraBreath.com or just go to the retailers out there and see if you can find it on the shelf. Look for that orange cap. You see that, you know that's the TheraBreath stuff. But if you can't, then just go to TheraBreath.com. By the way, kind of topical, no artificial colors. Everything they got is gluten-free and even certified kosher, which that must be quite a task. But it is. So TheraBreath.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, we talked earlier in the program, we talked to Spann about the hurricane, the latest one that is going to be hitting Florida in the wee hours of Thursday morning. We got the latest update on that. And then now, as we're getting ready for Milton, we're still looking back on Helene, right? And some of the efforts to help those people in the Carolinas. Did you ever think we'd be talking about inland,
Not that
in
far.
the mountains, about a hurricane and the devastation it's brought people?
And think about it; it went ashore in Florida,
right?
I mean,
and,
that's
and the flooding. So here's talking about. Let's now look what's going to be happening down in Florida. Video 12. So meteorologist Chris Jackson is sharing a photo of it's a surge camera, and this is going to kind of show you if the surge with Milton is what they are afraid it's going to be. This is what it would be like.
Yeah, and this is he's on Twitter at Chris Jackson SC, and we've seen these surge cameras where, like, how did they get footage from the ocean coming up 10 feet? How do they get that to us? So he's rigged up these cameras, and it looks like it's in just like one of those low pro cases or just like a weatherproof hard case that
like a Pelican case.
Pelican, thank you. Yes.
Nice Pelican
Atta
case.
boy,
Nice
Bubba.
grab there,
Woo,
bud.
take a sip.
He's here all week.
See y'all at the game.
And so inside of this Pelican case is a camera and a transmitter, I guess, so that he can get us a live stream of this stuff. And I have to be careful what I go. I'm not going to go full screen here, but this is in Bradenton, Florida, and it's looking at the dock right now. And you can see that's the view, and this is live, and we're just waiting for the hurricane to come in. And I always wondered how these weather guys pulled this off, and they're just strapping Pelican cases to trees throughout Florida to see what changes come. This other one in Sarasota also gives you the temperature, gives you the wind speed, it gives you the humidity, total rainfall, the rain rate. And it's just
now you might have mentioned this, but is it like a GoPro in it or something, or is it like actually live streaming?
It's live streaming, and
so what are they using to do that?
There's like a satellite broadcaster of some kind, maybe a satellite phone of some kind, maybe even a Starlink Mini. I don't know the exacts, but if you guys want to check this out, I can't show it full screen because these weather guys, they go through a lot of effort and they want to protect their content, obviously.
Yeah, just put a link on the website.
But yeah, Chris Jackson SC on Twitter is a guy that I just found, and you could just click on the link and man, it's I've taken some screenshots because these streets are not going to look the same overnight.
You know, a Moultrie camera would do almost
wondered about that. Yes.
Because you can set them up to do time elapse,
Yes.
or you can set them up to take video clips at certain times. So,
Yeah.
you could tell it to take a video clip every hour of 10 seconds and upload it through the cell network. You would get it until that goes down, if it goes down.
Yeah.
It's just eerie looking at these empty streets, knowing what's coming.
Yeah, I saw some drone footage through some of the towns, and people have heeded the evacuation, which is good.
Yep.
Not complaining. But it is funny because the street lights are on, and there's no cars anywhere. It looks like a ghost town.
There's a truck. Okay, it's police. Good.
Looks like the pandemic, doesn't it?
Yeah.
North Carolina, let's go there now. State Highway Patrol, here's another pat on the back for Elon.
Here comes the money.
And they're saying, look, if it wasn't for Starlink, we wouldn't be able to communicate.
Wow.
And so Starlink getting a huge pat on the back from the North Carolina State Highway Patrol, saying without it, we would be in a bind. So here it is.
And here's the Starlink is right there on the dash of the car there.
Yeah, how about that?
Just because I want to make a point that they're literally the only reason that we can connect with our convoy is because we've got a Starlink sitting in the window.
Wow.
You can see where
Yep.
it looks like
Yep.
a bulldozer has come in and started trying to make a road back.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they're putting dirt into the middle of the road and flatten it down to put like a hump in it.
And this Starlink is the only reason we can communicate with our convoy.
Adler,
That's
let
it.
me ask you, because you mentioned I'm new to the Starlink world.
Mm-hmm.
Starlink Mini.
Yeah.
Because that's much smaller. I guess it is made for mobile use.
It is, and the original Starlinks were too really popular with RVers that go
Right.
out in these national parks
Yeah,
where there's
pop
no
them
signal.
up on a pole. Yeah,
I heard Joe Rogan did a breakdown of the minis and,
Yeah.
and how they use them when a lot of folks go hiking or whatever on
Yes.
trips and stuff.
And I know that when we say, well, they're giving Starlinks to people that don't have power. Yes, that's true. But all you need is just a little battery and to let it run for a little while. It's way easier if there's no cell towers around you and there's no power lines. Maybe you have a battery, a Starlink, and a cell phone, and there's your lifeline right there. So it is helping so many people.
You can literally hook it to a car battery, or if you have a solar panel, that it'll charge it back up. You use it and then trickle charge it over time.
Yeah.
So a lot of people I know they're like using them at night, and then they're charging them during the daytime when they have sunlight.
Yeah, and the government doesn't like it because it's making them look bad, frankly.
And here he goes again.
Yeah.
Well, the government shouldn't feel like it's making them
right.
look bad. They should help hand them out.
Sure.
They
because they help to seed Starlink to put them in orbit to begin with, and
They-
SpaceX.
They sure should.
Yeah, that goes back to the.
I don't know why it has to always be a competitive thing. I mean, can't we work together here?
If people have problems,
Aren't we on the same team, Americans?
right, and said company and
You would-
said
you would
product resolves that problem, why are we politicizing that? People really get upset when they realize that a political reason keeps them from having access to something that you don't like the person who created it.
And this text is right, too. I heard this story the other day, and it was a little confusing, but T-Mobile and Starlink went to the FCC to get permission to use T-Mobile phones, which apparently is in the same band as the Starlink equipment, and by allowing them to uplink directly to Starlink as opposed to a cell tower.
Mm-hmm.
And so people are being able to send limited text messages that way.
Bubba, are you seeing that? This is twice. This person's put this up
Worrying
here.
about Lockheed Martin.
Yeah, is this the thing again that we have airplanes that are manipulating the weather?
Oh yeah, this is
I've
cloud
heard
seeding
the
right
cloud seeding thing made the hurricane worse. I've heard that one. I don't. You saw what the hurricane hunters went through. I don't think anybody's up there throwing out seeds. You know?
You don't?
No, I don't. Not in that case. Have we seeded clouds in drought areas before? Yeah, we tried. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's not 100% then.
Right.
But do I think we're seeding hurricanes to make them worse than normal? No, they're bad enough. They're
Right.
bad enough.
And
on
we're
their own.
making them worse for what reason?
Not sure, Rick. Not sure.
Okay.
Can't ever get to that.
Right.
The UAE does do cloud seeding, and they make it rain once a week via cloud seeding. That is real.
That's his look. That's his look he
And
gets.
I know that
Rain where?
in Abu Dhabi. Here's a news package about it right here if you want it.
So is that a drought situation like Bubba was talking about?
Yes,
Okay.
Dubai.
Well, they live in the desert.
Yeah,
Dubai.
We've
Yeah.
done that. Yeah. Does
Okay.
it work every time?
Yes.
Every single time.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go every single time. Yeah. So I'm not saying that the
I'm
government.
not laughing at what you're saying. I'm laughing at the way you're saying it.
I'm not saying
yes,
that
every
the,
time.
the-
every
I'm
time.
not saying that the government made the hurricanes worse, but you guys, we've talked about it before. Cloud seeding exists and works. I'm not saying the government made hurricanes worse, but I am saying that cloud seeding is used to make it rain.
Yeah, but it doesn't always work.
A lot.
But you can see where you need rain.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, intern Cassio Kid.
Yeah.
I mean, how about stopping by now? Comedian Matt Mitchell.
I even got in with my golden tickets.
He did. So you booked.
Who's that couple on the back row? They thought I was their kid.
Yeah. Y'all,
They
we
did.
apologize.
I snuck in. Hey, wave. Yes, I snuck in right behind them.
Really?
Yeah. She made me sign the waiver. I got everything.
You did the whole thing.
Did y'all know there's an invisible wall right here that you cannot cross?
Yes.
You'll get hurt if you cross
Yeah.
it.
Did they go over those rules with you?
Yes.
Do you know how many people come in here and totally disregard that rule?
87% of them.
What I said.
So you're standing too.
Yeah.
Now, well, if you stand, we all
Why
stand.
is everybody standing?
Well, because he's standing, Rick.
You know, I started that lately. I'll just stand during the segment.
You
know
got to
what?
stand too, Rick.
You know what somebody told me that passed? How about somebody? How about somebody
thought about it?
How about somebody told me in the email? They said that Greg just needs to come clean. He's got some kind of hemorrhoid problem.
No, if I had hemorrhoids, we'd be talking about it.
I saw you don't know it. I saw you digging. I mean, you were in your pants walking down the hall.
No, that's a
doing
lie.
it.
If you think I was
Yesterday you were.
That's not true. I might have had my shorts creeping on me a little.
No, you were like elbow deep.
That's a lie.
Elbow deep.
Look, anybody in this room had hemorrhoids, we would be talking about.
Well, you're right. That's good.
You can't hold that back.
That's a great
too
point.
good for air.
You're right. So, Cassio, what have you been doing lately? I mean, I'm getting a lot of reports that you've started playing some bigger venues. You're headlining now.
Yeah.
You got this whole stand-up comedy thing
Finally
moving.
put the pipe down.
We got a
Moving
little
forward.
traction. Finally put the pipe down. We got a little traction going. Finally, it's like anything. It takes a while to get your wheels spinning, but having a good time. Country comedy tour is doing real good. That's the clean, family-friendly tour we do. Me and MG Gaskin and. Caters to you guys. Is that me? Was that did I stumble or something?
No, it's just what are y'all ripping on about?
What? I was over here with him and MG Gaskin.
He's my buddy. He'll appreciate that shout out.
Right. Well, he liked it right till Greg made fun of him.
Yeah, exactly.
I was just reiterating that's who it was. Right?
He's been on the show before. He his link to the show is before I even met him. He bought the Rick and Bubba employee shirt off of eBay.
I remember that.
He came in here before, so keep laughing at him, Greg. Thanks.
I'm not laughing.
Big fan of the show.
I was just trying to confirm that it was you and MG Gaskin.
Let me tell you this: if you have any kind of name that Greg didn't like, any kind of just even a smidgen of element of some kind, something just slightly wrong with you, I mean, Greg will amplify it. I mean, he jumps on it like a female lion if she sees a sick little somebody in a herd, and how they're just going to rip it to shreds.
Gaskin is a widely known name in South Carolina, where he's from. That's like Smith of South
We
Carolina.
call him the magnifying glass.
Greg, all right, let me tell you why we think
he
you
magnifies it, brings heat to it.
All right, let me tell you why we think you were making fun of Cassio's friend.
I was.
Let me tell you why.
Clearly was.
All right, say your name. Say the name again. I'll be Greg. You say the name.
I'm on tour, the country comedy tour, with my buddy MG Gaskin. That was it, by the way. That was it. It's like he knew him. You know what I mean?
I think it was
funny. He's a comedian.
I think it was the MG that threw him off.
Was it MG?
I don't know. It's just a unique sound.
It's what?
I don't know. It's just something about me on the country comedy tour. Me and MG Gaskin.
It does sound like you get something the doctor tells you. Well, you've got MG Gaskin.
That might be why he has to stand up.
I got bad news. It looks like it's MG Gaskin.
Well, after we've looked at the way your jaw lines up, I think you got MG Gaskin.
And I'm afraid the only cure for it is to stand up. I couldn't spit it out.
Yeah.
Twice.
Apparently it affects your speech.
Right. You can't speak and you have to stand up. It's horrible. It's horrible.
You know what I liked is you thought, because we do stumble one time a lot. But you know what you like ran into it, look, then backed up, ran into it again.
I was like the Billy Goat charging the barn.
So now MG Gaskins has officially put me on that same list that your
and I love
your
you
stepdad
added
has.
an S to the end of his name for no apparent reason.
Rick, you ain't heard that
now
list.
He's Gaskins. There's many Gaskins there.
Have you heard that? What his stepdad thinks of me?
No.
Yeah. Well, we'll say it off air. But he's now.
Big fan of Greg.
MG's put me on that list.
Yes.
So your stepdad keeps a list of people
let me ask you this.
No. He asked if Greg was like a lot of people assume Greg is.
Right.
Well, Cassio, let me ask you this.
I bet it starts with an A.
Because
it starts with a P.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
For the longest.
Like if you're going to check your blood.
I got you. No need to go any further. I think mine means the same thing.
So, Cassio, let me ask you this. Can your family listen to you on this show? Because I know your mom didn't like me for like a decade.
Mom's out on Bubba.
Oh, Mom don't like you?
No. That's been a long time. Back when I was catching heat for smelling like mothballs and stuff. You know what I mean? But there's like one too many cedar chest jokes, and then it's
she was okay with like 11, but 12.
It's like at some point let him up.
Now you're getting cruel.
It was like she walked.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us. I want Alt Adler to know from the text line. Someone says, I actually have been to Dubai 9 times. and they do cloud seed, but about once every few months. They don't do it every week. But they do it, and you're right, it does work. And but that, as you pointed out,
in some places, sometimes
doesn't always. But still, that doesn't mean that the government is seeding hurricanes to make them stronger.
Agreed. I just wanted to acknowledge that cloud seeding happens so that we can.
Of course, you had it happening every week.
We could get
and working every time,
so that we can acknowledge that,
right?
And then get. So if we acknowledge that, then we can also say we don't think that the government is making hurricanes worse to impact it or
for what
steer
reason?
it.
Yeah, for what reason?
Can I give you
cloud seeding has been around. It does work with some higher level result than what it used to.
But you had me calling my co-op because I wanted some down at the farm because I need rain down there bad.
They need it in some of those countries because they're deserts. Mm-hmm. There's really no need to make a hurricane rain more.
Right. I'm not saying that was what was happening.
Scroll
now,
down.
I will tell you this.
You had it once a week and working every time. Now, you did say that.
There's one text.
Yeah,
Rick
I
needs
still
to
think
see
that,
he
by the way.
missed.
I still think
This guy's been there 9 times. You think you know more than him?
I don't know who that texter is.
Right.
I don't know.
Have
who that
you
texter
ever
is.
been there?
I've never been there. I don't know who he is.
Did you and Alex Smith go, or Alex? What's his name?
Alex Jones. Do you want to hear from Ginger Z, or do you want to hear it from me, or do you want to hear it from this
we
news
know
package?
it. We know it works sometimes.
Ginger Z's been compromised. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, Ginger Z.
She's all on the global warming.
But it still
train.
goes back to we're not dropping seeds into hurricanes to make them stronger. I still don't see how any administration benefits from more destructive hurricanes. Now, I guess you could go down the road of the climate cult
that was it.
wants them to be worse so they can claim that they're man-made global warming, but why would you man-make a hurricane stronger and then try to get people to stop making weather worse? I mean, do you
want me to tell you what the social media conspiracies are?
Oh, please.
Because
please let me have that, because I know that's accurate.
Well, I'm just saying it. Right. I'm subject to seeing some of that just for doing show prep.
Of course,
for
we
the
all
show.
are. Oh, I see it every day.
So
Look,
I'm
I've seen headlines that terrified me until I actually researched it.
A lot of what the conspiracists are saying is that they're pinpointing a lot of these heavily Republican areas of the country and hitting them with these catastrophic weather events
this
so
is
that
just
it will affect the election.
Do you remember what we said about Democrats when they said George W. Bush was doing that? Do you remember what we said about those people? So now we're open to that because we think conservatives are being affected by it.
You asked.
We thought people saying that George W. Bush having a weather machine because he hated black people was absurd. So I'm going to also think this is absurd.
Speedy, scroll down and look at this.
They can seed hurricanes. They can seed hurricanes and point them at red counties so Trump voters have a harder time voting.
Right.
I'm sorry. I just
look at this spaghetti.
If they
model.
stole the election in 2020, they don't need hurricanes.
Mm-hmm.
Rick, look at this. This is funny because you talking about randomness having a pattern.
Yeah.
This is Florida hurricane tracks that we've had according to this text. Since 1851, 110 hurricanes, 39 major hurricanes. So look at the track. You can see there's no real pattern to where they come from or go. I mean, it's pretty much covered every single direction you got in it.
We're just in a time right now where it's, like you said, a little bit of truth is you still have to say that is factual. Now this other is not, or none of it's factual.
That's what I'm trying to do.
I know, but you went too far with every week, and it works every time.
You pressed me on that. You pressed me on that,
right?
And I still feel that. I still think that.
Even though the person that's been there 9 times.
Who was it?
It's a guy. His name is John Dubai Jones.
Rick, now I don't know. Matt Walsh did put out
Matt Delta Jones
the flight pattern of a plane, and it was
right through the eye. I saw it.
Yeah, you're talking about the one we played earlier.
Yeah.
The ones
people
you're-
researching it. Yeah, they do that. Let's do that. I'll give you that.
All right, let's just listen to Ginger Z really quick. Talk about it.
Okay.
Do y'all for real?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Whatever.
You
At this point,
Or the Abu Dhabi one. Which one? Abu Dhabi or Ginger Z?
You're going to get a text or somebody says, "I know Ginger Z," and she didn't say that.
Cloud seeding is booming. They anticipate at least another 200 ground cloud seeding machines to be put in before next season.
Ginger, this is such a cool concept, but is it too good to be true? I mean, how do we know that the chemicals that they're spraying from the air aren't bad for us or the planet?
The good good news is we've been doing this since the 1940s and 50s. Other countries do it, and there have been a lot of research projects that have shown that the silver iodide, for example, is not found. It's negligible once it gets down to ground level.
So, again, I don't want to be too skeptical, but is there anything wrong with manipulating nature like this?
I think that's the question we should have asked when we built every single parking lot and every rooftop. We have been manipulating weather with us for a very long time.
Ginger Z, ABC News.
It's a different thing to manipulate weather versus manipulating climate.
Yeah,
completely different.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And building parking lots.
Right. Said it right through Georgia, Rick. Up to North Carolina.
Right. Yeah. I guess George W. Bush did have a weather.
And I got
Maybe the
another one
Democrats
for
have
you,
it now.
Adler. You could ask almost all those experts, and they would tell you that the Earth is overpopulated, and it is not.
It is not.
Please,
It
no.
is not.
No.
It is not. Not even close.
What's the Dubai
As a matter
one?
of fact, we've put some really serious kinks in our growth curve, and China probably will not make it because of it. And we're borderline on it right now ourselves.
Is this English here?
This is English, yeah.
All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, here's Dubai.
The UAE government invested more than $20 million in research to start a process called cloud seeding. The UAE performs around 1,000 hours of cloud seeding a year, and it's all controlled by this building in the National Center of Meteorology in Abu Dhabi, where they track the whole process. We met with a cloud seeding expert to explain how the seeding process works.
We wait the forecast when we have a good, chance for a cloud. We send the aircraft to that location. Go under the cloud. In the first stage of the cloud, there is good updraft at that time. Start to release all the salt, and with the good updraft, of course, it will go inside the cloud. The droplets will become bigger and start to rain.
Start to rain.
Start to rain.
There you go.
I think I got him.
There you go. Man of 1,000
As
voices.
you heard, he's spraying deadly salt.
And but notice it has to have a cloud.
Yeah, right.
There already.
Sure.
It has to be
Right.
close to raining.
Sure.
Yeah.
Raindrops form on little particles in the air anyway, dust and all that kind of stuff, and they're basically just giving it a bigger lily pad to land on.
Any shot they'd come to Chilton County.
Need it. What's his name from Top Gear? Jeremy Clarkson. Top Gear is a very famous show in Britain about cars, but he also does other things. Here's a NASA ground cloud machine. A cloud machine on the ground. You can see it's huge.
It looks a lot like the shuttle taking off.
You sure that's not Cheech and Chong movie? Guys, I get nothing on Cheech and Chong
I'm
movie.
sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Rick. I was sitting here. He's standing in a cloud, Rick.
Well, exactly.
I'm sorry.
That looks like a space shuttle test. That looks like a space shuttle engine test at Stennis.
It is. Here's Jeremy Clarkson.
And in about an hour's time, someone in Mississippi is going to get wet washing. It will actually rain.
So there you go. Anyways,
that's how they did it.
Anyways, but all of this evidence doesn't mean that the government is steering hurricanes toward red counties. We can talk about this stuff. We can show this stuff.
Settle down. Don't get elevated.
So we know about this stuff,
Right,
everybody.
just take it down.
And we're not saying that the government is controlling hurricanes to make it worse for conservatives.
What is it
and
your
Republicans.
family says that you do, Rick? Elevate.
Elevate. Yeah. Don't elevate.
Yeah, but you're on your tippy toes.
Don't elevate. You
Come
are
down
on
the
your toes.
escalator, buddy.
Now, when it comes
By
to
the way-
atrazine, they're turning the frogs gay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.